one. We live!
We're not late. We're not late. We're not late.
We're literally not. It's
We're
precisely
not
exact.
late.
Oh, you mean the day? No, this is when Halloween always happens,
Uh-huh.
like normal,
Uh-huh.
as usual.
Uh-huh.
Definitely, in the old country,
Uh-huh.
you can't do it on the actual day of Halloween because that's when the squash harvest needs to come in.
Oh, okay.
So that you don't get squash vampires.
Trick or treat.
Oh, hi,
Hello,
Blue
thank you for
UB.
subscribing, Blue EBO3, and Bubbly Milk, and Niasura, who is another escapee from the jar, which is scary. We're getting a lot of skittering beasts out here. It's bad. I'm still so happy with the energy I got out of that. Okay, hold your horses on trick or treat. We'll
Hold your
explain how the
horse.
trick or treats work.
Hold your horse.
We're gonna start doing the trick or treats properly once we get into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say now, donations and a point redeem will both be how you do this. And if we get donations before we go over, you'll get your treats when we get into the game.
I do
It's
like
not
money.
gonna happen
That's the
right
thing.
away. We do like money, so if you would like to give us your money, you can give us your money. But the treats will happen when we load into RuneScape, because that's where Bugs set up all of the, stuff. How was your guys' Halloween?
No one came by my house.
I'm not available.
No one came.
Frankie... Cards on the table. Frankie made a funny medicine mistake.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Nobody went to the hospital or nothing. But I functionally didn't exist.
Yeah.
From about 10 p.m. until the next morning.
Frankie was like, I think I overdosed
wasn't
my
here.
medicine dose a little today. And I went, oh? And then 5 hours later, Frankie came back and went, I was thinking I had a heart attack.
No, to be a little bit more clear, I have to take THC to manage my pain. Most of the time, I take it at a pretty low dosage, because here's the worst thing you're ever gonna hear. I don't like being high.
I don't either.
I know, it's really wasted on me. But, because I get my medication via... let's call them tinctures, which come in, let's call them party box kind of advertisement. I tried a new brand, and a man might have miscalculated with the new brand's dosage. Or it might have had a different reuptake limit because, different brands of THC. For the love of God, I'm grabbing everyone's shoulders. Check the labels. And also, strains can very well take a lower dose than you think you need to.
Frankie was seeing the
Unless...
cyber elves.
Regrettably, no. When it happens to me, I just have a panic attack.
Yo,
Get too
same,
high
brother, let's go.
and have to go sit down under a fan. Yeah, Ploots Boots, I used to be that person too. I like, the little, syrups is basically what they are, but they're always really funny because they come in, some wild packaging and are like, here's a mixer idea. And I'm like, I don't think you should. I don't know if you should be putting this in a cocktail also. I think...
Who's to say? Who's to say?
So that was my Halloween.
No one came by my house, so my pop's dressed up and everything.
I know, that's so sad. Which is weird. Okay, but, there also wasn't any parties down.
No, it was,
and, y'all know Bugs
silent.
is...
It was
Yeah, y'all know
creepy.
Bugs' neighborhood. Was there, a different function somewhere else?
I don't know.
What was going on?
I don't know, man. It was weird. Yesterday, fucking for Dia de Muertos, there was a party, but nothing, man.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange. An R.L. Stein book happened in your neighborhood, and you just, weren't young enough to witness it. Some Stranger Things event, E.T. was there, I don't know.
Thank you, Sahu.
Hey, Sahu, thank you for the gift sub.
Oh, that went out to Moo. That's funny.
Hey! Yay, free no ads for Friend of Jones.
Yay! Hooray for Jones. Hey, speaking of friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, I,
Oh, yeah? You had another event.
I had another event. I went to the
Bugs got to go socialize.
I did. I get to do it once every 3 years. It's nice. They let me out for good behavior. Um, uh,
After you're molting.
after my molting. It was friend of Jake's going away party, so we went to the aquarium and had a fucking blast. Is what we did. I saw friend of Puzz.
Jake's Day.
I saw friend of Jay in person, and I was taller than him, and it was fucked up. I met Cassie. Was very sweet.
I cannot believe that you're the next. I can't believe you're the next tallest person.
It had nothing to do with
That's
my
so
2-inch
strange to
heels.
me.
It had nothing to do with my 2-inch heels.
Oh, that's right. Later on, you were like, the front of my thighs.
Yes. I walked in heels for 7 hours again. Why did I do this?
Worth it.
Did I go to the lower key
Well,
forest?
you know.
Yes, actually, I did. It was very nice. You were taller than me when we were in sandals. I was also wearing those heeled boots then, who's to say? Puzz did get swarmed by birds. Puzz got swarmed by 4 separate... I love the heeled boots. They're my favorite heeled boots. Puzz got swarmed by 4 separate lorikeets. And then when they went to go throw away the nectar at the trash can, they got interrogated by 2 more lorikeets who wanted to see their cup before they threw it away.
Okay, but see, that makes so much sense to me because I've seen what Puzz was wearing that day, and Puzz could be mistaken for a flowering shrub, is the thing. Or, like, another large bird.
Jake's right. Wait,
yes?
I came out to see him in my kitty cat flat sandals when I handed him stuff. I am taller than him.
Yeah, Bugs, you're taller. Yeah. You're just shorter than me.
That's fucked.
And I'm tall. I grew up in an... Okay, we've talked about this before, and I'll let Bugs go back to explaining about the really fun time at the aquarium. I grew up in an area that's so tall, on average, I still vaguely think I'm not tall. And then short people get really mad at me. Go on.
Tall bugs, real giant bugs.
It's not that tall. It's not that tall.
I regret to inform you that actually Bugs is kind of medium tier and my friends are just short.
There's a distinct group average going on here. Tell him about the jellyfish man.
Oh yeah, so as soon as we walk into the aquarium, let me pull up this picture. A man accosts us with this tube. And within the tube, there's moon jellies.
The jellyfish sommelier.
Yeah, and Jay immediately hits him with the facts, and it's great. Jay is giving an impromptu lecture. This guy is giving an impromptu lecture. I immediately realize I'm going to learn so goddamn much today. It was a delight. In Hawaii, these are the same ones that would be swimming in our canal in October, actually. The moon jellies, who have tentacles that are too small to sting. I learned. But the guy came up to us and was like, I forget exactly what he said, but he more or less visually clocked us as gay and wanting to know about animals. So it was very nice, you know? Sometimes you like to be seen.
Yeah. Like, prompt, immediate, kind of like, these are people who want to see these jellyfish. That's what I liked about that part of the story.
Because it was the day before Halloween. Let me see if I can swap out the picture here. My desktop is a goddamn mess, is what it is. Hang on.
Where the fuck
is my picture?
I mean, my desktop's also bad. My desktop's bad because I look at it and I go, no, I really need to have this picture of a Lupin the Third panel where the word fuckface is. You know, I really need this picture of Frankie with McDonald. I need this for some reason. And then there's like 30 show posters on here.
We saw Diplin, and we saw an Iono cosplayer, and like everyone at the aquarium who worked there was cosplaying as an Adventure Time character, which was very funny because you'd be like, oh, there's Marceline in Perfect Sun Hat cosplay working the baby jellyfish exhibit, and there's Princess Bubblegum at the touch tank. That seems cosmically right. There's Peppermint Butler.
Yeah. That seems like a good, like, forget coffee shop AUs. I want to hear your aquarium staff AUs. Tell me who in your fandom setting is gently lowering baby otters. That's not aquariums, that's zoos. Why did I think that seems like a bad matchup, actually?
Same difference.
Don't put aquarium otter.
Well,
bad
there
idea.
is actually
Close
otters
enough.
at the aquarium.
Who is gently petting fish? What? Okay, never mind. I was
In fact,
right.
we actually watched a bunch of them twist around, which was very cute. Hang on.
Oh, I know what I was thinking of. The zoo that I went to with my niece last time, up in Eureka, has an otter display, and they are hilarious show-offs at that
Oh,
zoo
yeah.
because they got one of those big, like, tank that everyone can see. And it's like, you guys are just going nuts. All right.
This is a sea hare. A sea hare you probably know from being the giant slug you can hold in your hands. It was fucking huge. You can see my reflection in there. Please behold my slightly scary face.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We saw a shark named I Am. And do you know why he was named I Am? Well,
No.
because he literally had I Am on his side. I am.
What? Fucked up.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Leopard
All
shark I
right.
Am.
I guess his name is I Am.
We saw
Fair enough.
a moray
Who's to
eel
argue?
stuck up a tree. It was very sad.
I love moray eel up the tree.
It was very
I love
tragic.
moray eel just
Stuck up a
deciding
tree.
I'm gonna hang out here. Tree,
Perfectly
gotta get the
disguised.
aquatic
You
firemen
would never
in there.
know that there was a moray eel in this exhibit. You would never know. You would never know.
No eel there. No eel.
I saw.
Have you shown them the bird eating out of the pumpkin yet? Because that's really good to me.
Oh, you mean the pumpkin eating birds? The pumpkin eating birds messily horrible.
Yes, the pumpkin
scene.
being given.
Horrible
The
scene.
pumpkin being given several birds as enrichment, which I mean, that seems rough, but like nature,
Well, that's
you know how it
nature.
is.
I also saw the fish anesthesia system.
Yes.
This is
I
how
don't
they
know
do
why,
surgery
but
on
the-
a fish.
Mm-hmm. It is. I've seen like on social media now and then like pictures, and something about the fish like taco holder
Yeah.
that they have to use.
They had a big sign that's like,
really
we will
kills
not be
me.
using our surgery center today. And we're like, woo! And then we look in and they have an otter plush with a breathing mask strapped to it on the table. And it's like, oh, alright.
That's a very fun way to make sure the exhibit is still like something, but also really just funny in the abstract, to be honest.
Yeah. I saw this dope mossy crab too. Thank you all for sitting down for Grandma's
Yes,
slideshow of
I
her
love
trip
this
to Bermuda,
crab.
by the way. Look at the pipefish.
No, it's good. This is the gentle walk-in before I lock the doors and talk about Gumby in like 20 minutes.
No,
Look at this
that's
fish.
true. Look. Fucking look. Look at this shit, man. Fucking cool. There's shrimps you can
I also
see.
really like the frog.
Oh yeah, I'll show the frog. And then this was actually part of the
The
same
frog's
exhibit.
important.
And then the last thing I'll show you after I show you the frog, you have to look at the frog. Is there was
You have to look at the frog.
There was an underwater pumpkin carving competition, and Batman was there. And Batman was
So was
there.
Waldo.
And Waldo was there, and there was a Waldo in the crowd, and they pointed at each other silently.
They found each other
They
at
found
last.
each other. It was really good.
Oh, that's so good.
You know, that reminds me, before everything about, like, the Aquabats being not great came out, there was a memory I held pretty fondly of the MC Bat Commander spotting two Waldos in the crowd at a concert and making them fight each other. I'm still fond of that.
No, there was good times. You know, it's like, I think it's tough because I think everyone eventually has an experience of like, hey, that band you really like, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just life.
Batman didn't.
But I'll always remain fond, although it is.
Oh, Batman didn't take part in the competition. He just sat there with his hands on his hips the entire time.
Judging. He was the judge. He was there to save them. The pumpkin's tops were zip tied onto the pumpkin. Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say at the one time I went to an Aquabats concert, it was a really good time, but it was really funny because Cuckoo Kangaroo was opening for them and kind of blew them out of the water
Yeah.
energy and like
Yeah.
crowd fun
Yeah.
wise. And I like ran out to get merch from them like before the Aquabats came out. There was no one else there. It was great, but also
No,
like
really.
oh, come on, guys. No, it was so sad. Like, all the Aquabats fans were just, like, jostling inside. And I was like, I would like your CD, sir. They were so fucking tall. They
Oh.
made me feel so short. Uh-oh. Hey,
Thank
good
you,
shot. Good shot.
zombie.
Nice shot.
Wow, that spambot message was so long that it
I
cut
just
off their
glanced
own
over.
URL. That's great.
Yeah, that was that you know what? I still miss when they used broken English
I
to
do
try and
feel
get
you want
around
to
like
become
spam
famous.
filters. Do you want to become famous? It was like Dr. Habit trying to join in chat. I miss that.
Also, Avery, don't feel bad that you didn't know. It's literally one of those things where it's like,
Yeah.
how do I put this? You have to be one of those freaks who is like following like people tangentially
Yes.
related to the band to figure out what happened, but you should look into how Tyler Jacobs is being treated these days, is all I'll say on that.
The Aqua. Could I also give one other piece of info to make it clear that it's not like crimes happened here,
Yeah.
but I think it will fill in some details? The founder of the band is a fucking Mormon.
And
Uh-oh!
one
Whoa!
of his brothers came out as bi and has been treated pretty badly from what I understand.
Yeah! So, sorry for the downer information, but I feel like that explains a lot really fast.
Yeah.
Anyways. Still got a lot of love for fashion zombies, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I always liked them more than Pizza Day. I don't know. The show was a good time. And I met some of my best friends there, and also one of my worst enemies.
Yeah, who
and
could
then
that
became one of
be?
my best friends. What's up, homie?
What's up? What's up? What's up? I just think it's interesting that you made a girl sand flea, is all. I just think it's interesting.
Oh, man. Okay. Side info, just like before we get started, this is a good point to say. Here's the thing. All fandoms are fandoms. And I think whatever the scale they're at, if you feel like the fandom you're in is, like, really good without drama, that's because right now you just have a small group of people that you're paying attention to. Hold on to that. It's good. Because micro fandoms can become a fascinating microcosm. Fandoms are just fandoms, and you gotta kind of self-curate, is my ultimate advice. So that you're not left haunted for the rest of your life by guy who sold a chicken nugget that got thrown into the crowd on eBay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The legacy of Kane fandom is only calm because it's literally me and my 5 trans friends knowing to tell the others.
Go.
That's what you want. That's what you want. That's the curatorial experience you want. Whatever else is going on, no, it isn't. What else has been going on that's non-Gumby or Discworld related? I will say, outside of me going to EBDB on Halloween, before that, on that day, I had my most Bert from Sesame Street good time yet, where I was like, I could rake and listen to horror podcasts.
Yeah.
And that was actually a really good time.
That's the good shit.
We have an asphalt driveway, and raking on that bad boy, we've got like 3 big trees that are just shedding leaves, and it's a good time, and also kind of has to be done because if the leaf litter builds up on the asphalt, it becomes a slipping hazard, and also will start to break down the asphalt. And the leaves are then going underneath other trees, so we're still abiding by not, like, destroying leaf litter piles, because you shouldn't destroy your leaf litter piles. It's good for the environment. It's good for bugs. It's good for insects.
It's good for me. Oh, yeah. Jake, I'm so glad you like that. Yeah, I got, speaking of, actually, I got a very nice, thoughtful present from friends of Puzz and Jay and Jake. As a dedication to my mishaps with coffee, it is a cup of coffee with a fish coming out of it.
It's a really cute pin. I do feel like it's now cursed you to eventually experience fish coffee.
No,
like,
there's gonna be
that one's just loaded into the chamber somewhere.
Fish in the percolator moment manifesting.
There's a fish in the percolator.
There's a fish in the
Uh,
percolator.
Listen, if anyone ever wants to, like, here's a big secret to how voice acting, at least for me, works, is you just imitate and parrot lines from other people, and if you ever want some really good echolalia, Twin Peaks will both cheese grater your psyche on occasion, but has some of the most distinct voice reads known to man. Paz says, literally, I said to Jay and Jake before we leave, we really need to find something for Bugs, and we turned to our collective right, and fish coffee was there.
Oh,
Ah.
thank you. And Puzz gave me a print of something that you will see eventually, chat, that looks very pretty.
Yeah!
I can't believe the color work on this printed so
Yeah.
well, Puzz. This is still gorgeous. I'm putting it above my desk.
Aw.
Thank you, Puzz.
That's the good stuff. Is good times.
I got my shot finally.
Yes, that's part of why it took us a while to come back, is because literally it was like Bugs finally got in for their shot, their booster, and then Weekend with Friends, and then ailments, maladies, and demons.
Yeah. Sometimes you have 3 panic attacks, and then you have one really good day where you go out with friends, and then later, after you go out with friends, you get all the, like, you had 3 panic attacks, like, 2 days ago. You have to sleep for 2 hours, for 2 days
Yeah. No, literally, yes, like, the day after medicine mistake, I had that, like, oh, I'm just gonna slowly ease around doing stuff and stack firewood for a bit and move slowly and listen to Discworld audiobooks.
Exactly.
Which is part of why we're doing this very loose theming. It's not quite an info dump. It's mostly just a, like, something we can go back to talking about whenever we lose track of what we were talking about. And Bugs has been reading Discworld, and I've been listening to Penguin audiobooks of Discworld. And also, if we do this stream, suddenly our Discworld purchases are tax write-offs, which has nothing to do, ever, with why we do what we do. Please look forward to a Zoro and Luffy-themed info dump and doodle and draw coming probably this next month.
Yay.
For no reason.
Yay.
But also, I am looking forward to doing that. I got some stuff to talk about. I got some things to point at and trajectories and call Oda a son bitch and explain why if anyone ever tells you you can skip Skypiea arc, they're lying to you. And one pretty good, definitely not real theory that I still like a lot, which I think is fun to talk about. If you like to make theories, every now and then, nurture one that's nothing. Nurture one that you can, like, say makes sense, but then you have to sit down and go, like, no, canonically they're not gonna, like, reveal that Alphys is a battle magic user, but if you look at the text, she could be?
She could be.
Question mark?
Question mark.
She could be.
Question mark.
I still gotta read the new newsletter, but just seeing people's, like, caps of, like, highlights of the newsletters and all the costume sprites is just such a delight.
The interview with the devs in the new Undertale Deltarune newsletter was really cool.
Yes, oh my god, I'm not over. Yeah, so the way Toby Fox explains what's happening in his games is that he just tells you everything like he was doing a one-man radio stage play, and even prompts you to make decisions now and then. Was like,
shit.
I think he's a genius?
Yeah.
I think Toby Fox is a genius. But, like, how to put this? I've been reading a biography on Jim Henson a lot recently. And he was a strange man. And I'm just setting those two facts, like, down next to each other. Kind of. You know? Also, the Joker Man font notes was a lot.
Oh, Magic Hats, I feel the same way.
Oh! Yeah, I know what you mean. That's also how I've been feeling when we've been watching Adventure Time and being like, Wait, that's the person who makes Hilda. They were working on the Hilda comic books while
Yes.
working on Adventure Time. What the?
Yeah, it's been very fun tracking that while watching through Adventure Time. We just got up to the end of season 5. Yes, Puzz, that's exactly who I was like, what? About.
Mm-hmm.
And then I spent 10 minutes
Shout outs to Video Chess.
looking at the art that Temmie had done for it and going like, so you colored the line work on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Cooper, please take any off-topic conversations to DMs. I know we're in, like... But this is, like, your third side to someone. Take it to DMs. Take it to DMs. You get bonk of 10 seconds.
You good. Just take it to DMs.
What are you talking about at the back?
Focus. Did you bring enough Sentai for the rest of the class?
I should watch more Sentai.
I
gotta go back. There was one specific Sentai series that I got really fond of, and it was a really specific, shoot, I don't know which one it was, and that's bad because it's like one of the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the best one ever because the main character was a old-fashioned type punk whose goal was to make 100 friends at his school. And what was the theme? The moon! What? The moon!
Oh, I see.
And also the high school was fairly clearly based on the one from... what's that one fucking stupid... Glee, sorry. I was gonna say, like, what's the one with the singing where it would have been less homophobic if it didn't try to have a gay character? Glee, right, yes.
Yeah.
Kamen Rider Forzy, yes, thank you. So someday I'll go back for the rest of that because it is exactly my kind of bonkers. Kamen Riders are good. They're made for 8-year-olds, so they're allowed to be everything all at once.
Uh-huh. You can be anything.
And when I say it was based on, like, a Glee-type American high school, I mean it had a football team. An American football team. Full of jocks. With cheerleaders. It was just an American school. But in Japan, with Japanese students. It's good.
You
love
to
see
it.
this.
Well,
You do kind of love to see it.
do we want to play a video game?
Let's swap over to play video games, because we got a shtick to explain. We're doing a shtick tonight. We're doing several things at once, like wearing several hats, because Frankie had a funny idea, like, a week ago.
Okay.
He baked you some JPEGs. Let's swap over.
I turned down the music. And I put on the RuneScape
Yeah, are you gonna
tunes.
side stream the music, or are you gonna listen to Rune... Okay, Are you are you putting RuneScape tunes on in iTunes, or should I be switching to watching the stream? And because I did download like 4 RuneScape songs to my iTunes, I can turn on.
I can
too.
send you the game if you would like.
Let's see if that works, and then when it does, because it's RuneScape.
It's RuneScape.
If anything, might actually it might actually be working. This might actually be the one thing with such low graphics that my connection is okay with being streamed it directly.
Hi, Bubbly.
That's insane.
Bubbly donated $20
Bubbly.
and says trick or treat. Okay. Alright.
Oh, baby. Alright, let me get ahead of introducing the stream. I'm going to explain the trick-or-treating concept. And here's what's gonna be going down. For every $5 donations, you will get 1 piece of candy, but we are also going to have point donations for candy as well. Please say out loud what you're giving people so that I know what's come up in the old shuffle.
Like first up is heart-to-heart conversation hearts. Happy Halloween.
You might not want to eat those. I'm not sure how long those have been in the cupboard. I'm gonna be completely honest.
And
you might want to like do something else with those.
Is black and orange candy. Yum yum yum. Looks
That's
good.
the classics. I've been told those are peanut butter. I've been told those are peanut butter.
Yummy.
Mm-hmm.
What else have we got? Looks like Gumby candy of some kind.
Which one is it? Is it the one that's 3 of them or the one that's 1 of them?
Filled what 3 Gumbies?
I am so sorry. You need to take those to a priest. You need to take those to a priest, a Catholic priest. Protestantism can't help you now. He'll know what to do.
Is King's Candy Cigarettes. Yummy! Trick or treat! Happy Halloween!
Oh, those are good! Happy Halloween!
Oh, and
Let me
Steve-O's
get
Citrus.
your noises too, because you guys
love
are
your
still...
costume, Steve-O's. And
Hold on.
have some Lay's lobster flavored chips. Happy Halloween!
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good get right there. Let me get noises too. After this one... Okay, hold up. We gotta stop for a second so I can do the rest of the show introduction. All of you, put your bags down. Put your bags down.
I'll get to the rest of you in a sec.
One second. Jesus. So, I'm Frankie Frankenstein. I am the co-host voice actor. I do the things. I'm not playing the game. I'm doing everything else. I have prepared 108 evil spirits of PNGs, each one of them hand-baked in Krita, the open source photo editing software. And I don't remember what's in there at all because I did this last Saturday. These are some hand-fucked up images, and if you see anything wrong with any of these, 108 yokai here to visit you tonight. I did that. Unless it's because I saved them off of a thumbnail from Google Images, which let me tell you, if you want a pre-fucked up image, that's the way to do it. And also, quick shout out to Discontinued Foods on Twitter, who about 20% of these images are directly from, so please go check it out if you're a pervert like me who likes seeing weird discontinued food on your timeline. And they also are on, I think, Blue Sky as well. Okay, real quick. Also, Bugs! Facial Bugs! Co-host! Main person running the show, doing Old School RuneScape, running OBS, tasked with actually handing you all the candy, because I can't do anything in our OBS, so I'm just back here talking. You can, as always, get commissions from Bugs, although there is somewhat of a delay, and check out their art on Gooster Bold if you would like to. Anyways, regular stream rules are all in effect. I'm just gonna put them in here because there's a line forming. Oh god. As always, be good, be decent, don't be weird. Follow the rules. I get to kill you for any reason. Just return back to chat with normal things. Don't call me Wally or Frank. My name is very distinctly Frankie. It's Frankie. Frankie. Okay. Alright, back to donation stuff. If you like to donate, tonight you get treats. You also get noises. Let me get the noises for the $20 we just got. And then, where's Jingly? Ah, there you are. Where's the bell? I lost the bell. No bell tonight, sorry. Okay, how many more trick-or-treats we gotta do?
Okay, we have 3 more. Let's see. Who came to the door? Well, Steve-O's just got the cigarettes, so Blue Yubi, you get... Bud wine. Alcohol, Frankie?
It's soda.
Okay.
It's soda. Look at the can. It's cherry soda.
No,
it's
you're
soda.
right.
I swear to God, it's soda.
Okay.
It was made for a
Happy
dry
Halloween.
state. It was made for a dry state.
Happy Halloween. For streamer
Happy
Gal
Halloween.
Gigi. Oh, nice costume. What do we have on the back? Why, it's Jelly Belly's Monster Mash flavor.
Alright, that's a good one,
That's
probably.
good.
That's
Yummy.
Halloween. It's good.
Okay.
The monsters. No, they can't be.
And for improbable, what do we have? Okay's. Kellogg's Okay's cereal. Brawny.
You're in pretty
you
good
like
shape for a man
the
of
brawny
science.
Cereal.
the Brawny Scotsman mascot. It's a whole box of cereal.
And the cereal
It's
shaped
basically,
like little
I
Okays.
think it's
Okay.
I think it's
Very
basically
nice.
Cheerios from the best I could understand.
Okay, and let's see. Hang on, we got a donation, but we have a trick or treat from Silly Sticks. Let's see, what do we have here in the bucket? We have Kit Kat white cream orange flavor. Yummy! Oh, okay, happy Halloween.
So, I'm gonna open the door a little bit on part of the bit here. Bugs has not preemptively seen
yeah.
anything I put in this goddamn bowl.
I just trusted my
Bugs
friend.
just trustingly took this 40 megabytes and loaded it
Thank
to
you
OBS.
to the gay Avery who donated $6.90 as trick or treat. Let's see what you get.
Yay! Well, you
Face
get a hormone. Thank you.
painting kit. All right. Delicious. Happy Halloween. Great costume.
Really specifically the one with the really nightmarish face on the front.
Monstrous Immortal says trick or treat. What do we got?
I had to find that one special on
It's
Google,
a bag
like from an
of
eBay listing.
potato. It's a normal food, thank God. Okay. Very good. Happy Halloween.
What'd you get?
They got completo.
It glitched for me a little bit. Oh, completo! Hey, share that with the class.
Okay, unofficial jam.
It's a big bag. There's lots for everyone.
Who are you dressed as? Is that one of them Genshin? All right, you got licorice pipes. Licorice pipes.
Licorice
Frankie?
pipes, yes.
Licorice
Mrs.
pipes, Frankie.
Pipes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mallory Club.
What's wrong? The children love licorice
From
pipes.
Ender Ivy. Happy Halloween. You get green woman M&M. Happy Halloween.
Now listen here, young man. I'm speaking directly into your ear. You must trick-or-treat at GameStop and ask if they have Bambi for the PS2.
Stunkers. Happy Halloween.
Okay.
You get the big Little Caesars bucket of spaghetti.
It's pasta. It's the Little Caesars bucket of spaghetti. It's a
Happy
family-sized
Halloween.
bucket of spaghetti. Enjoy, kid. Hot and ready.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
We're getting a real rush here.
Oh, Puzz. Hi, Puzz. Hi, good friend of Puzz. What did Frankie get you? Why, it's Malk.
Let's see what... It's got all the vitamin R you could need, baby! Now, to be fair, that's probably like a $20 bottle of milk substitute. Like, be
Great.
fair, that's a good
Great.
get. That's a
Yeah,
full-size
really
candy
nice,
bar.
Frankie. Really nice, Frankie. Thanks. Light Meow Teeth, you get a Mars bar. Thank fucking God, it's normal food.
It's just... There is some
And
normal candy in
Misfit
there. They just have
Puppet.
really
Wow,
fucked
I
up
love the
JPEGs.
outfit. What is this?
That's a good name.
Star Wars Episode 1 Mega Duels Galactic. But Frankie, how old is this? Fat free. Fine.
I mean, it was in the cupboard, like near the
Fine.
front. That
Fine.
seemed like
Hi,
can't be that
Plutes.
old.
Okay, Plutes get.
Hi,
Oh,
Plutes.
Plutes, you get a Mickey toy. Oh, how fun
Oh,
for you.
I'm so happy someone got the Mickey toy. Don't look into its eyes.
Mystery Elf, trick or treat. What do you got? Skittles. What, mustard flavored Skittles? That can't be right.
I mean,
That can't be right.
those are mustard flavored Skittles.
That
Yes,
can't be right.
those are mustard flavored Skittles.
Okay.
Sir, those are mustard flavored Skittles.
All right.
That's a real one.
I think that was Mystery Elf. Oh,
Limited
personal
time only.
zombie. Mod personal zombie.
Uh-huh.
You get Necco wafers. If you bite those, they spark in the dark. That's fun.
Hey!
And unofficial jam.
They're normal Necco wafers. That's not so bad.
You get spooky nerds. That's fun. Okay, we're on a streak of like normal candy right now.
That's what they call the friend group.
Synaptidae.
Mhm.
Hello, wow, a lot of you. You get tunnies.
Yeah.
Tuna with the exciting taste. Tuna in the new convenient form. New tuna treat tunnies.
Those are tuna wieners.
Okay.
That is a vintage ad
I'm
for
so sorry.
tuna fish shaped into wieners. Yes.
And a strange night indeed. You
I
get
think
wax
technically what you got is the
bottles.
vintage ad.
All right. Well, that's
Yay!
great.
Nickel nips. Nickel nips.
That's great. Very cool.
Ah, I'm
Happy Halloween.
so
Please
happy.
don't egg our house.
As a
Silly
reminder,
Sticks.
tonight, if you would like, oh, we got one from Silly Sticks. You don't get to play the game.
It's Peel-a-Pop. It's Peel-a-Pop. Alright.
Oh, Yeah,
Happy
it's a
Halloween.
Laffy Taffy like his skin around like a sherbet ice cream. You might want to eat those fast.
Happy Peel a Pop. One and all.
It's ice cream. Happy
Okay.
Halloween!
Happy Halloween.
Happy Peel a Pop.
There's a bucket.
And if
around
anyone
here.
else would like to get candy, you
can't
can also
find
get
the
it by
goddamn
donating. Every
bucket.
$5, every $5 gets you a. I think bucket got thrown at our house. Every $5 will also get you a piece of candy, and will get you the same amount of cumulative noises as it always does. I am standing by with the horn. There are still so many pieces of candy, ? In that bucket. But of course, there's the point redeems, and we do appreciate it.
There's the bucket.
Please take the rest of this candy. We can't be left with the rest of this candy in our house for a few reasons.
Hi,
Oh,
Bluey
we got one from
Ubi.
Blue UB03.
You get
See what you get, beloved chat member Blue UB.
Cracker Jack Pepsi? Alright.
Oh, the Cracker Jack flavored Pepsi.
Great. Good stuff.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Where did you get
Uh-huh.
this?
So there was, those like really
Oh,
big
Snappy,
bags
back at the
of
door
like
again,
variety
huh?
candy.
You're in pretty good
It's a
shape.
different
for a man
costume. We allow
size.
that.
Candy, candy, candy.
The Peachy Brothers.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
Thank you, Muchmoth, who donated
I need
$6.90.
something as good as those gummy gummies.
Oh god. Thank you, Muchmoth, who donated $6.90. Says candy, candy, candy. Okay, what did you?
Uh-huh.
All right, hold it. I think you had some candy, kid. Hang on.
Let me get your horn, let me
Nestle
get your horn.
Pocahontas
That'll take you.
candy. Yum.
Oh, the chocolate bar. That might be out of date by a little bit. That might be a little
Frankie,
bit out
this
of date.
feels like dust in my hands, man. Thank you,
that might be
Sahu,
more of a collector's
who
item.
donated $10. Says I need something as
Uh-huh.
good as those gummy gumbies. All right, well
Yay.
you get 2 because you donated 10. You get
Let me get
popcorn
to your noises
ball.
too. And then oh, just normal popcorn balls. Yeah, normal popcorn balls.
All right, popcorn ball.
Uh-huh.
Pop Tarts.
Uh-huh.
Wild Magic Burst Blue Raspberry Striped.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween!
I'm having a great time.
Happy Halloween! One and all.
So that, by the way, was a Pop-Tart where the design only showed up on the icing after toasting it. I don't know how that... I don't know how that works.
That man
Also,
gave-
due to my internet being bad, I have regrettably switched to listening to my own music and watching, but it might get better later. Until then, I'm listening to a loop of flute salad, which I believe is appropriate.
A man appeared and told me he was atoning for his crimes and gave me a kebab and left.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, that was nice of him. What is our donation total at right now?
$43.80.
Hooray! We are not that far off from me getting to do a spooky Halloween slide whistle solo. So, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm having such a good time.
I am too somehow. So, Frankie.
I think this is the only way to do. I think this is the only way to make right. I think this is the only way for
Oh.
me to make right. Hey, thank you, non-dreamer, for the 500 bits. We take bits. We take bits for
Frankie, you
Trick or
get
Treat. Why not?
balls.
Why not?
Frankie, you get balls of Halloween. And a non-dreamer, you know what? You get a candy.
Ew.
A non-dreamer gets
I don't remember what balls of
Pumpkin?
Halloween is.
pumpkin delights.
I have clearly thrown a sheet ghost over my clown costume.
Oh, are those the wrapped chocolates?
I don't know what they are.
Let me turn on the stream real quick and see what you're showing me.
Thank you, personal zombie tip. $10 says I've clearly thrown a sheet ghost over my clown
Yay.
costume. Okay. Happy Halloween! Here, I'll give you 2 treats.
That's allowable. Happy
Um,
Halloween,
uh,
new child.
La petite
You get just the
sauce,
little
ketchup
ones.
de pétron. I believe this is ketchup. All right. Very
It's
good.
pumpkin flavored ketchup.
Great.
It's pumpkin flavored ketchup.
And more. Okay, this is at least normal candy. I think this probably has like peanut butter inside. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Happy Halloween. Get away from the house as
Yeah,
fast as you can. I don't
those are
think
just
any
like
of this is safe.
Winco. That. Those are from Winco. Fine. Look, I got my bulk bag of candy like normal. I got the really big ones that have lots of variety. Yes, when I left the store, I turned around and it had never
You're
been
in pretty
there.
good shape for
And
a
an
man of
old man
science.
nearby
Trick or
said,
treat.
"Okay, the Halloween store? That hasn't been there in 30 years." But I think I'm supporting local businesses. Silver Orbs is at the door.
Yes.
I'm gonna
and
go
we did get a
open it.
donation.
This
Thank
is
you,
a
Silver
really-
Orb. You get sun-made raisins.
Don't worry about how old that box is. Don't worry about if you've never seen that box design before.
Okay. Let me just check on that. Thank you, $6.90 from No One Here But Critters says trick or treat. Okay, trick or treat.
Well,
Thank you. You get
I guess that raccoon gets some candy.
Reese's peanut butter cup miniatures. Okay, normal candy for once. All right, you
Yay!
win. Good.
Normal
Safe.
one.
Oh, it's Puzz again. Hi, Puzz. You get. Oh, thank
Hi,
God.
Puzz.
Puzz gets a Reese's peanut butter cup. Thank fucking God. Okay.
Yay! What's our total donation up to?
60-70.
Happy Halloween! There's another kid at the door. Yay!
Hey, yay. Okay, let's see.
This is great. This
Oh,
is Bugs
this
risks
is-
being timed the fuck out in RuneScape.
Reese's peanut butter cups pick me up cologne
I'm a
spray.
pirate now.
Happy Halloween.
Wow, we're on a real Reese's bit. Hey, enjoy that.
Oh,
That's a
Tenebrous
good time.
Forge.
It's a
You
good
know
time
what?
right there. It's
Uh,
a little dab of that.
Tenebrous Forge. That's very
I
sweet
think
of you.
Tenebrous Forge gets one.
Yeah, you get one. Hang on.
Tenebrous Forge is nice and check.
You
Alright.
get,
Hey, if a kid shows up to your door without a costume, they get one. Come on.
you get Reese's peanut
There
butter
you go.
cups marshmallow flavor. Yummy.
What is happening in the randomizer in there? We're just on a Reese's streak.
Yeah, I have it on random.
No,
Thank
I know
you.
you do.
The gay Avery who tipped $5 says, I'm a pirate now. Okay, I believe you.
Hooray!
It's Rolo. Wait, Raisin Reese's Rolo. Hang on, is
We're
it
still
really
on the
alphabetized?
Rs.
Hang on.
Yeah, it might have alphabetized. I think we might have alphabetized, and we don't want it to
Slide
alphabetize
mode,
because if
slide
we
mode,
do,
slide
it's
mode,
gonna get
transition,
really
slide-
grim when we get to the S section, and I'm not going to
It
say
says
why.
randomized playback. Raisin Reese's
Huh.
Rolos. Hang on, if the next thing is no, it's randomized. Look at that Nestle Bug Ball. Oh, I had one of these.
Okay.
Have a Nestle
Okay.
Bug Ball.
Okay.
Okay. Happy Halloween.
Have a Nestle Bug Ball.
I had one
What
of
do you?
those. They
Huh?
were good.
Don't worry about it, Puzz.
Hooray!
Oh, there's such. I can't believe we got the gum. I can't believe we got one of the two Gumbies so early in this, and it was the worst one. I think the file name for that is literally "I'm sorry, it's Gumby."
Great, really good, dude.
Yeah, there's some creative file names in here. I'm scrolling through my version of the file. Oh, I forgot some of the things I did. That's good. It's
I'm
fine.
so
Don't worry about it.
excited to see what my wonderful friend does. I'm gonna put the thing on shuffle while I'm here just to make sure that it really stays differentiated while I'm playing my funny game.
Yeah, really shake that bowl. If we get any doubles, we can just like give them the next one after that. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
We should watch that Gumby movie again. It was scary. Let me tell. Oh, is it time for me to start talking about Gumby?
Yeah.
Has
talk
there been
about
enough of a
Gumby.
pause in the action? So, I'm going to say a week ago, I don't entirely remember what led to this decision. I think what I literally remember is that I just felt like kind of sad. You know how it is. It's late. It's late in your day. You're gonna go to bed soon. You don't quite feel like doing anything. And for some reason, I just went and felt like Gumby's gotta be up somewhere, right? So I searched Gumby Archive, and the Internet Archive does in fact have, at the very least, all of Season 1 of Gumby. And I decided, fuck it. I saw the Gumby movie. I want to know what the fuck is up with Gumby, and that will make me feel something. Was literally, I think, I was like, that'll do something. That'll get me somewhere. The first episode of Gumby is about Gumby randomly deciding to fly to the moon. And as soon as he gets in his spaceship, he starts sweating in fear because he can't control the spaceship. And then it takes off while his parents, like, watch on in horror. And he lands on the moon and is hunted by chittering red pyramids until he collapses from hypothermia in a crater. And his dad rescues him from the ladder of his, like, fire engine. And that's the first episode of Gumby. It's also kind of the second episode of Gumby. For some reason. Because they reuse footage a lot on this show. The third episode of Gumby starts at the end of the second episode of Gumby and is about him being in the fucking hospital. While his parents, smiling serenely at each other, put him in what looks like an iron lung, but I think is meant to, like, warm him, because for some reason a really important part of Gumby is that if he gets too cold, he collapses unconscious because he's made of clay, ? So, sorry to just kind of drop all of that on you at once, but I have been cursed. Because as soon as I found out this was what the first couple of episodes of Gumby were like, I had to keep watching Gumby. And I've been watching about one episode of Gumby a day since then to try and figure out if at any point this show turns into, like, a show for children that makes sense in a somewhat cohesive way and isn't a nightmare. I got a really funny reply from Holly when I was talking about this on Tumblr that was, I think, something like, "Sincerely, I wish you the best wringing blood from a stone," and it felt like the part in the horror story where I find, like, the notes of my predecessor that are like, "There's nothing here! Turn back! This is folly!" And yet... important note, this is, you might notice, lines up exactly with Bugs being offline a lot for a couple of days. So, there's something of a suggestion here. This might be what happens if I'm left unsupervised to some degree.
Yeah, a little bit.
As this starts happening, it's... Bugs has just been, like, watching from the sidelines as I post on Tumblr with the tag, if you're interested in finding it, it's all on my Tumblr under the tag, Gumby Walk With Me. Yes, like fire walk with me.
Uh-huh.
That's just the tag that came out of my head when I first started this. It's... Here's the thing. I've been talking to my parents a bit, like, you know, as this goes on, because they're both old enough that they still remember, like, this stuff being on TV. They were still running Gumby on TV in, like, the 60s. This was, like, as good as it got. Like, my mom was talking about, like, yeah, the problem is most stuff on TV when I was a kid for children was, like, cowboys hunting Native Americans. Except they didn't say that. So this was, like, the good. And it's all bad. And so far I found
Christ,
exactly one
Adrian.
episode with a fully cohesive plot. Christ. How's Pokey? Which, can I take a second to say, Gumby is voiced by what sounds like the smallest boy.
Mm-hmm.
The world's smallest boy in the middle of an auditorium, like an empty Costco warehouse, with the microphone like a foot up in the air from this wee little lad. It sounds like someone hollering across the room in the voice of a child. I don't know why Gumby sounds like that. It's pretty bad. I didn't know Gumby could speak. I thought he just made sim-like noises. No, Gumby can speak and has parents and comes from a suburb, which I guess means we know Gumby is white also? Like, I guess? Because that's a suburb. Gumby at one point goes, Mother, can I have a snack of crackers and milk? And listen, whomst amongst us hasn't from time to time enjoyed a cracker and milk snack, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But also, that, by the way, was a really upsetting moment, not because he was having crackers and milk, but because when he went to the fridge to get the milk, the glass for the milk was in the fridge, and he picked it up out of the fridge with the milk, his special milk glass that lives in the fridge. And I don't know why that's so upsetting, but it's really upsetting to me. Also, if at any point someone would like to interrupt my Gumby-based knowledge I'm instilling upon you all, trick-or-treat button's still there, baby! This is your only
I'm just
rescue!
soaking it in. This is good. Oh, by the way,
Yeah, here's the thing, we haven't even... Go on. Yay!
RuneScape is all done up for Halloween. There's little bat things. There's pumpkins all over.
Oh, it still is!
Isn't that cute? There's candy on the floor. They got carved turnips
Oh.
alongside the carved pumpkins. It's adorable. Spiders and everything.
That's good. I
love
thought they would
it.
have taken that down by now. I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, same. Oh, trick or treat, Phantasmagoric Glitch. What have you got? Why, it's
Well, what'd you get?
Charleston Chews. Hey, all right.
It's Charleston! Put those babies in the freezer. You will have a good time. Listen, it's a Charleston Chew is a fine and dandy time.
I have it on shuffle right now. There may be repeats.
By the way,
but we
Mystery
will
Elf did
see.
say, I like your Organization 13 robe.
Thank you. Oh wait, no, it's just a Halloween
If we get a
outfit.
repeat, you'll get an
No.
extra piece of candy.
Well, listen. This character's more or less a tribute to how...
It's not? Are you sure?
Shh. This character's more or less a tribute to how I dressed as a kid playing RuneScape, so... I have a
Which wouldn't have
mysterious
anything
beard.
to do with Organization
No,
13.
no.
Mm-hmm.
What do Charleston Chews taste like? They're good. You can freeze them, and then you chew on them, and then you break your teeth, but they're good. Oh, they're so good.
Pretty much. They come in like chocolate, strawberry, and banana, and like they're like a new, basically just raw nougat kind of is what I think. I think.
Thank you, Echoloss. I like the flower crowns too. I got the whole pride thing.
Oh, thank you,
going on.
Bubbly Milk.
Huh? Oh, Bubbly Milk. Hi, trick or treat.
Got it. We got another trick or treat at the door.
Oh, you get. I forgot to. Okay, open up your basket because it's just a scoop of sprinkles. It looks like. Enjoy.
Oh no, those are fennel candies. Those are
Fennel?
fennel candies. Delicious candied fennel. Open your
Fennel
bag. I got
candies?
plenty for everyone, so you get a whole full scoop.
Great.
You get a whole full scoop of candied fennel.
Great.
Fill up that pumpkin. You want another scoop? We got plenty.
No, Frankie, you don't have to. You don't have to. That's okay. You don't have to do that to the kids. Echoloss,
Ah, we got so
hey,
much.
Trick or treat. What do we got for you? Why it's
I shouldn't have reminded people that this is an
Trek
option.
First Contact candy bar.
Oh,
chocolate
you're gonna want to hang on to that one. I
bar.
think it's a, I think it's a Wharf, if I remember. Yeah, that's Wharf, baby. That's the good stuff.
Magic hats. Hi, you get Frankenstuff Franks with Hornell chili. Great.
Oh, that's good. You want to
That's
take that home and
great.
put it in the fridge. Be careful. the
ya
chili
boy,
will
hopscotch.
explode if it's too hot.
Why it's
so.
frozen.
Okay, you can't get. This is one of the ones
Bonnefoy.
Bug selected. This is one of the ones
33
Bug
pumpkin
selected.
seeds.
Hi, Raven Bonnefoy. Ah, there's so many like wands of power being handed out tonight.
Really good. Really good.
Were we
Trick or
talking about
treat.
that Franken chili? No, I just hold it. We might have been. I just hold that in my heart. I had that in there already because again, a lot of these come from Discontinued Foods Twitter, which is why I know about Hormel's Franken chili wieners. Question mark.
Scary.
I will say this. I promise you this. The Jar Jar Binks tongue lollipop is not in there. That's low-hanging fruit. It's not an option. It's not in this candy bowl. I think we're out of wieners. We only had the tuna ones and the Franken chili ones, I think. So, sorry, kids.
Sorry, kid.
Oh, if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't Google. Don't Google Jar Jar Binks tongue lollipop. 1990s. Maybe early 2000s.
So, if you were trick-or-treating on RuneScape, this is where everyone dumped their candy, and it looks like we hit the goal this year. The pot is now overflowing with candy. It's very cute.
Oh, is this like a group thing?
Yeah,
That's cute.
yeah, we were all trick-or-treating together. Hang on, let me see. Check. Yeah, total treats deposited 246 million. Yay! I put in 1,700.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, there's trick-or-treating this year. It's really cute.
That's respectable.
You go up to random guards and people and you trick-or-treat. Special old people in town will give you candy, and there's one person who is a randomized NPC dressed in random costume parts who will give you 100 candies.
Yes.
It's really cool.
Yes, they look exactly like a player a player because they're dressed in the same costume pieces. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, Trick or Treating completely melted down Neopets' economy, but in a fun way this time.
Yeah.
I think that's good. I think
Really?
it's good.
Yay! I love that shit.
Oh
Hi,
yeah,
Raven
because
Bonnefoy.
Jake was talking about it like in the Discord a little.
Thank
Hi!
you for the $20 tip. Says trick or beans. Okay.
Yay!
Well, you get.
Oh, you might get some beans. I forget if there's beans in there.
Get. Hang on, go back. Uh-oh. Okay, does not go back, only goes forward. You get Heinz Easy Squirt Plush. Why, this is one I
Hooray!
found.
Yay!
Oh, happy Halloween. What else do you
take good
get?
care of him. That's your responsibility now.
Why, it's Haichu. It's Haichu. It's Halloween Haichu. What do you know? Haichu's good. You should
It's
be
Halloween
happy about
Haichu!
this.
That's good!
It's Haichu.
Yeah, enjoy that. It's a good time. It's Haichu.
Oh, Hogan energy drink.
I wouldn't drink that. Cards on the table. I wouldn't drink that. I wouldn't drink that. I don't think it does anything good. I don't
So
think
what
it
I
does
think I'm
anything
learning
good.
is that if I hit next, it shows the next thing in order, but if I let the slideshow play, it goes to a randomized thing.
Mm-hmm.
Smarties Original candy
Okay,
rolls.
interesting.
Okay. All right, thank you, Raven Bonnefoy. Happy Halloween. Very nice
yeah.
costume. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me guess your noises. And I think I actually might owe a slide whistle now. Oh, and a jingle. Hold on.
Yeah, we're at 86, 85.
Well, happy Halloween then. Let me get you your performance.
Oh, Puzz again. Hi, Puzz.
Well, I can do a one breather. Hold on.
You also get Cracker Jack soda.
That's a double. That you gotta give
Alright,
Puzz another
alright,
one.
alright.
We need a
Nah,
fresh
let's
one.
see. Hang on. We're gonna let it shuffle and see what comes up. Hang on.
That doubled up on accident. Okay. Rattle around in that bowl there. Thank you so much for
you
your
get
kind donations.
MZ Bubblegum CD. Yummy. That's
Oh, that
fun.
might also be a little out of date. There's some good chew in that, I think. I think there's some
This is
chew left in
pretty
that.
brittle sounding when I shake the tin, Frankie.
A little
Hi,
bit.
Snail.
Yeah,
Happy
thank you, by the way, to
Halloween!
Dinosaur Dracula. Dinosaur Dracula is why I know about bubblegum CDs.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
let this play a bit because I can see it's a double.
Let's see what we get. I can just see like the corner of it shuffling right next to you, so it looks like you're like rummaging and pulling stuff out. It's very good.
Let me speed up the time between slides a little for my own sake. There we Snail, there we go. You get a lollipop. Aw, happy Halloween, Snail. That's nice.
Oh, big swirly lollipop. That's the
swirly
goods.
lollipop for
Did we get personal Did we get personal zombie a treat?
No, we didn't.
They came through a second ago.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, kid. We didn't see you back there. Hold on.
You're just so short. I mean, not short. Yogurt dots! Yummy! Yogurt.
Oh, that's a good time. That's a good time.
Yogurt.
Can we ring a bet real quick? I want a trick or treat, but I need channel points. Could I redeem one for Adrian?
Yes,
Is that
can.
allowed?
You can. Oh, Bluey, you be hello.
Okay.
You get oh, Necro Wafers
let's
again.
see.
Hang on. Let me let this shuffle. Jelly Bellies again. Hang on.
Okay, I'm redeeming
Pop
one, but that's for
Secret
Adrian.
Shrek butter popcorn. Happy Halloween, Bluey Yubi.
It's green.
It's green.
It's green.
And Adrian
It's
gets...
green.
Oh, hey, I've had these actually. These fuck. This is Gudetama chocolate with egg custard in the middle. This shit fucks. I love it. Happy Halloween, Adrian.
I've also had those. Those are actually really good.
Hi,
Happy Halloween, Adrian. Enjoy.
You get... No, you don't get tuna. You don't get tuna. No one else gets toonies. I'm not doing that. So now today, you get Tootsie Pops. Yay!
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 You have to have Tootsie Pops in the mix for Halloween. I feel like Tootsie Pops were like one of the most stalwart standbys of like trick-or-treating culture.
No, exactly. It's like, you know, you get those in the bag and you hear them clonk. You know, that's the good shit. No, I'm not supposed to go
but
in there,
there's always that one kid who's willing to like trade stuff for lollipops.
Oh,
like
yeah.
they're willing to like slide over a couple of I don't know why, but I think like literally in my most like I have some pretty strong memories from trick-or-treating and Halloween stuff as a kid. But like the intricacies of the trick-or-treating trading index is like all still in there, man. Like you couldn't get like, you know, there was always someone willing to give away like the rice crackling whatever like weird like off-brand chocolate bars. There was always people willing to take the lollipops.
Oh yeah.
You could not get rid of like fruit-flavored Tootsie Rolls for love or money. That was in there. It was with you for the long haul. That was what you turned to, like day 4, or if you're a poor kid who is really making it last, November 7th. I was the weirdo who liked licorice. Oh, it makes me sad that you didn't get the licorice pipes. Oh well.
Sorry, Snail.
You might have liked the candied anise seeds too. Someone asked earlier what anise seeds are, and they are literally like little herby seeds that
They're good.
smell strongly of licorice.
They're
good on it. They're a nice breath sweetener.
Yeah, the flower candy mints that I really like have a little anise seed in the middle. It's good. You get through all the floured sugar and then you bite down. Oh God, Puzz, I'm so sorry.
Puzz says, literally the only candy left in my candy bowl outside is the lemon flavored Tootsie Fruit Rolls. No one will take them. Jay ate one and looked at me like he was about to cry.
You're doing such crimes to our
think I'd
Canadian
fuck one of those up,
friends.
though.
It's very sad.
It's important to do these things. It's important to do these things. That reminds me how to check what's left over from the candy bowl. We got lots of leftovers.
You got
I'm
lots of
rattling
leftovers.
a big scary bowl.
You know what I call them? I call them
We got
bestovers because they're good. You should have some. They're good. They're good.
That's a mom
They're
class
good.
joke. That's some calling Target Target or
Oh, I do
like
that
garage.
too.
Uh,
Hey, Sahu!
we all
What do you
do.
have for a toothbrush on this pool?
Okay, thank you, Sahu. Donated $15, says holding out for a toothbrush on this pole. Let's see. You get
Let's see if you get one. Let me get you your noises.
Reese's miniatures. Very nice. Normal candy.
I think we did that one already.
No, we've done Reese's peanut butter cups regular, not miniatures. We have seen the Heinz man
Okay,
before.
okay. There, I like a Reese's, so I put some in there.
Oh, we've seen Star Wars candy before. Hang on. Hi, Pops. Welcome home. We've seen Guretama. We've seen Bubblegum CD. Hang on. Haribo. Gummy Bear.
We're rustling in deep.
Sweet and scary
Yay!
mix, huh? What makes a vampire?
I think it's just like there's one really sour one. There's one really sour one in the mix of each bag.
I see.
I'll be honest, I'd fuck one of these up. I like a Haribo.
And then we got Twizzlers. What flavor of Twizzlers is this? Caramel apple filled
Caramel apple.
low fat snack. Twizzlers.
Now,
All right.
you might have some questions by what do they mean by caramel-filled Twizzlers. I have no answers.
Oh, caramel.
I have no answers.
And what's this? Why, it's Pringles white chocolate potato crisps.
Hooray!
Happy Halloween. Thank you very much.
Happy
that brings us
Halloween!
to $100. Thank you. Thank
Yay!
you very much.
Oh, that means that I have to. We get to get played a special little Halloween tune. We have unleashed the beast, which I guess in this metaphor means I'm just like opening the door and ripping a kazoo solo for some trick-or-treaters, which,
Really good.
to be honest, if that had ever happened to me when I was a kid, I would remember it positively, probably. What's a good Halloween? I know y'all just want the blast.
Can you do Grin Grim and
But
Ghosts?
it is Pringles coated in. Hold on, real quick. That is white chocolate dust covered Pringles. Adrian is what you're getting there. That's a good idea. I can at least do the first bar of Grim Grin.
Yay.
Wait, actually, I know what I can do. There's actually a song I've been practicing recently that's perfect for this.
That is Over the Garden Walls intro. Yes?
Doing the Batty Bat!
What?
Thank you all very
What
much
is
for
that?
your kind donation. It is Doing the Batty Bat from Count Von Count of Sesame Street, baby!
Oh! I've never heard of that.
Wild card. Thank you all very much for your kind donation.
Thank you.
Really? Hold on, let me actually sing it in a second. Let me sing the first couple of bars after I give you guys your...
Oh,
Oh, God.
really
I hate
good,
that
man.
noise. Hold on, let me tune it up. Let me adjust read. There we go. Gotta warm it up real quick.
Really
This is
good.
good gag work. This would get something thrown at me by a bored audience of children if I was a clown.
Hello.
The actual lyrics of it, by the way, are, in old Transylvania, when I was a lad, our castle was poor, but we never were were sad. We learned to be happy. We danced round the hall. And learning to count was the key to it all. By counting each count, I knew just where to start. And one special step has stayed close to my heart. 1, 2, 3, spread out the cape. 1, 2, 3, twirl round the floor. 1, 2, 3, left foot you swing. 1, 2, 3, then start to sing. 1, 2, 3, loud as you please. 1, 2, 3, counting with ease. 1, 2, 3, doing the batty bat.
Oh, that's
It's
very
the best.
cute.
It's probably one of the first songs I ever learned how to sing, isn't it?
Oh.
When I was a kid, I was very into Count Von Count, especially because to me, when I heard this song, it sounded like the kind of music that like my family played traditionally. So when I was really little, I thought Count Von Count was supposed to be Romani, which now that I know a little more about the history of Dracula is not inaccurate to a lot of vampire myths. There's some weird like, yes, the Count Dracula's gypsy minions. No, maybe don't. Bad. But also, hey, you take what you can get in this world. So, please enjoy the song from Sesame Street that I've been learning how to play. And again, thank you all so much for your kind donations and kind points redeems on Trick or Treats. We still got plenty of candy. And I will probably spend the rest of my points later if we don't go through all of these because
Great.
there's a trap that has not been activated yet.
Oh, that's scary. Really good.
It's good. Sesame Street has such good music in it. It does.
Oh, yeah.
I was, like I
love
said, when reading
Alligator
this
King.
like biography of Jim Henson, it was really. Yes. Oh, I love that one. But I was reading about how like a lot of the music, especially early on, was like given to their songwriters, just kind of like very casual. And It's Not Easy Being Green was literally just like, hey, we need a song for a frog. Like we need something for Kermit to sing, and that's what led to perennial fucking banger classic It's Not Easy Being Green, which when I was a kid was like literally the first time I remember having like a feeling of connection to like being mixed race in media. Like so like it said something to me. Just like, ooh, it's a good song.
Sorry, I'm doing this quest, but like, by the way, you can go to Werewolf Land now. And I'm like, what? What do you mean Werewolf Land?
What? That's an option?
Yeah.
I read about that on Tumblr, I think.
What?
The all werewolf butch party, right?
Yes, I will check on an old man for you.
Oh, we got a trick or treat from Plute's Boots.
Okay. Hi, trick or treat. Go-Gurt Trek for you.
Something soft? Hey!
You got something soft. Isn't that nice? Happy Halloween.
Yeah. Happy Halloween, enjoy. It's green.
It's green.
You may be thinking to yourself, hey, that's another Shrek thing. It sure is.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween! We got another one.
Oh, okay.
It's great.
Let's see.
All this trick-or-treating is really coming in like little bursts. We get like little crowds.
Oh, you get a frozen Dunkachino. I'm just gonna...
It's Dunkachino!
pour that into your bucket. Happy Halloween. Hope you like that. Happy Halloween.
You can just carry it with you while you're trick-or-treating.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
I gotta pin this one. It's a good message. I'm smiling so widely as I put my hand in the bear trap. We know what the people want. I'm
Good
so
God.
glad. Literally I just spent like most of a Saturday evening in a haze, like picking out things and trying to have. At first I was like, 100's a good square number. I can do 100. And then I was like, no, it has to be 108. I gotta find 8 more things to put in here.
Okay, I need to get out of this area because it's so story heavy. I will not be able to focus on talking to my friend. I have to go do drills or something.
Yeah, you gotta go like mine rocks or smelt things or fish. Can you fish in this game?
Yeah, you can fish. I'm actually high level enough to fish for
Yeah, that
lobster.
makes sense.
I have to go to
Lobster,
Kamraja
like
to
the
do it though.
I truly love the design aesthetic of these like little Minecraft chunks loading in,
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
do
That's
too.
really good. 108 is the Spirit Tom number, but that is specifically because it is a as best as I understand it, just like generally meaningful number in Japan, especially in terms of like evil or warding off evil. You get a lot of like prayer bracelet with 108 beads, or
Mm-hmm.
what I'm specifically referencing is a famous kind of ghost story or collection of ghost stories where a man is challenged as 108 yokai all visit him in a night, kind of thing.
You know how it is with
You can catch
yokai.
sharks and shrimps.
You can.
Yeah, you know how it is with yokai. I knew about the shrimps. Both the same hook. I see.
Do you have anything else
Lot
you
to
want to
do
say
here.
about Gumby?
Oh, I should clear out any of my Gumby thoughts. Pokey is introduced much later than you'd think,
Mm-hmm.
and I think like he isn't like a permanent member of the group yet. He actually comes from like the first storybook, so like the first like storybook shtick we see. Pokey's expressions are bad, and every time they try to push his expressions, it's bad, and I don't like it. I'll keep you posted on when he becomes like a regular part of things, but right now we're getting a lot of just Gumby in the void, and we see his mom for a minute at the beginning so that she can tell him to wear his gumbometer, which
His
is the device
gumbometer.
that tells you Gumby got too cold. At one point, Gumby is functionally poisoned by having ice cream put into his drink without his knowledge, because eating ice cream makes him too cold to function, which is a scary thing to introduce to your children's show. Like, there's like you have a character with a magical power.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta introduce a weakness, right? I'm okay with that. That's fine.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
This is like if you gave a children's character like a superpower, but their weakness was an allergy to bees, and like they had to get an EpiPen every time it happened, because like Gumby has to like physically actually be deliberately warmed up. It's not just like, oh, he got cold but he recovers in a few minutes. It's like, and here's Pokey putting a blanket around his shoulders and putting his feet in a hot tub of water. It's
Huh.
strange
It's a little dire.
choices. What? Yeah, and whenever he collapses from it, his eyes X out in the cartoon language for dead, which is again just kind of a lot.
Why am I being followed by someone with the dagger?
And that seems bad. Hello, sir.
Hang on.
Is that
Let me look
an
this up.
NPC or-
That's an NPC. Hang on.
I see.
Stranger, OSRS.
This is because of the Gumby discussion.
A mysterious assassin who sometimes
Uh-huh.
appears and attacks players. Awesome.
That's the full
Oh,
context
he will follow the
of that
player
bad
closest
boy,
to
huh?
him if he's lost sight of his target. Okay, well, hi,
Oh,
bud.
that's really funny. So you found a lost assassin at the zoo who's like,
Aw.
I can't see where my mom is.
Oh, poor guy.
Do you remember what they looked like? Do you remember what your assassination target looked like? Like what jacket they were wearing? Maybe we can take you to the front desk real quick.
You want to come do laps with me? Come on, it'll be fun. Come on.
Yeah, come on. We'll find them. We'll find them. They're looking for you. I mean, they're not looking for you, but you're looking for them.
I'm gonna
so.
go. Oh, you're gonna stay there? Okay, bye.
Okay. Good luck, buddy. That was great. We got like we had a little friend for a little bit.
Yeah, that was really
let's
nice.
see if there's.
It wasn't
Let's see if there's
scary.
any. Okay, so the last thing about Gumby, before break, where we'll probably switch over to talking about Discworld and not just me emerging haggard from my research laboratory, like glasses askew, just going newt on it, just telling you guys about these Gumby guts I've been taking a look at. He doesn't have any. He's just a clean half down the middle clay. During the cowboy episode, a hilarious gag was him getting bisected by a pair of swinging doors. I don't, anyways.
Oh,
So the episode before last that I watched was like the first Gumby episode to have Hello Pigeonsony. Was the first time I saw like a coherent plot, like a coherent kids show plot, like Gumby's listening to a record and a pair of the notes from the record escape and they're living note children and they don't want to be on the record anymore because it's boring playing the same notes over and over again, and they want to go home to Music Land but they don't remember what instrument they're from, and Gumby helps them find it while they're pursued by the evil sour note from the record. And at one point they're sad and he comforts them and then they find their instrument. That's like coherent, right? That's like a Chalk Zone episode, is I think how I put it.
yeah.
That's fine,
That's coherent-ish.
right? That's like that could like you can boil that down to like Gumby meets living musical notes and has to help them find their way home in Music Land. That's fine. Now, first of all, the episode is not named Music Land. It's named Two and Lou because that's the name of the living musical notes. Bad start. Bad start for a cartoon to open and it just says Two and Lou. And that's your title.
That is a little
Bad.
rough.
Second of all, the living music notes are flesh orbs with faces.
Oh,
And
I don't like that.
weird that like they're notes,
Mhm.
but the note part is their head and then they
Trick or
have
treat.
like
My
a
costume
piece
is
of
pile
cord
laundry.
kind of up the side. That's like the flag part. I don't know music notation names for
Real
things.
quick,
We got a donation.
we did. Thank you, Starcat, who chipped $10 as trick or treat. My costume is a pile of laundry. Really nice costume.
Ah, that's a wonderful costume. That's a you know what? That's warm for the weather.
We've already
Smart to
seen
dress
this
for the
one, hang
weather.
on.
Let me get you your honks while we're checking the candy
We've
bowl.
seen this one.
We've seen the horrible
Why,
Mickey
it's
monolith.
Three
Yes.
Musketeers. Very nice. Let's see what the other one
Hey,
is.
that's a nice one.
I'm just here under this pile of Three Musketeers. That's Haichu again. Hello.
Uh-huh. Rustling,
It's
rustling.
M&M's butterscotch with white chocolate. Yummy.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
But happy Halloween.
That's a whole bag. You
Happy
enjoy.
Halloween. Very nice costume. Happy Halloween.
Happy
I
Halloween.
think he was
Thank you.
dressed
I,
as one of
I
those
think we've
God in a
almost
Band
reached
bands.
us. I think we've almost reached the Summon the Beast donation incentive.
Scary. Scary. Scary.
Scary.
$10.
Oh,
until
music
then.
notes have stems. Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah, that would be a half
Alright.
note, I think.
So the other thing. Yeah, that makes sense. So the other thing you need to know is that one of them is a girl, and so the boy one has like a big round nose and eyebrows and no hair. Which, okay, fine, it's a cartoon. That's like a tulip character. The girl has no nose, but she has nostrils painted on the front of her face,
Huh.
and she has hair
Huh.
because it's 1956
Huh.
and it looks bad.
Huh.
And the other important thing to know about this episode, there's a lot I could talk about just this episode for a while, but I have to force myself to keep it really brief and just mention that about the midpoint of this episode, when the notes are crying because they can't find the instrument they're from. And by the way, whenever someone cries on Gumby, it's real water being dripped onto the models in
Oh.
between shots, and it
Boy.
looks so bad. They have Gumby sweat sometimes too, and I have never in my life wanted to see a claymation figurine sweat. Big, wet globs of sweat water. It's bad. It's bad. Them crying is bad. But the important thing you should know is that when Gumby goes, oh, I'll cheer them up, and he goes to play the piano. Oh, we got a trick-or-treater.
Oh,
Trick-or-treater,
hello.
you're gonna hear so much about Gumby,
Hi,
whether you like it or
Romeo.
not.
Hi, Romeo. Do you have something you want to say?
Hi, Romeo. Do you want to help trick-or-treating?
Oh, what a good boy.
Romeo.
Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Oh, it didn't play. Haha. No, it's the same Star Wars candy again.
Uh-oh. Gotta rustle in there deep. Gotta rustle in there deep.
Smarties! Very nice. Happy Halloween. You get a regular candy. Thank God.
Happy Halloween. They're the chocolate Smarties you get in Canada.
Oh, that's nice.
They're good?
That's nice.
Yeah. So there's Smarties and there's Smarties, you see?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's two types of Smarties available.
Ah, you're so smarties that you know.
Yes, Steve-O Citrus does point out something I forgot to mention. The Music Notes Children's are made of flesh.
Oh.
Because they're made of flesh-colored clay, so they look like they're flesh orbs,
Mm-hmm.
and it's bad. And when Gumby decides to entertain them, I have to hurry. We're gonna go on break, and I need to not be talking about Gumby when we come back. I need to curtail the amount of Gumby in this episode. You just need to know that Gumby starts playing the piano, and then a bunch of baffling shit happens, and I'm grabbing you all. Gumby can self-replicate without splitting. Him becoming multiple Gumbies doesn't have anything to do with him, like, splitting because he's made of clay, and you'd be like, okay, clay-based superpower. Clay-based killing me.
It's
Gumby's
killing
come
you.
for me.
It's actually killing
You'd think
you.
it'd be like... You'd think it would be like Gumby is made of clay and he splits apart into smaller Gumbies. No, he just starts manifesting other Gumbies, playing other pianos, and there's like an infinite line of Gumby piano shenanigans. And at one point there's this big horizontal line of different Gumbies playing physically different pianos just sweeping over this empty orange horizon. And all these little, like, they're about Gumby playing a little pair of whistles. And here's the punchline. Here's what I'm rushing to tell you all. This is all episode 10 of Gumby, 2 and Lou. Episode 11 of Gumby is the same episode with the plot out. It's the same episode as episode 10 exactly. Except for they added a little new title animation and a little the end animation. With the plot cut out. They took their first ever episode that had a semi-coherent children's show plot, and they shot it, and they gave you half of it. They took just the parts where whimsical shit happens. They took Gumby riding a skateboard and getting to Music Land, and Gumby playing a trumpet, and Gumby's fucking nonsensical phantasm 3 minutes of doing what the fuck ever, and called that a new episode. And I think this is part of what went... Media wasn't good. Children's media.
Yeah.
But do you ever watch old, like, Disney stuff and think, like, well, this is pretty, but was it really that much of a big deal? This was its competition. This was the competition for Walt fucking Disney. It's Gumby. And anyways, that's the episode that officially turned this from me being idly curious to me having, like, Gumby is my enemy, and I need to finish this project to metaphorically win. And I don't precisely know what will do that, except for me finding an episode that isn't a nightmare and is coherent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's ever happening.
No, I
But
don't
eventually
think
either Gumby will win...
Mm-hmm.
Eventually either Gumby wins, or I win. And I'm scared what that means, because it might just be I watch all of Gumby. I pray that's not what it means.
I think it would be good for you to watch every single episode of Gumby. I think it would be good for your mental health.
I think it would be good. Good night, Sahu. I
Good
will
night,
fight my
Sahu.
best against Gumby.
Well, on that
And
note,
we gotta take a break.
yeah, it's 10. We take a break.
It's 10:04. I took us into overtime to finish talking about
fucked.
Gumby. God
It's
help
fucked.
us.
It's fucked.
But we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're probably gonna talk about Discworld while Bugs does something another in OSR, and we still got treats.
Yay.
When we come back, oh, we still got treats. You love a treat? We will be right back. Now's a good time to get up,
Love
get a
treat.
drink, get a snack that isn't anything from this bowl. Good God.
Uh-huh.
Don't. They're display items.
Uh-huh.
Legally, these are display items.
Yeah.
I think.
I think so.
Alright, BRB, folks.
Be right back.
I think so.
Hooray, Ribble Beans, thank you. Woo. I got up and carried Romeo around a little bit. He was very cuddly. It's getting to be cold, so he likes sleeping in my arms. It's very cute. How's everyone doing tonight? Currently RuneScape. And what I've been trying to do is I want to get to Fossil Island. To do that, you have to have 100 kudos with the Varrock Museum. Varrock is the town we're in right now. It's considered like the first main hub area that you get to in RuneScape. So what you do is, you know, you clean some artifacts. You do this whole quest called the Dig Site where you clean a bunch of old artifacts, you know, on top of that. And then you can tell the curator of the Varrock Museum about quests you've already done. So that quest I was doing just now with the priest was to turn around and go, hey, Mr. Museum Guy, I did this. That should bring me to 98 out of 100, so I need to figure out one more quest to do. Hello, Frankie.
Hello. Hooray.
Hooray. How goes?
Oh, goes good. Spent a little time, it's very boring, but I'm very excited. It's like, oh, my fly traps for my window because I don't know where the flies are getting in my room, and it's a little bit dire. So,
flies will do that.
fancy fly trap. I think Aristotle was right. I think spontaneous generation is real.
Mm-hmm.
Mussels do simply emerge from the sand.
Mm-hmm.
Flies manifest from dust, I think, directly. I
Yeah,
imagine.
like bees come from oxen. Easy.
Yeah, exactly. Rabbits simply arise when there's grass. You know, manifestation. Side note, though, I always really love, like, manifestation theory, because, like, some of it you hear and you're like, yeah, okay, I can see how, like, you would think, like, mussels just occur because rock is there. You can see where that comes from. More wild is when you get to stuff that's like, crabs emerge because of the milk of a horse. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Back up slightly to where any of this comes from. And the answer is a man thought really hard, usually.
Hooray! I have to do
Hooray!
2 more. I have to do 1 more quest, so hang on. Varrock Museum kudos. I have to pick out.
Oh, yeah, geese come from, barnacles. Barnacle goose.
Oh, really?
Yeah. See, the barnacles look a little bit like geese.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, where do you find geese? Near water. So the barnacles drop off and become geese. You might think, okay, clams and stuff, crabs, you can see not understanding where they come from, perhaps.
Right.
But geese have eggs.
Yeah.
Farmers occasionally keep geese, actually. And there I stop and turn to you and say, do you think a philosopher is gonna ask fucking anyone who might actually know anything ahead of time, some of these motherfuckers couldn't, like, count their wife's teeth. So they just would say how many teeth a woman had. It's great. It's a good time. There's nothing but good things in philosophy.
See, we need to go to Ardong. That's the one with the zoo. Alright, we're fucking going. We motor.
Ooh. Yay!
Lots of
Zoo
walking.
trip.
Zoo trip. Hooray!
We are. And this is part of why when we were like, let's literally I think when we were like, we could do an old school RuneScape, Bugs was like, we should do it while talking about something.
Yes. Yes. Hooray! Hi! Hi!
Because we're
Yeah.
autistic, and sometimes when you're autistic, you turn to someone and say, hey, would it help if I made like a list of topics of what we could talk about? And they go, yes. Oh god, yes.
Yes, that would be
Thank
so
you.
nice, actually. Thank you very much.
You can find your people is what I'm saying. Eventually you will find your people. And yes, Romeo cameo.
Hi, I can't open
So,
the door because
Bugs has been reading Discord.
Sorry.
Ooh, Romeo, how could you do this to him?
He doesn't go out. He just sits at the open door where there's like a metal door and sniffs the night air.
No.
Yes, I'm reading Discord. I
Literally
just
like
got
the
up
screen
to,
doors.
Carpe
Yes.
Jugulum.
Yes, Bugs has been reading it. We've talked about it a little on stream before, but Bugs is reading it in chronological order, which I'm gonna tell you now, if you go looking for like Discworld read order, Discworld fandom has the Kingdom Hearts problem,
Yeah.
where people will tell you you need to do things in weird orders.
Yeah.
And I think we've discussed before, but there's like a post I saw that put it like a really good way, which is like, people are worried because the earlier books aren't as good as the later books, so they think you'll read one of the early books, and then you won't want to read the rest of Discworld. And to that I say, the first books are still really good.
Yeah.
Like, they're still a fun time.
Oh yeah.
They're very fun little parodies. It's still Terry Pratchett.
Mm-hmm.
Admittedly, I say this with my trajectory having been read a Rincewind book, but this was when I was in high school, so there was no way for me to find any of the rest of the books, because that's not how the world worked back then. Books were just something that drifted into your life from secondhand shops because you're poor and you don't live anywhere near a bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, when I was on one of my rare bookstore visits, I distinctly remember walking through the book section and seeing a bright yellow cover and picking it up, and it was called Monstrous Regiment.
Wow.
And that is one of the weirdest possible places for someone to start their genuine love of Discworld. I will tell, it's not one of the ongoing series. It's not a watch book. It's not in Ankh Morpork at all. At all. But it is my book, and at the end of that book, I was like, who's this background character called Samuel Vines? He's cool. He seems
Phantasmagoria
interesting.
Glitch. I'm sorry to interrupt. Phantasmagoria Glitch says, I wonder if Terry Pratchett knew about Kingdom Hearts. Terry Pratchett was a gamer.
Yes,
He absolutely
probably.
knew about Kingdom Hearts.
Terry Pratchett was a terminally online parentheses positive gamer.
Yes.
I don't know if he ever would have played Kingdom Hearts.
No, he liked playing Oblivion.
But he definitely knew. Yeah, Terry Pratchett, from what I have heard,
Oh wait, hold
Terry
on.
Pratchett would literally work. Mm-hmm.
Alright, please continue.
What was that? What was that hold up for there? Hold on now.
The infamous ship theme of RuneScape, Sea Shanty 2.
Oh, I actually downloaded Sea Shanty 2. I can actually turn that on because I downloaded like 4 RuneScape songs and I partially did it by... No, is just the copy of Sea Shanty 2 not a functional download?
Oh, no.
How can that be?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Frankie.
that's so sad.
Well, it's about to stop anyway.
Come on, play. Play, you bastard.
I just have to look at the map and figure
I'll
out
just
where
keep
I'm going.
listening to Flute Salad. I have something called Landlubber downloaded. Maybe that's good. I don't know. I only had enough bandwidth to download like 4 songs, so I just went RuneScape Good Music Reddit, picked 4 at random. Uh, but yeah, no, Terry Pratchett literally, from what I heard, would work with multiple monitors, and one of them would be the text file he was working on, one of them would be an internet browser, and the third would literally be like Oblivion. Like Morrowind.
Yeah.
Like whatever game he was playing. Which I
Yeah, he
think
was
it's
big
good
on
to
modding.
know he was really big on modding. A later book in the series has a lot to do with goblins, and literally part of why is because in a game he was very fascinated by like how goblins are these very like low level, universally despised like monsters in games like this, and he literally modded his game so that he could go into like the goblin environments and observe like what the dens were like and see like their little NPC routines and stuff. And I think it's good to know that if you do go into his books, because I think sometimes people get so wrapped up in like fantasy stories with fantasy races as like real world racial parallels, which they can't, it always will be at the end of the day, because that's the real thing that you pull on. But also, I think he was just really genuinely thinking really hard about dwarfs and trolls, like
Yes.
a lot.
Yes.
Like, I think he really was just sitting there going like, why do dwarfs and trolls fight? Well, what if they got along? What if like a pair of them were thrown together? How do troll brains work if they're made of rock? Like, didn't Terry Pratchett love a mod
Holy
that turned
shit.
Oblivion into a winery sim? I've never heard of that before, but yes, that sounds
That
like
sounds
him.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, he's very thinky, and it's been interesting that we've been like, this is a weird comparison point, but we were talking about how it's fun that like Bugs has been reading through these books, so I've been rereading some of my favorites from it, because we've also been watching through Adventure Time,
Mhm.
and I feel like they're weirdly comparable in initially kind of just being like silly one-off ideas. Like Discworld kind of starts as like fantasy parody novels,
Yeah.
and Adventure Time kind of just starts as magic dog and kid do stuff, and a guy appear, and there's a wizard.
Fuck.
And then both of them later on turn around and go like, okay, what is this setting? What is Ankh Morpork like? What is the ooh? What in Adventure Time? What does it mean to be a wizard? Why are all wizards like this? In like Discworld, it literally stops and goes like, why are there's always like disposable guards? Who are those people? Who are those people who just exist to be like the funny guardsmen on the wall and then get defeated by heroes? It's weirdly parallel. And in the same way, honestly, if you've watched Adventure Time chronologically and you were interested enough in the beginning being kind of piecemeal, you might enjoy Discworld chronologically also.
Yeah.
And also just... And
There's.
also, here's my advice. If you want to read... Oh, actually, you go ahead, Bugs. I've been talking for a while.
Oh no, it's okay. I like listening to my friend Frankie. I will say, something you should brace
Yeah,
for, if you're going to read Discworld chronologically, is you need to understand that these are books from, starting like the 80s, 70s, 80s.
By an Englishman.
So you're gonna see some racist depictions pretty early on. He learns his lesson and fixes this, but they're
Yes.
still in the early books.
Yes, I would compare it very much to Tintin, where, like, later on the author genuinely learns to do better and does a lot of research and thinks really hard, but there's that really early Tintin one where he's in America and it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. And I would say Discworld, even at its worst, it's not the worst time you're ever gonna have with an unfortunately racist book, but the thing is like, he's an interesting case because he steps back and thinks about things enough to, like, the last watch book that Bugs read, and the one that I'm currently on an audiobook, is called Jingo. And Jingo is... We should, like, maybe back up and start explaining what Discworld is, actually.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Okay, sorry, we, like, kind of launched in and, like, started talking conversationally. So here is what Discworld is. Discworld is a really long-running fantasy series of novels written by Sir Terry Pratchett, a deeply, deeply funny fucking individual, and, not exaggerating, maybe the poster child of ADHD-ass writers from the generation just before. Generation X, I will say.
Yeah.
But, like, Discworld started off, as we mentioned earlier, as kind of a series of fantasy parody book. The first book, at the very least, is, like, just straight up a fantasy parody book. It's been so long. What's the first book? Is that Color of Magic, or is that Sorcery?
That's Color of Magic.
Okay, and that's,
then
like, the first...
followed by The Light Fantastic, I believe. Then Sorcery.
And those are both, like, Rincewind books, right?
Yeah.
Those are all Rincewind books.
Yeah.
They start
Oh,
off
boy.
being about Rincewind, the wizard, who's not good at magic at all, and there's actually some fandom debate if he technically counts as a wizard, because he almost never actually successfully does magic. He is haplessness incarnate. He is like a street kid who wants to be a wizard so fucking bad, and unfortunately winds up in a lot of magic adventures, which he wishes he wasn't on. And through him, we start to get the setting of the Discworld, which is a flat, disc-shaped world held on the backs of 4 elephants, held on the back of the Great Atuin, a giant sea turtle. Okay? I need you to think. It is so important to mention that the fact that this setting is on a turtle is that our guest star, that's the candy bucket. That's for anyone if they want to get candy, either by points donations or by regular money donations. 1 point donation gets you a piece of candy. Every $5 gets you a piece of candy. But it is kind of our guest star, too. He's here. There's another pumpkin in there.
Trick or treat.
with him,
Hi,
so.
Cuppy.
Oh, from Cuppy Dog City.
Let's see. Oh, no.
Hi.
We've already seen this one. Cheetos. Shrek. Wow, catfight outside. Turn thy tongue Shrek green with baked Cheetos.
Hooray!
Hooray!
My trap card! Shrek has been activated once again!
For Bubbly, oh, flavored Tootsie Rolls. Sorry, pal.
Yay! You gotta have them in there somewhere.
You
You gotta have them in there somewhere.
They manifest in there. No one gives them to you, but they manifest
literally,
in the
I think-
trick-or-treat bag.
Puz literally got a
And
bag
so
of these
does
because of a
Shrike.
grocery delivery order mix-up. Like,
Gets
literally.
Zots. Holy shit, Zots. Those
Yes!
things, like, burn your tongue. I love them.
No, Zots are great because they're hard candy packed with the center of flavored citric acid. These were the shit when I was a kid. I would get them now and then, and they come in like a long ribbon. Ruble Beans, if you like the flavored Tootsie Rolls, you're strong. Oh, we got one from Jumble Caper,
Oh,
too.
hi,
You
Jumble
got another.
Caper.
I really like how we get these little clusters
I do
of
too.
trick-or-treaters
That's how
walking
it is.
together. I think
that's how it
cute.
is. You get.
That's how it is.
Oh,
you
Orion
know?
Choco Pie. It's fluffy. I love Choco Pie. Oh, hi, Latmeo Tea.
Enjoy a whole fucking box of Orion Choco Pie. Please enjoy.
Bloody
You
Choco
win.
Pie
You
is
got a
good,
good
too.
one.
Oh, you get
Leitmotif is wearing
Candy
another costume and
snack.
comes back up again.
Pokemon candy and snack. Is this toy?
Now, technically, I think these are just remints. I don't think there's like, I think
Oh.
there's like a hard candy
don't-
in that box.
Don't try to eat those, okay? Do me look at
Uh-huh.
me. Look
But
at me.
you do.
Do
It's a
me
nice little
favor, don't try
toy.
to
It's an
eat that, okay?
Okay, but there is a hard candy in there, so you know that legally they are taxed the same. If you've ever wondered why sometimes blind box figures from Japan have like one piece of gum in there, it is literally so they get taxed as snacks that come with a toy and not as toys. That is why that is. It's my favorite. Someday I want to see like a Gunpla kit that has like a piece of gum in there. That's what I really want. Like, it's candy with the prize.
Oh.
But yeah, so Discworld is initially that parody, and something that is very noticeable the longer you read through Discworld is I actually, one of the books I was reading recently had a really cute introduction written by like a fan, and they talked about how like there is another world where Terry Pratchett could have just continued writing really clever parody novels as his side job for decades.
Oh, hi.
And that
hang
he
on.
would have made
Slam
pretty
and
good
pour.
books.
Hi, trick or treat.
Oh, yeah?
You
Hi.
get pudding. Stallone high protein vanilla
Hooray!
cream pudding. 20 grams of
Mm.
protein, low carb, sugar free pudding.
So you should all know that there's exactly one treat that I ran by Bugs and went, is this too much? And they went, put it in. And it's the Stallone pudding.
Who could resist?
We had to both turn the keys on that bad boy.
Yeah, we did. We did. Mmm, yummy.
No, that's canned pudding, bubbly milk.
Mmm, yummy.
No Harry Potter discussion into... Kassanji, I'm actually gonna mute you for asking Discworld stories like Shrek combined with Harry Potter. No! No! What's
Nah.
wrong with you?
Fuck Harry Potter.
Don't bring up Harry Potter in chat. Get out of here.
I used to love
transphobic
it,
guy.
but
No, because
nah.
here's the big difference. Yeah. Listen, we're old. I'm 32. That was our Five Nights at Freddy's.
Mm-hmm.
That was our really unfortunate series we liked a lot, and we definitely weren't then.
You're in pretty good
also
shape for
briefly
a man
into
of
FNAF
science.
Truck or
when it
beat.
came out, because... Okay, I should just say I can't lump Bugs in here with me, but you get better.
Huh?
You get better. You recover.
What happened?
Oh, we got a donation.
We did. Thank you, Normal Child Not 60 Birds, who's donated Trucker Pete. You get
Well, they say they're a normal child.
Shrek Pops. Delicious hard shell. Scrumptious chewy center. 5 wild flavor combos.
So this one's important to me for the expression on Shrek's face. This is part of what started the Shrek section of the candy bowl, is the weird Shrek expression on that bag is a lot to me.
Shrek expression is
What was
a
that?
really
How much is
good
that
character.
donation for?
That was $6.90, I believe. Let me double check. Yep.
There's your honk. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Yeah, the Shrek promo image renders are all really baffling, and none of them look right. I don't know why that is.
I'm
But
gonna be
what-
sitting here
what I would say
slowly eating
Discworld-
trout and fighting this man for a while,
Yes.
so let's talk.
Hooray! Let's talk Discworld. So, what I was leading up to say is that Discworld eventually becomes like a setting that Terry Pratchett is interested in.
Mhm.
And he spends quite a while, like, I don't remember the exact branch off points, but he starts introducing like other characters and concepts, like the other wizards, especially after there is a near magical apocalypse
Yes.
that wipes out a non-insignificant amount of the staff of the Wizards University of the city of Ankh-Morpork, which Rincewind is a student at,
Yes.
is why that's relevant. Like an adult student, I should be clear, this is a grown-ass man, like an
Yeah.
adult 18 to 22-year-old, undeterminate. He has, I always imagine scruffy, like chin hair that really wants to be a beard,
I've
and it's
finally
really not a
hit
beard.
the first book that
Mhm.
mentions him having a mustache, and that's like it. Like, oh,
You
Rincewind, honey.
know,
And that's been
I
after
don't
he's
know if
been
I
living
think
in the
Rincewind is-
Australian outback for months.
That's right. I don't know if I think Rincewind is trans, but he could accidentally pass for a trans
No,
man
yeah,
based
no.
on his facial hair.
For sure. He's very
Like,
trans man
I,
vibes.
Rincewind's gender is wizard,
Yeah.
but not spelled there. Also, I'm so glad you're enjoying the candy, Ruble Beans. There's still candy in here.
Worth noting,
Uh,
Rincewind's hat, to prove that
Uh-huh.
he is a wizard, has the word wizard sewn onto it with 2 Z's.
Yes, it is very specifically. Let me spell it in chat. It's spelled like that.
You may
He
have
put
heard
that on
Frankie
himself.
pronounce that
He
as
put that on.
Wizard earlier. It was on purpose.
Yes, Wizard. You have to say it like I always. It's like Eddie Izzard.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
it's kind of like that. Izzard, Wizard, Lizard. Yes, exactly. But through the course of the Rincewind books, like, and he starts writing other books that aren't about Rincewind. And well, let me back up. Mostly because I want to mention our Chancellor Ridcully. Ridcully the Brown.
Ridcully. Hi. Big boy.
We start get hey. So
I always picture him as Helmet
literally,
from Psychonauts.
I always picture him as Brian Blessed,
Oh,
but like
you're right.
in a if Gaston was a wizard,
Yeah.
is the outfit I'm picturing. Like I don't even really picture in the he's wearing like a khaki vest, like
No,
with
you're right.
pockets.
You're right.
To back up a little, before a certain point in these books, wizards are described as like they're always fighting each other for power and blowing each other up, and it's this intense competition, which is kind of poking fun at how a lot of fantasy books are. Like we said, their initial books are very much parodies and poking at these concepts. Most of them get wiped out by a near apocalypse, and the remaining wizards canonically think, okay, we need like a nice gentle chap. We need a break from like scheming our chancellors of this magic school. Let's send out for Ridcully the Brown. He's a lad from the countryside, right?
Mhm.
I bet he talks to the animals and is a gentle. Ridcully the Brown is like a 7-foot tall brick shithouse who's been managing his like family's country estate for like most of his life, and hunts and jogs. And like, for contrast, most wizards don't do a lot. It's literally a joke that like they mostly eat food and sit around and are very good at not doing magic. Oh, we're talking big about Discworld in here, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ridcully the Brown is a jock wizard. He's a massive how to put it? Like, jolly is not the word.
Gizzard is not the word.
That's nothing. No, it's that he chummy, bombastic. Like I said, I imagine him as Brian Blessed, and
Yeah.
he kind of accidentally stabilizes the academy.
Yeah.
Just by being unkillable.
You see-
Literally just by being unkillable.
The way that you get promoted at the Unseen Academy is that you
Right.
Assassinate the people who are ahead of you. And
Right.
you know what? They aren't even in the Assassin's Guild. That's the worst part. Not even registered.
Yeah, but wizards, you can't do anything about wizards. Wizards do their own thing. We don't bother them. They don't bother us. They don't open the dungeon dimension. It's, what are you gonna do? It's how things work. It's fucked up. But, so that's like, you know, the wizard characters kind of start to get filled in around there, and in a really early book, which is, Equal Rights, I want to say,
Yes.
is where the witches kind of first come in. Equal Rights is the kind of book where if you read it now, the ideas in it are like very early feminist
Yeah.
fantasy writing.
Yeah.
So that feels like a little quaint, but you have to remember when it was written, and literally it's about like a girl who was born with the inclination to be a wizard. And there not being any space for that in this setting, because in the setting it follows the he's poking fun at the common fantasy trope of women are witches, men are wizards. And immediately turns around and goes, hey, what if that didn't work for someone? What if there was a 7th son of a 7th son, but it was a girl? And they try to train her as a witch and it doesn't work. So they gotta bring her. But the real shining star of that is he makes these witch characters.
Oh.
And he makes Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og. And they are
Amazing.
hugely beloved characters for a really good reason, because one of the things to know about Discworld is like Terry Pratchett is great at character writing. He is like the king of, like, we've been discussing recently, like how good he is with like character dialogue, and even when he describes locations, a lot of times if he goes into detail, because he doesn't a lot, it's because it tells you something about the people there. Like, the people from that place or someone's room. I'll allow that. Yeah. Oh, good eye. But literally just like Weatherwax is intense and cynical and the proto like tough old backwoods witch, and Nanny Og is a survivor of like 30 husbands and has been around and is the center of this like sprawling matriarchal hierarchy that she rules. She is, if you have read One Piece, Discworld's answer to Charlotte Linlin, except much smaller.
Yes.
And less active murder, question mark? She is your grandma who is going to sing a filthy song if...
Sorry, please continue. I just saw something terrible on
No,
the
what? Oh, terrible like you're not going to repeat it back to me on air? That's fun.
Yeah, more or less.
That's fun. The world's a magical place. Anyways, so yeah, those characters, the witches start to get brought in. They become like a repeating... Basically, like what Discworld starts to develop is he keeps opening up the worlds more and building on things and making books about characters that aren't Rincewind that kind of go in a series. Like after Equal Rights, there's other books that feature the witch characters, who, by the way, often have like a third witch who kind of completes the classical mother maiden crone, but the maiden changes out every now and then, which I think is probably good. You got to rotate your character dynamics a little bit there, which I think my favorite witch book is probably Witches Abroad, even though it's a very early witch book.
Oh, I love Witches Abroad.
Yeah, Witches Abroad is really fun because literally it's them going out abroad to stop a forced fairy tale situation.
Oh, God.
Where a quote-unquote good witch is literally forcing a fairy tale to happen, and it's functionally Cinderella, and it's kind of a nightmare because she has turned the equivalent city to the setting's New Orleans into Disney New Orleans, and she is going to make Cinderella happen, and she doesn't care if the girl who she's the fairy godmother to actually wants that or not. And it's really fun because you find out that the woman doing all of this is Weatherwax's twin sister, and because her twin sister became the evil one, Granny Weatherwax was forced by narrative causality to be the good one, and she's been pissed ever since.
Yeah.
And it's very fun. It's a really fun examination of fairy tales. It's really fun, just like the witch personalities bouncing around off each other. I'm very fond of the witches because my first real encounter with Discworld was the Tiffany Aching books. Oh yeah, I forgot. I actually read one of the Tiffany Aching books after Rincewind, but because it was like less connected to the rest of Discworld, I didn't realize it was a series.
Who's
They're
Tiffany
lovely though. You'll
Aching?
enjoy them when you get to them. She is a witch character who kind of is the center of her own story without the other witches, weirdly enough, who is kind of a Pratchett young adult novel. But, like, people say that, but I feel like it's just because it's about a teenager or, like, a young child in the first ones. You'll enjoy it a lot, I think.
I'm waiting for...
She is a young witch from the Chalklands. Who
Ooh.
doesn't know... Oh, we got a trick? Who got a treat?
From Senior Bob, I'm just waiting for it to shuffle to something we haven't seen yet. Okay, we got the Mickey Copter twice and
Really
5 pulls.
The Mickey Copter wants to go with a new host so badly.
Fruitaburst Fruit Gum.
Have you seen the recent?
Yummy.
Oh, please enjoy Fruitaburst Fruit Gum. It's full of flavor crystals. Question mark.
Yummy.
Don't worry about how that packaging looks in any way.
Yum yum
Enjoy.
yum yum yum.
It's good. It's very good. Oh, and one of the other early characters of Discworld who we should definitely discuss is Death.
Oh yes.
Literally, I think very early on, Pratchett starts cracking jokes about having, like, the Grim Reaper shows up, because that's, like, a trope, you know? You write a book, the Grim Reaper shows up, and
He
in
really
his
likes
books...
curry.
Death always speaks like this, in kind of this all caps gothic font.
It's really good.
And at some point, yes. And he writes a book called Mort, which is about death taking on an apprentice. And it's a fun read. I enjoy Mort well enough.
Mhm.
It's a good time. It's a pretty
Mhm.
fun time. It's death takes on an apprentice who is a normal human and also turns out to have an adopted daughter. And without any too big of spoilers, the end of the book winds up being them leaving together, which is probably kind of what Death was aiming for, anyways. But then you get the book that I actually recommend if you try doing chronological order and bounce off, or you just want like a random place to start. Reaper Man
Oh,
is
Reaper
one
Man
of my
is
all-time
so
favorites. Yeah, it is one of my all-time favorites of the fairly early Discworld books, and it still has some moments that I think about a lot. It is a book about death. I forget, does he outright say he wants to retire, or is he just like saying like I want to take a vacation? But like either way, death just decides he wants to be a person.
good. Mhm.
And he becomes a human man, kind of. It's implied that he is still definitely a skeleton, but people are kind of forced to see a human.
Mhm.
Because, of course, they're not a skeleton. They're not talking to a skeleton. Why would you be talking to a skeleton? That's Bill Dorr. That's regularly human Bill Dorr. Obviously, you're looking at a very. Oh, he gets fired by the auditors. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
It's been
thank
long
you.
enough since I've read it that I kind of. Yeah, the auditors are a. They represent the force of the universe that is entirely logical, and they do not like humans, and they do not like personifications. And
Mhm.
because he's fired, he goes and becomes human. And in the meantime, the concept of death as a manifestation kind of spills because he's not there.
Yeah.
So that gets a little bit weird. But it is mostly just a very lovely book that has a lot of thinking
Oh,
in it about,
and
like,
then the mall is invented, and
Mhm.
it's made out of flesh.
that's right, and there's too much life energy around, so a parasitic shopping mall manifests in Ankh-Morpork. Don't worry about that. It's Terry Pratchett decided to do aliens for a second. It's a really fun side part of that because it's the life cycle of a shopping mall starts as snow globes and then becomes shopping trolleys and then becomes a shopping mall. Which,
Uh-huh.
do we mention these were written in the 80s? A lot of them.
Yeah, there's in fact something I really like about Discworld, just to take a small aside, is as technology
Please,
evolves
please.
in the outside world, Terry Pratchett likes to make notes on it within Discworld. So you'll get like yeah, this is our personal assistant demon. He will tell you what times you have. He can read your handwriting because when the PDA was being advertised, one of its big things was that it could, quote, read your handwriting, but more often than not, it would actually just translate it into garbage. Oh, hang on, I have to kiss a frog.
Yeah, which I love because Terry Pratchett was also like very much always an early adapter with technology. So like, we mentioned the wizards earlier. Over the course of books featuring the wizards, we start to get the younger wizards developing a computer, which is made out of an ant hill that like goes through all of these tubes and computes things. And it's really funny because the older wizards are like, you made a really big magical machine that can do calculation. All right, lads, have fun.
Yeah, yeah.
See, seems like an abacus could have done the trick, but what do I know? And
It's run by
it being
ants, so it
Discworld.
says ant hill inside. Really good.
Which I love though because it's Discworld, so eventually the computer's kind of an alive person.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it too much
Oh,
there.
Hex.
Don't worry. He's a good computer, I think.
We love sweet baby Hex, who loves his teddy bear.
We do. What was I saying? Oh yeah, most just Reaper Man is something that I really love because it kind of talks a lot about like if death is human shaped and he knows humans and there's humans he cares about. What does that mean if you're not human? What does it mean if you are absolutely not human whatsoever? But maybe for a little while you live with humans.
Oh.
Maybe you meet a human and you like her. And the thing is, at the end of the day, you're still death. and maybe you actually care about your job. Maybe you actually care about your job and people's lives being taken correctly so much that you'll fight for it. And it has one of my favorite lines in Discworld, which is, what does the harvest have to hope for, if not the care of the Reaper Man? It's really good.
It's
and
really
I love
good.
the death books in general. All the death books kind of feel about that, especially the next one of the death book series, which I can talk about because Bugs has read it, which is Soul Music, which is really fun because it is also another type of Discworld book, which is what if our world concept entered this fantasy book. And in a lot of these, like, there's moving pictures, which is about this with movies where it kind of happens and then almost destroys reality and then goes away. And that's kind of its standalone character, except for Gaspode. Gaspode is a very good boy.
We love
Saved the whole
Gaspode.
world, don't you know? We love Gaspode here. But Soul Music is fun because it introduces that Death's adopted daughter and his ex would-be assistant wound up having a daughter, and her name is Susan. Susan Stow-Hellet, I believe, and she is Death's granddaughter, even though it's by adoption. In Discworld, it doesn't really matter that it's by adoption. She is a little bit not human.
Yeah.
She has inherited being death from him. And her parents found that really scary, and they tried to do something kind for her that in Discworld, which is again a literal magical setting, a magical ass, there is a mountain in the middle of the Discworld where the gods are literally at the top of it, like straight up. Again, it's on elephants, it's on a turtle, vampires are real, werewolves are real, magic is real. And Susan's parents raised her to be a logical child.
Yes.
Because they didn't want her to be subsumed by being a magical entity. God help her. And that's the one where Death kind of just wanders off for a bit. And Susan gets tapped by, Death's... Well, no,
Coworkers?
Albert doesn't send for her. Well, that's the thing is I'm like, okay, so Death has a live-in male friend who is his assistant and caretaker,
It's
who is named Albert.
Death's special friend that he lives with.
They're both bachelors, and they live together, because, Death is so busy with work all the time. I don't know what he'd do if Albert wasn't there. He has a man who lives with him, who just brings him his tea and his curry
him
and
his
keeps the kitchen
meals.
looking nice.
You know,
It's it's an
good
arrangement,
friends.
and Albert. I mean, Albert was a living human who just never dies and stays with Death forever. That's not. He gets his groceries for him. It's a normal. It's his
Uh-huh.
They're very good friends.
They're very
I
good
think.
friends, I think.
Yes, but Albert, I think it's the death of rats, even.
Yeah,
and
and
like,
the raven.
Death's horse just shows up.
Yeah, Binky
Yeah, and
appears.
well, the death of rats gets the talking raven who works for a wizard to translate for him, and Binky, that's Death's horse. I'm looking at the audience. Mr. Pratchett, what did you mean by this? Oh, just wait. This is all the preamble before we start to get to the watch stuff, which is the part that I've reread the most, and we're gonna have a half hour called What the Fuck is Going On with Veterinarian Vimes? Anyways. Oh yeah, his name is Quoth. Thanks, Sheik. I forgot his name is Quoth. Jesus Christ.
That's cute.
That's the other thing you should know. Y'all should know about Discworld if you choose to read them. Every now and then, Terry Pratchett is going to hit you with a pun like a chair.
Yeah. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, the death of rats. The death of rats, by the way, is a rat skeleton in a cloak. He's one of the representations of Death that rose up when Death was out of the office in Reaper Man, I think?
Yes.
But, like, Death just didn't reabsorb just specifically the death of rats because it seems like he just kind of likes having a little part of himself that's this little fucking rat in a cape in a cloak. He just likes having him around. I don't know. I mean, I would too, right? Like, I
No, I'd love
absolutely
that.
would also.
A cute little
If
rat.
I was like,
Come on.
it's like Death's Daemon from like from Golden Compass.
Christ, no, you're right.
Yeah, he's just the manifestation of the death of rats, which is really fun because anytime a book has the opportunity, Terry Pratchett, like, he shows up in Men at Arms. No, not Men at Arms. It's which one's the arsenic poisoning? I just listened to it. How did
Feet
my
of
brain
Clay.
do this? Feet of Clay! Yeah, Death of Rats has a cameo in that, which is... Yes, Truxanima points out very important detail. Death of Rats uses the same gothic font, he just only says, squeak!
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
It's really
It's
good.
good. It's good.
Feet of Clay
It's
also
good.
has the best character, the Exterminator.
Yes! Oh my god, gnome characters don't show up a lot, but they're always really... These ain't your Tumblr gnomes! Nay,
Yeah.
nay.
I just hit
Duty
the
to violence.
quote-unquote pixies appearing in Carpe Jugulum.
Oh, they come back in a big way for the first Tiffany Aching book.
Ooh.
They are... I forgot they were from... I haven't reread the Carpe Jungulum. I should hit that one next.
It's a weird one. I like
that'll-
it, but the pace is kind of odd. It's
Mhm.
interesting.
There's some... Discworld books are really fun because, like, there's a lot of them. All of them have things to love. Some of them feel a little bit like a wheelbarrow push. You know? We're like, it's rolling.
Mhm.
It's rolling.
Mm-hmm.
But it might not be so smooth. It might be a little bit goofy.
Mhm.
Oh, right, appendage of clay. Sorry about our
right.
automatic
Sorry,
filters on our
Trux.
desk. Do your best. Do your best. Do your best. But yeah, there's the death books start to come up. I actually have a file that I prepared for this. Yeah, here we go. Weird Sisters. Oh yeah. If you see someone telling you to start with pyramids or small gods,
They're insane.
don't listen to them, please. I don't know. Those are fine books. I like small gods a lot. They're not good starting points, and I don't know why people think they are. But we have... Wow, I forgot that Guards is before Reaper Man. Well.
Wow.
Do you mind, Bugs, if I start to get into a little bit of the Night
Please.
Watch?
Go ahead.
So, as I mentioned much earlier, baby trans moms knowing my Daemon would be a lady. Aww.
Aw.
I feel that. I feel like a lot of us made very trans decisions about OCs and self-inserts that only made sense much later. Yeah, Truxano, by the way, points out something good about pyramids and small gods, which is they're very interesting, but they're very thematically niche. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put that. But, also, God help me, pyramids is so slow I didn't actually finish it. I'm sorry, I gotta turn in my Discworld card now. I'm sorry, I could be reading something with Captain Carrot in it, which, speaking of, so, oh god, it's almost 11. We're gonna have to take a break. I'm just gonna start to introduce these concepts. Help! So, pretty early on, earlier than I thought, Terry Pratchett writes Guards. And Guards is literally just him sitting down and thinking about fantasy guards, who I think the very deliberate way he puts it a few times is like, these faceless people who run into the room where the hero is, and they get defeated by the hero, and that's all guards exist for. And it's very fun because he has said himself, the main character of Guards isn't who he meant to have be the main character. Guards is also, like, kind of the first book, in my opinion, where, like, at Bugs, you've read through these more, but I feel like it's the first book where, like, Ankh-Morpork the city is, like, really upfront as, like, a place.
I would say...
Kind of like the place it'll be for the rest of the books.
Yeah, I would say, like, the first suggestion of Ankh-Morpork as a place would be, like, in Equal Rights, there's, like, a sketch of it, but Guards is definitely where it's like, okay, let's think hard about the shape of this place and what it means to live here.
Yeah. And not just like it is a big fantasy town, which is kind of what it is when it first shows up in like I think sorcery especially. And Ankh Morpork is fun because Ankh Morpork is London. It is London. It is London. It literally is a city that is roughly divided into an upper class area, which I think it's literally even like one of them is Ankh and the other one is Morpork, and I want to say Ankh is the fancy side of the city and Morpork is the lower class side of the city, but I might have that completely reversed. God help me.
I don't know.
But it has a big, hyper-polluted river right in the middle that is the actual Ankh, which is famously described as being functionally moving mud.
Yes, you
And,
could stand on it.
You know,
You could sink into it and die.
you don't want to fall. You don't want to fall in it because you'll get it like a new disease, but
Yeah.
you could also just like walk back out most of the time. It's you're not gonna get into too much trouble. It's gross,
It's
but
it's like any city's river. The same thing happened with the Alawai Canal in Hawaii, where a tourist famously fell in, got a flesh-eating disease.
yes. I don't know if a flesh-eating disease would survive in the River Ankh.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't
Oh, they
think it
talk
would make
about
it.
how there's like special breeds of dolphin, the shovel-nosed dolphin that lives in the Ankh-Morpork River
Oh my god, yeah.
to make the sludge
It-
part.
so Ankh-Morpork, yeah. Ankh-Morpork is a fantasy city that is also very much London, but written in the finest tradition of a British person who knows London sucks.
Yeah,
Which I kind of love for him.
yeah.
It is not like the grand tradition of the fine, beautiful Britons. It is literally like bad. It's like there's no fire department in Ankh Morpork because they were being paid by fire. So the fire department started setting fires.
Oh, it's so good.
Ankh Morpork has a thieves guild, which I love because a lot of fantasy books have like, the thieves guild, which doesn't make sense, but Terry Pratchett made it make sense because the way the thieves guild work is that you have to be an official card-carrying thief or else you get fined, and if you pay a small due to the thieves guild, you don't get thieved. So shops have a little plaque in their window that shows that they're paid up with the thieves guild, which you might also think to yourself, wait a minute, doesn't that mean that the only people getting stolen from are poor? Yes.
It also
Yeah.
means that when someone's getting accosted by a thief, they will present them their license first before they start thieving.
Yes. And which is especially fun because, again, this is a book about the guard of Ankh Morpork, and more specifically the night. It's 11, we have to take a break.
Oh, right.
Bitch!
Fuck.
Sorry, I just realized, like, wait, we're getting on too much of a roll here with info dumping. We gotta stop and take care of our bodily needs. Alright, you in chat, take care of any bodily needs yourself. Now's a good time to get up, have a stretch, have a little walk around, get yourself a snack. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. We'll be on the VODs channel. Good. God, I'm glad I glanced up at the time. We will be back in about 5 minutes. BRB.
Baby.
I'm gonna eat one of the pieces out of the candy bowl. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's in here. Hold on. I'm gonna just scroll up and down and click one at random. Oh! I'm gonna put this back in and get a different one back out. I don't think that yogurt's still good. Hello, Erythorn. Have a little coffee. I don't know why Mook accent drifts eastward. I don't know. You just don't do like Californian Mook, you know? Ooh, a slice of leftover cake. Hell yeah. We wait a bit for Bugs to get back. How you doing, chat? I am so glad
Hi.
you guys have been enjoying funny candies. Hi.
I'm finishing a little bit of kimchi kick soup.
Ooh, you should finish that. It's good for you.
Ah, okay. Oh, we got one of those
Hello, friend.
big old roast chickens from Costco. And then we got
Oh,
a thing
the
of
goods.
croissants, so we were eating them in the croissants. And today,
Yeah,
my mom
that's
made
what you do.
my mom made her chicken soup that she makes out of the bones and the leftover meat. And brother, so good.
Oh yeah.
Whew.
I don't always have the energy to do that with the end of a rotisserie chicken, but it's such a like good, easy time to like make a soup base with.
It is. It is.
Because you can literally just like dump the whole thing into the bowl or like into the pot, just like
Yes.
all like anything like jelly in there goes right in, baby.
We have one of those like sous vide, not sous vide, fucking like you put the lid on and it steam cooks.
Yeah. Pressure cook kind
Pressure
of thing.
cooker, and it like made the chicken bones fucking dissolve. The shit marrow everywhere. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, no, pressure cookers make this kind of thing real easy. And if for some reason anyone in chat has the same weird lingering nostalgia that I do for the like cafeteria cooks doing their best chicken noodle soup that you got
Those are
sometimes,
good.
do broth like this, but then add like 2 teaspoons of chicken bouillon powder or better than bouillon on top of that.
Ooh.
And for some reason, that's the exact flavor of like both real chicken broth and a little bit of bouillon on top of that. That'll get you there. That'll get you there.
That sounds good.
It's good. It's good. Celery, chicken, chunks of slightly tough boiled chicken. Ooh.
If you got a chicken soup, put a little bit of lemon, put a little bit of dill in there. Oh, and if you can, matzo balls.
I do like dill. I do like dill. I do like a bit of dill. Alright, where were I think we had gotten on to so as I mentioned before, the Guards books of Discworld are definitely where I like got into reading Discworld as a whole. Like I don't know if I like read all of the Guard series books like in a row, but I do know that it's like after I started reading the Guards books that I then basically started reading at complete random based on what books I could get my hands on. So, as said before, you don't have to follow any coherent reading order to get into Discworld. You can just read at total random and then only later put together what order anything happened in. Because here's the thing, Discworld books, the release order is chronological, baby. Outside of like, I think 1 or 2 books, like I think literally Small Gods happened relatively in the past and only ends like coherent to modern day.
3 things.
And that's a pretty like separated.
Real quick. Stupidity. I've never heard of those books. That's really interesting. I'll have to check that out later. Trux Anima. That sounds fucking delicious. 3. On the subject of Small Gods, there's something really interesting in Carpe Jugulum, where so Small Gods is a book that takes place a really long time ago, and in it there's a character named Brother
in the country of Alm,
who meets a god who has been largely forgotten, has to be remembered, the turtle god.
Literally. Well, can I expand slightly because
Yes,
it makes me really
please.
it's a fascinating thing. He is an adherent to the religion of Omnia, and the god he finds is actually Om. It's just that the religion has kind of become so much a force on its own, it weirdly doesn't have anything to do with the god anymore. It's so like the religion is so obsessed with maintaining just the religion and the rites and persecuting and being the religion that the god Om has lost so much power. He has wound up just as a turtle that literally gets dropped by a bird that was trying to eat him onto this character.
A really interesting commentary on evangelism, and it's interesting because like when you touch on that religion all those years later, when it comes up in Feet of Clay, I believe at first is the first re-mentioning of them again. It's cycled around to something like that. And in Carpe Jugulum, there's a
but purely through like discussion.
In Carpe Jugulum, there's a character there who is a pastor priest for Omnian religion, and one of the vampires was around when it was founded, and is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yes, Small Gods is really lovely because like it literally ends with like the main character negotiating with his own god. Like, we need time to be people.
Yeah.
We need time that's not like you returning to power can't be that you like rule our lives, because in Discworld gods are literal entities.
Mhm.
And I also really enjoy that book because himself discovers like the other gods plotting wars as like basically tabletop game
Yes.
playing
Yes.
and kicks everyone's fucking ass.
It's really
Which
good.
is really fun, both for like, yeah, but it's also fun because that's actually the canonical reason why it's no longer a fantasy world dictated by the gods that much, because and this one follower kind of strong-armed gods into knocking that the fuck off a little, which is very interesting background world building for a fantasy series.
And it's
Need
cool
to read
because...
this series, but damn if my library doesn't have them. Real quick, Libby, get the Libby app. Get the Libby app, put into it what your library card is. Your local library or a local library near you almost certainly has access to Libby. Libby lets you rent ebooks. You might wind up on a waiting list for like 8 weeks, but here's the thing. I'm on a waiting list on Sorcery for this. They bought another copy of Sorcery because so many people were on the waiting list since I got on the waiting list.
Aww.
That means money for the library, baby! It's, if you can't get out of the house much, my ass is disabled, Libby.
Yeah.
Okay, all done. Also, who's to say if there aren't funny copies here and there? Go on.
And what's interesting is that you know, before Small Gods, that was actually a way that very commonly the Discworld books would open, would be the gods setting up a game to bet on, particularly in the Rincewind books. It was very interesting.
Yes,
because
Rincewind is explicitly...
it's Terry Pratchett,
Sorry, just...
like, first turning around to interrogate his own work. It was very interesting.
Yes. Yeah, and it's very funny because, like, technically when he does that, this is getting a little bit granular. We'll like get back on stuff, but Terry Pratchett actually opens a lot of his books with a functional invocation to the muse.
Yeah.
Which is a writing tradition often associated with. I'm familiar through really enjoying the series of a comic adaptation of the story of Alexander the Great, which opens with a gorgeous variation on the invocation of the muse. And the invocation of the muse is very often literally a short couple of like sentences or a paragraph beginning a older tale. A lot of times this happened in Persian writing, this happened in Middle Ages writing, this happened in a lot of older writing where it's just straight up like, I, who am penning this tale, call upon the gods of inspiration to help me as I write. Oh, lo, the ancient poets whose works inspires me. Let me bring my small, humble offering to this great tradition. He doesn't write it like that. He writes it like, through the oceans of space, the great Atuin swims, and upon his back, or as Bug says, like, on the mountain of the gods, they begin to roll. And to me, that's an invocation. And I'm a nerd.
Tenebrous Forge, thank you for
Only just barely didn't get an English degree. Hey, thank you for trick-or-treating. We can get Tenebrous Forge. We can get a little. There's a candy in here. There's a candy in here.
Not that one. We've seen that one already.
What can we find?
I'm digging.
No, we've seen Fruit of Burst.
We've seen Reese's Cologne.
We're looking... uh-huh.
I'm looking. Wavy Ongulays. Cowboy barbecue beans flavored Lays. Yummy.
Hell, that's a good one. That's a deal.
Don't say cuss words at my door. I just gave you candy. Don't trade on my doorstep.
They're allowed to trade candy if they want to trade
They
candy.
do it out
The
of
chat
my,
members
they
are
do it
allowed
out
to
of my
trade
line of
candy.
sight. They do it out of my line of sight.
I really like. I got tuna. I will spoil the surprise now. There's actually not a rock in here. I totally should have put like the
You
Charlie Brown rock in
should've.
here somewhere. I'm a little sad.
Next time. Next year.
Tell you what, in December we'll just have Halloween too.
Oh, that would be fun. Dude, okay,
we should!
Let me pull back the curtain a little. So the candy thing operates off of a slideshow plugin that OBS has.
Yes.
And it can have up
Mhm.
to 250 MB of images. Frankie
Yes.
only brushed 30 MB.
Mm-hmm. I turned 108 images into 38.8 MB gods megabytes
Yeah,
through dark wizardry.
yeah. So
I do this.
much to
I
think
do
on.
this.
Much to think on. Maybe we should do this for
I
Christmas.
I n- I I think that'd be fun because then in December we can have a really deliberately, in no way, not even as a joke,
Oh,
in any way
God.
Christmas aligned holiday celebration.
We
So
could do
Halloween
like
too.
spooky greetings, what it all, with like trim on the sides of the stream and everything. Hang
I
on,
think
I'm
we
writing
should.
this down. Hang on, I'm writing this
But
down.
only Halloween based. But only Halloween based.
Yes,
Only Halloween
yes,
based.
yes, yes.
To be clear, there will not be, and as a joke, there's elf milk in there. Will be
Halloween.
totally Nightmare Before Christmas stream. Tenebrous Forge. You're onto something.
Okay,
You're onto
I've
something. You're
underlined
onto something.
Halloween. Oh, by the way, for those of you who didn't hear, fucking Indigo
Halloween
Disc
too,
is
yes.
coming out
Mhm.
December 14th. What the fuck? That's quick.
Yeah, much sooner than we thought it would be. It's really fun.
Fucked up. Anyway, you were saying?
Oh, geez, I forget what I was saying. Where were we? Oh, I think I was just nerding out about how he does Invocation of the Muse, and we were on a side thing. Here's the nice thing. I got the list, so I can just get back to the Guards series. Well, not the Guards series. The Night Watch series is often what it's called, but sometimes you don't worry about
Don't
what I
worry
said about
about
elves.
elf
Don't
milk.
worry.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen come
I
closer.
hate it here. I hate it here. That is not in the trick bag. There is no December holidays related material in the bag. If anyone has any points left over, they can search it for themselves. Or $5 has.
Christ.
Do you has what it takes to join the Homestar Army? Sorry, listen, sometimes Uncle Frankie has to talk purely in Homestar Runner references. Happy Halloween!
Oh, hang on. Not quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite yet. I'm gonna do a
What
pickpocket.
happens in Dwarf Fortress? That's scary. Not Pop Secret. We've seen Pop Secret.
Oh, here we go.
Mhm, Charleston Chew.
Bigger M&Ms.
Great, it's turning
in
into like a gacha.
Shrek colors. Shrek Tube Milk. It says, "Yeah, I'm ogre-sized." Because Yellow's asking
So
Red,
I think they're...
"Is that you?"
Mhm. No, that's that's just like an ogre-based M&M. I don't think that's Red. I don't think that's Red at all. That might be the last Shrek. There might only be one more Shrek. Sorry, I did just remember there's at least one more Shrek based item in there,
Mm-hmm.
which will induce our second Twin Peaks quote of the night
Uh-huh.
if we hit it.
That's exciting.
Don't worry.
Isn't that fun, Chet?
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Isn't that
Don't
fun,
worry.
Chet?
Don't worry about it. So Guards is a really funny book because it starts with a concept that you look at that, and if you're reading really early, sorry, Ruby Beans just said something really distressing. Frankie, one of the first Dwarf Fortress mods on Steam was Milkable Gorillas.
That's
We are
right.
going to move on.
That's right.
Hate that. Hate that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Okay, so if you read Discworld from the beginning, you kind of get used to like, alright, he's gonna introduce a concept and then he's gonna poke some fun at it and we'll you know, it'll be turned on its head. He won't do the normal thing with it. So when you start to read Guards and it describes Carrot Iron Founderson, a human lad who has been raised by dwarfs, who was found through mysterious circumstances, and now that he's 18 years old and 6 fucking feet tall and slamming his head into just every surface in the dwarf mines,
Mm-hmm.
he's been told, actually, son, you're a human, and it's time for you to go live among humans for a little while. And he's very sad about this, our Carrot, because Carrot, who, by the way, it should pause for a second to describe Carrot here, because Carrot is a reoccurring character in all of the Guard books, all of the Night Watch books.
Mm-hmm.
He is not called Carrot because his hair is red, although his hair is red. He's called Carrot because he's shaped like a carrot. I think the book specifically says, due to the kind of good hearty food and clean mountain air and mining his whole life, He has broad shoulders, and he just kind of tapers down.
Mm-hmm.
So, who did I say the other day that I always kind of picture him? I think, like, I always kind of imagine, like, Sporticus. None of you know what I'm talking about if I invoke Lazy Town. But, like...
Oh, the kids know Lazy Town.
I don't think the kids know Lazy
The
Town
kids know
anymore.
Lazy Town.
I got a lot of... I
There's
don't think
Catherine.
kids know... Okay, you all know what I'm talking about, yeah. Imagine, like, a red-haired... Like, or you know what? Hercules. Disney's Hercules is, like, the kind of dude this is. I ran a Robbie Rotten side blog for years, comrade! This is the connection. This is the Adrian to Frankie connection. Gender gained from Robbie Rotten.
Wow.
I make a lot of sense as a person when you start to realize that I got a lot of late high school gender from Robbie fucking Rotten.
Yeah, I would say so.
Anyways. Especially the way he talks! Like that, like, weird, like... Oh, that kind of delivery I spent. I should, like, learn how to do that again. I used to be pretty on. Anyways, but Carrot looks like Disney's fucking Hercules, but, like, after the training montage. And he has a sword that was found when he was abandoned as a child, and his dad, the king of the dwarf mine he's from, decides he should go and live among humans, and he's heard, oh, the watch is a fine job for young humans. That'll make a man out of him. And also, he's been seeing a dwarf girl, and their parents are... Well, he's been seeing a young dwarf. Let's be clear. Back up slightly. So about dwarfs in Discworld, we should provide a little bit of context. 1. The dwarf-based gender is dwarf.
Mhm.
Any deviation from simply viewing yourself as dwarf is transgender to a dwarf.
Mhm.
That's gonna be important later. That's gonna be real important later. We're gonna get to a character called Cherry, who I love so fucking much.
Mhm.
But it should be mentioned real quick. Carrot is seeing a young dwarf, and his parents are worried because he is 6 foot tall. He's a large lad.
He is a large lad.
To a dwarf, and to dwarves in Discworld, like, 50 is like the equivalent of 20, so it's best he go meet some humans. He's gotta go meet some humans. And you start this book and you think, like, okay, he's got this sword, he's got a mysterious, like, crown-shaped birthmark. He was found. There's no king of Ankh-Morpork. The last king was beheaded in some, like, uprising. We'll get into that later if we have enough time tonight. This might be a multi-stream series of just talking at length about Discworld, who's to say. And I think, like, Bugs, like, you read through an order. I imagine you get to that, and from what I was reading from someone's essay on it, like, you kind of think, like, okay, this is gonna be all about how he's clearly the rightful heir to the throne of Ankh, and we're gonna kind of do some parody about that.
You keep waiting for that penny to drop, and it never really does.
Yeah. No, because what's fun is that then Captain Samuel Vimes kinda just... Terry Pratchett is a famous author who is, like, has openly said he has had, like, yeah, an OC walked up and stole my story. One of my OC, like, one of his characters just came in, and suddenly this is about Sam Vimes, who is introduced... Yeah, who is introduced in the gutter, drunk, after coming back from the funeral of a guard, and it is made explicit. You find out the guard died because guards in Ankh-Morpork, especially for the Night Watch, which is where he's from, he ran too fast when there was a criminal. He didn't run slow enough, and he actually caught up with them, and one of his few members of the Watch, there's fucking 4 of them. I think after that death, there's 3 of them, including him. And you get this wonderful, like, drunken monologue from this beaten down, middle-aged man who's been a guard his whole life, just incoherently thinking about a city's a fucking the woman. She's big and wonderful and beautiful, and you let her into your heart, and she kicks you. She kicks ya, but you can't tell. It's great. It's just this most, like,
Sorry.
absolute, like...
Sea
Yeah.
Shanty 2 came on again. I'm so sorry.
Yay!
Right while
Yay!
you were saying that, I'm
no,
so
this is
sorry. Theme
No,
of
this is the
vibes.
fun of this format. Hooray! Could only be better if it was flute salad, baby. But yeah, literally, like, that is how he's introduced, and the book's kind of about him almost
Newt!
immediately.
Hi!
Oh shit!
Newt, you know what?
Newt!
Newt,
Happy
you
Halloween!
get candy for free, Newt. Hang on, it's been a while.
Yeah!
What do you get? You get Heinz
Candy for Newt.
Shrek pasta shapes and tomato
Okay,
sauce.
so there might have been two. There might have been two more Shrek
Happy
things. There's at
Halloween!
least one other Shrek thing besides this. There's at least one other Shrek thing. I forgot about Heinz baked beans Shrek.
Oh, hi, unofficial
Oh, I
jam.
got another one from a fan officially
Okay,
jam.
hi, happy Halloween. What do you get? Not that. We've already seen that. We've already seen that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We've already seen that.
Mm-hmm.
We've already seen. Oh, Mickey Copter wants to be in this so bad.
Mickey Copter
Oh, a
wants to be
ghost!
free so badly.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Ah!
You found the ghost!
Found a ghost!
That's your ghost now.
Ah!
That's your responsibility. Congratulations!
Congratulations!
You get ghost.
You get ghost.
I was hoping someone would trip that ghost.
I'm glad that worked out.
But welcome, Newt. Please enjoy. I am too. I don't remember anything. Y'all might actually run us out of... No, hold on. There's some stuff. I'm looking at my copy.
Yeah.
There's a few things. There's a few things in here. So, oh yeah, we haven't seen that. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, okay. Anyways. There's a few still. You guys might run us out of candy, but we'll keep going if you do. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Doubles. Anyways.
Thank you, Stardust Wishes.
Thank you, Stardust Wishes.
I
Oh, you're
have-
complimenting
I
Bugs' outfit. Yeah,
I
it's
have an elf necklace of protection from the tree gnomes. I mean, the tree. It's a tree gnome necklace of protection.
good. Blessed by the gnomes.
Exactly.
So,
I'm fishing for
no,
lobster, so
but-
my hands are
so-
free. So I'm just drinking coffee.
It's good that you can do this, I think.
I caught another lobster.
What was I gonna say? Yay!
That's the second one since I
this is
started.
trick-or-treating for lobsters. Oh boy, yeah. Is this? Yeah. All right. Well, lobster.
Lobster.
So, the plot of Guards, it should be mentioned, can be summed up as, in the city of Ankh-Morpork, there is a secret society of terrible, petty little men who are being led by a figurehead who has decided that he wants there to be a king in Ankh-Morpork again, because the king is run by the Patrician. And the Patrician is kind of like if a dictator got voted in
Yeah.
by, like, the rich people, and there's been a bunch of patricians, and most of them leave office via assassination. That's not happening with that's not happening with Vetinari. Vimes is the other guy. They have interchangeable V names. I never have trouble with this all the time. Anyways, Vetinari is... So like I said, we've been watching a lot of Adventure Time. I think he'd get along really well with Princess Bubblegum. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
really
absolutely.
well.
Absolutely.
I think he'd be absolutely envious of the level of control she has going on. But like,
Oh, absolutely.
maybe he'd also be worried, like, well, if that was me, I might get bored, to be true. But oh, to control the population on that level. He is a goth flamingo of a man. He is
Yeah.
He is a Blackadder Season 2 kind of man, which only a few of you know what I'm talking about if I talk about Blackadder, but Blackadder's very fun.
Oh, so
This
it's
is
fishing.
MLM WLW Solidarity? Yes.
Yeah.
Vetinari is just this great character because he is a dictator and he will say so, but the thing is, he kind of makes it work. Like, he's the reason why the city has the guilds now, including the Thieves Guild, because his opinion is that if crime is going to happen, it might as well be organized. And the thing is, it's fucked up. Black Adder. Adder like the snake. Sorry, I watched a lot of British comedy when I was younger.
I've never watched Blackadder, but I've heard a lot about it. I should watch it. We should watch it.
I really enjoyed it. We should watch it sometime. It's really fun because it's literally just the actor who plays Monk, not Monk, what the fuck?
Mr. Bean?
Mr. Bean! God help me. Why did my brain cycle that badly? But it's him, and it is him playing, and every single time he is the duplicitous, desperately wants to be sabotaging right-hand man to a person of power. And it's just shenanigans. It's fun.
That's good.
It's a good time. And it's great though because like I think it goes like Henry VIII, Queen Elizabeth, I want to say King Edward. No, it's got to be like one of the kings slightly before that. Dandy King Edward's court last time, and then the last series is set in World War I in the trenches because.
Oh, really good.
All right, BBC. Jesus Christ, BBC. Anyways. But all this to say, Vetinari is a intense person who I love very much, and someone in Guards decides that he needs to go, and they want to instate a king, which is definitely can't imagine why Terry Pratchett, a man who grew up in modern day Britain, would have some things to say about people's obsession with the concept of a royal family and the idea that the presence of a royal family somehow just makes things better, and how much people like feverishly long for that. I can't imagine why he would have some things to say about that. It's
well, as we know, Terry Pratchett was never political.
No. He will occasionally get people claiming that, and it's the funniest thing in the fucking world.
Didn't J.K.R.
That's like
try
saying
to say
Hayao
some
Miyazaki.
And
Yes!
Pratchett's daughter
literally,
read her to death.
No, there was definitely some attempt recently of like, well, Terry Pratchett's dead, so we can claim him for the turfs. And Terry Pratchett's daughter, I think, would have actually hunted them in the street if she was allowed to.
Yeah.
But she did the nearest
And she should be
equivalent,
allowed
which is
to.
no, she should be. I think she should be. But yeah, calling him non-political is like calling Hayao Miyazaki non-political.
Man.
If you think that's true, you're watching the gift sets, not the movies.
Yeah. Man, we should watch The Boy
boy.
in the Heron. I'm excited for that.
I'm excited for that too. Anyways, so they decide they're gonna make there be a king, and here's what they'll do. They'll summon a dragon, and then that'll force, by narrative causality, the heir to show up, except what if we also provided an heir, and just kind of conveniently dispatched the summoned dragon when the rightful heir that we've selected shows up. So a lot of this is a crime mystery about a dragon being summoned.
Yes.
Literally, with like Vimes as the Night Watch, they kind of happen to see the first time the dragon gets summoned and find footsteps. And there's some really good stuff of like, Carrot has joined the watch, and as Sheik pointed out earlier, tries to arrest the Thieves Guild, and nearly does it because he's like 6 foot tall and nobody knows how to deal with him.
Yeah.
Slight side point here. Carrot Iron Founderson is absolutely one of the most autistically coded characters in fiction. It's great.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like, a lot of it is like chalked up in series to like, well, he was raised by dwarfs, and dwarfs don't really understand human like metaphors. They don't really talk like that, and he's a good, honest lad. But I really love it because as, like, the books go on, there's some really great lines here and there about, like, Carrot definitely is being honest and doesn't mean to be duplicitous. Right?
Yeah. It's great. Carrot and Last Dungeon Meshi would get along, yes, but also they would hate each other.
My god, I think they'd be best. No, he would say something weird about werewolves. Laios would say something weird about werewolves.
Oh. God, they would get along though, otherwise.
I think they would be best friends, but I think they would, like, almost get in a fight.
Yeah.
You know, like, it'd be like two really big, excitable dogs.
Fuck,
like,
no, you're right.
But like, if an emergency situation happened, they would just, like, both be on the exact same level immediately of, like, taking over the situation. I think they're very similar characters, except Carrot has charisma. Laios, God bless him, does not. He has no charismas whatsoever. Carrot has charisma, which is great because I love him, because even if this wasn't what Terry Pratchett intended, it's just what happens if you're autistic and you're hot.
No, you're right. You're right.
He's just hot. He's just hot. He's just a big brick loaf of a man. He's just a strapping young lad with gleaming muscles who goes like, he'll just go like, hello, young miss. Would you like to have a walk with me? And I'm going to tell you so much about dwarf infrastructure. And girls eventually find out he's not kidding.
Yeah. Oh, he really does just want to infodump to me for 10 hours about dwarven bread rituals. Okay.
Literally, when he first comes to the city, he rescues a young woman from being accosted in the street, who is a seamstress. And seamstresses and the Seamstresses Guild in Discworld are, as the joke goes, often not carrying needles and are out on the street. It's sex workers. It's the Sex Workers Guild. They're just called seamstresses. It's like a cute, like, in-universe, like, bit, which I really enjoy, which is also really funny because it's actually really hard to find a place to get your clothes. That's terrible Stardust wishes, but I'm allowing you to say it.
Great!
That's good. Anyways,
really good.
But what's fun about them is that it's actually really hard to get a shirt mended, and it's this great bit where we find out where he's like, and she asked me if I'd like to come back to her home with her so that she could thank me properly. And I said, oh, well, yes, I'd appreciate that, miss. I'm rather looking for a bed for the night. And then he just goes to sleep. And then he just goes to sleep. Like, he literally goes to sleep at the house of the head of the Seamstresses Guild, Madame Rosie Palms.
Really good.
And he just lives there for a while, and he just, like, they like having him there because he's a strapping young lad who, like, keeps trouble down, and it's implied that at no point, okay, here's the thing. I think maybe he knows and he just doesn't care, but in text, it is heavily implied that he just doesn't know, and I love him because the thing is, you have to say things directly. You have to say things directly to him. And you'll get it if you say things directly to him. And he gets more cunning. He gets more used to how things are in the city as time goes on. But it's very funny because, again, this is almost our protagonist. Our protagonist is a 5'0" middle-aged man who, we have to pause here because we're talking about autism. We gotta talk about Sybil for a hot second.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we gotta talk about Sybil.
Oh, Sybil.
Oh, we gotta talk about Sybil. So, because dragons are being summoned into the city, and Sam Vimes is kind of at first investigating it when Vetinari would rather he cover it up, because Vetinari says, dragon? No the fuck there isn't. Fuck you. I don't want people finding out there's a dragon and panicking. Fuck off. But then he turns around and goes, actually, it's your job to investigate this. Go investigate this. Take care of this. I hate you. I hate you. They have a whole... we gotta talk later about Vetinari and the rats in the dungeon also, because I forgot that. We'll talk about that. Anyways. Sybil is a okay.
Mm-hmm.
Vines decides, okay, there's dragons. I also know that there's something called a swamp dragon, and in Discworld, swamp dragons are usually what people means when they say dragons. They are little pug lizards
They're so
that breathe
cute.
fire
They're so
and
cute.
explode because their entire internal anatomy is like rewired to be able to breathe fire and fly. Hey, good night, stupidity. Have a good night.
Good night.
And it's great because it's set out right. Like, there used to be proper dragons, full size dragons, what you think of as dragons. And it's mentioned that at some point the Discworld used to be more magical, and now it's less magical. That is actually an event that, if you read the books chronologically, you see happen. Sorcery, I believe, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, which is very cute because the reason for why everything was briefly much, much dangerously too magic is also brought up. And that is, yeah, do read the Rincewind books because Rincewind is the character who once stopped the apocalypse with a half brick and a sock, and I
was
love him.
just about to say, yeah, it's
Yeah.
one of my favorite moments for
Yep.
him.
There is a moment later on in the books where a pair of wizards are getting into an argument, and it's literally mentioned that in the background, Rincewind is quietly taking off one of his socks. He's ready to go, baby!
He's ready to go anytime, anytime. Well, my favorite thing is in The Last Continent, he keeps building flip-flops so that when he needs to run away from like something trying to drag him on a quest, he can just ditch his shoes and run immediately. And it keeps referring to like they're just the flip-flops on the ground.
He's so good. Poor Rincewind.
Poor Rincewind.
The Rincewind is truly like protagonist despite himself.
Yeah.
But so there used to be dragons. Now there's no longer that kind of dragons. There's little dragons, swamp dragons, and there is a place in the city of Ankh-Morpork that is literally a rescue society for dragons. And that is where we meet Sybil. I always forget her last name. Did I write it down in my notes? I might have just written Sybil. Let me Google real quick.
Oh, Stardust Wishes, I've been meaning to read Liquin. I don't know where to start. I was thinking about starting with Howl's Moving Castle. Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, honestly, I'd be interested to hear them too.
Let's see.
Ramkin!
Alright,
Lady
write that down.
Sybil Ramkin. That's her original surname. Alright, we'll check it out.
Thank you.
But yeah, Sybil runs the Dragon Sanctuary, and she is the heiress to one of the oldest, most noble houses in, like, the entirety of Ankh-Morpork, even in, like, the surrounding regions. She is rich as anything, and she is a middle-aged single woman, and she is she's a combination of a horse girl who's upgraded to horsewoman, and also the exact kind of person who single-handedly runs like an old dog sanctuary.
Yes, exactly.
She is wonderful. And she is also canonically giant. Not a giant. I mean, she is twice Sam Vimes' height. And she is explicitly described as, like, when he first meets her, she's wearing her, like, out working with the dragon pens outfit, which is, like, an overall, and she is super short cut hair. And, sometimes she dresses up and she wears wigs, and I love the way these wigs are described. Like, it'll be like, oh, she's dressing up for something fancy, so she's in this massive, beautiful dress and wearing corsetry and wearing this, like, black wig with, like, sparkling curls, but literally when she first gets met, she is in butch mode.
Yes.
And we love her very much, because literally, like, Sam Vimes shows up and she just, like, immediately kind of assumes he's there to help, and he just gets dragged in her wake as she just talks about dragons. Talks and talks about dragons, and he's described as, like, starstruck. He's just, like, standing there. And I should back up slightly
She
and
hits
say,
him with the autism
way
blast.
earlier,
It's great.
yeah, he's done for. He's down and out.
He's noting like her corset is
got.
creaking.
Oh, later on, yes. When she's like wearing a corset, it's like, Because earlier in the book, when he was still drunk and talking about, like, the city is like a woman, Fred Colon was like, seems like that'd be a bit of a big. Fred Colon is another member of the Watch. He is the two-person dipsticks in front of the gate having a goofy debate duo. You know them. With Nobby Knobs. We'll talk about
do you bite
Nobby
your
at some
thumb at
point,
me,
and
sir,
Fred.
type men.
Yeah, pretty much. But, like,
That is
one of his
unicorn.
comrades is like, seems like the
Just
city is
chilling.
rather a big woman there. And he's like, you don't get what I'm talking about. But also, Sybil is a big woman.
She is a big
And
woman.
it is, I forgot how much it's made explicit. Like, oh, Sam Vimes likes a woman who's built like a war engine.
Yeah.
I see. Good
Yeah.
for him.
Good for him.
And it's very cute because even though Guards is not a romance book, it has romance in it, and it is explicitly between these two middle-aged ass characters. And there's even this very cute bit at some point about, like, well, they could have both kept getting along the way they were before they knew each other. But
They fell in love.
they fell, and it's very cute because she just likes him right away. She likes this funny little guard who, like, works tirelessly every hour for the city, and he just really likes this big woman who's just decided that she's gonna selflessly
so
care for
big.
these goofy little animals that explode and can't keep care of themselves, and she cares so much. And she's the kind of rich where, like, her house is, like, terribly disrepaired,
Yes.
and she only really lives out of, like, 3 rooms. And the way he puts it is, like, she's so rich she can afford to, like, tromp around in her grandfather's old shirts because they're still good.
Ugh.
And, like, she can live in a way that a poor woman would never dream, but she's rich, so it's fine if she eats, like, crackers and cheese for dinner. And it's just really wonderful because it's, you know, you almost get this feeling that, like, they both represent both halves of this city.
Mm-hmm.
Vimes is common. He's common as dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we find out later his family used to have a crest many generations ago. That ended when, to skip ahead a little bit, and, like, you find this out in a later book, but one that Bugs has read, maybe his great-great-grandpa did a little funny regicide.
A little funny.
a little,
So loud. You
a
can
little, a little funny.
A stone-faced Vimes can have a little regicide as a treat.
It's possible Vimes' family was, like, cast into permanent poverty because one of them killed the last reigning king of Ankh-Morpork because he was a wretched. I think his name is Lorenzo the Kind, was the last living king of Ankh-Morpork. And I think Carrot goes, oh, I know him. I saw a painting of him with all of these young children. And Vimes goes, yes, he liked children. And it's like, oh. Oh, ha. Right. So yeah, worth noting, I mentioned earlier that a lot of this book is about people wanting Ankh-Morpork to have a king again, and Vimes fucking hates it. He hates kings, he hates people wanting there to be kings, he hates how much people want there to be kings so much. And it's kind of wonderful, because you mentioned earlier that, like, Carrot is very much implied to be, like, a storybook, like, the hidden heir to the kings.
Mm-hmm.
But he's around Vimes, and he really likes Vimes. He looks up to Vimes so much, and Vimes says no kings, ever.
And it's
So-
interesting because you find out later on, through some implication of conversations he seems to be having with the veterinary, particularly towards the end of Feet of Clay, that he is aware of this
Yes.
and wants no part of it.
Yes. Oh yeah, that in when we talk about, like, men-at-arms, there is an implication that Carrot found out and just says no.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. But in this book, at least, it's very funny because you keep kind of waiting for the penny to drop with Carrot and it never does. And instead you're reading about, like, and Vimes was it got injured and got brought to Sybil's, where he's resting in her room because he got injured and he gets better, and a crowd comes to storm her sanctuary of dragons because there's a dragon around, and he gets to do the fucking like cool cop with a gun bit, but he's carrying a loaded dragon
Yes.
in a nightshirt.
Yeah.
And it's very good. It's very good, and it's
Oh, and it's the most
like
pathetic
I said,
dragon too. It's like described as looking
the
more like an
most-
anteater than
Oh,
anything.
yes. Yes, there is a specific dragon that he kind of adopts that's not good at being a dragon, even for a dragon. It's a great book. Like I mentioned
is.
earlier, like I recommend Reaper Man as a place to begin. But like if, like me, you have a weakness for crime solving media, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say: all cops are bastards.
Mm-hmm.
These are books written that are super aware of that at all times, constantly. And like actively talk about like, yeah, a lot of times in this city it doesn't matter if you find the right criminal so long as you find a criminal. And Sam Vimes isn't a magic good cop because of his nobility of spirit. It's because he knows he's a bastard and he's constantly paying attention to himself all the time to try and not hurt people. And it's good, and it's good, and it's good. And what I'm saying is that if you really got sad when we realized that Brooklyn Nine-Nine was actually just bad and just propaganda, you might enjoy the watch series.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why I was gripping the sides of my laptop screen as if I was like holding people's head and like, listen. Anyways, if you like Columbo, you'll enjoy Sam Vimes, even though they're very different characters. I don't know if they would like each other. Oh yeah?
In Guards.
Oh wait, he does do the Columbo shit a lot.
Yeah.
He does. He does the full on like, hold on, I forgot something.
There are enough nods specifically to Columbo, and apparently from what Pratchett has talked about on L-Space, that Vimes is impartial based on Columbo, along with like a pastiche of general like noir detectives.
Yeah. Which I like because it's fun because, you know, up until those books, a lot of them are like fantasy parodies, but like the watch books are kind of him going like, I'm gonna put some cop drama in here too, but like in a fun way, where it's not actually about cops. And Adrian says, I'm getting Harry Dubois vibes. Am I reading this?
Oh,
I don't
hi,
know why I said it that
trick or
way.
treat.
Oh, Salami Donna wants a trick or treat. Hi,
what'd you
trick or treat.
get?
What are you dressed up as?
No, not a feast
What'd you
painting
get?
kit. We already seen that one. Not
Uh-huh,
Necco
uh-huh.
wafers. We already
seen
seen that one.
No, we've seen that.
Not CD bubblegum. We already seen that one.
We've
candy
gone through a lot of the bowl. It might take
apple!
some rummaging.
Covered in...
Oh, you got a candy apple.
What's it covered in?
Nuts.
Alright. Here you go. Happy Halloween!
I think.
Not an onion.
Is that?
Not an onion.
Maybe it's graham crackers?
Not an onion.
Not an onion.
Not an onion.
Probably peanuts. It's not an onion.
It's not
I
an
put
onion.
these
It's a
images
candy
together.
apple.
It's not
a
an
candy
onion.
apple. There's not an onion
It's
under
literally
there.
a candy
Promise.
apple. I
Promise.
Google image search.
Promise. Brace yourself when you bite
Google
in.
image search lie. Would Google
For
image
the
search
apple
lie
flavor.
to me?
Brace yourself for the apple flavor.
Anyhow, I would say Sam Vimes starts off as like halfway to a Harry Dubois, but like he pulls up before that point.
Yeah.
Like he get, which by the way, it's worth noting. You might have noticed I mentioned like he starts off the story drunk. Sam Vimes is an alcoholic, and he actually never stops being a recovering alcoholic through all of the stories.
Yeah.
Like it's never just like, and Sam Vimes is done having alcohol problems. No, even when he is sober, and he's remained sober for a long time, there's often points where like the narrative will stop and say like, and it's about at this time in this line of thinking where a different Sam Vimes would have reached for a bottle, because that would have all made it make sense. But he didn't.
There is actually...
And yeah.
There's a point I really like where a villain tries to use knowledge of his alcoholism against him. And he realizes this because he reaches into his desk out of habit for the bottle that isn't there and finds a neck. And finds, like really good
a
alcohol.
good bottle.
Yeah. And he, to spring a
Which-
surprise on the
mhm.
villain, spills it all over his office so it smells like he's been drinking and that he's,
Mhm.
fallen asleep in his chair drunk. And it's like, he is the whole time just like, okay, we have to like deep clean this room. I can't stand this smell.
Oh, he's literally like, I need to have this carpet replaced or else I'm gonna go insane. I think it's like, he can't be haunted by the spirit.
Yeah. Fuck.
Eh.
Oh, hello, drunken dwarf. Thank
Mhm.
you. A beer and a
literally,
kebab.
like, what I really like about it's even outright like, yeah, he gets off of alcohol and he picks up cigars instead, and that's like better for him. And there's even the next book in the series, he actually has a small relapse.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen again after that, but like, I mostly just mention it because I think with characters who have like an addiction problem, I really appreciate it not just being like a thing that used to be a thing, but now it's done. Or, and this is always grim when it's like, and he just drinks all the time, and it's cool. It's a cool thing. It's like,
Yeah.
I like that it's always kind of a thing. And there's a bit that I enjoy where he's like, offhandedly mentions to someone like, it's a nasty habit to kick, and Carrot goes like, oh, but you're doing so well with it, sir. You've been dry this whole time. And he goes, what? No, not that. That's easy. There's no meetings you can go to where you stand up and say, hello, I'm Sam Vimes. I'm a really suspicious bastard.
Yes.
Which I appreciate a lot. Oh, jeez, we gotta take another break.
Oh, damn. How does this keep happening? Alright. We
I
take a
don't
break.
know. I think this might be a really good combo for just
Yeah,
talking
damn.
about something,
This
and
is
I
fucked
watch
up.
you doodle around on screen. Yeah,
I'm-
we're gonna take a
I'm
break. This will be a quick
gardening
10-minute break.
cabbages.
You are gardening cabbages. Well, we're gonna turn off the porch light for 10 minutes. When we come back, still trick or treat.
Good
Like
night,
I said,
Blue.
I'll dump all of my points at the end of the night if there's anything we haven't seen yet.
Goddamn
Good night,
you.
Blue Boots. Yeah, go to
I
bed.
mean,
Go to
thank
bed,
you.
Blue UBO3. Uh-huh. Go. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed.
Uh-huh.
I think is what I was trying to say. Okay, we'll be here on the VODs, but otherwise, we'll be 10 minutes. Have fun, be good. BRB.
Hello. Return. Hello. Hello. My mom got me, it's a very nice little surprise. C's Candy Crypt. I'm gonna eat the last piece now. It had a really good dark salted chocolate candy in here. Had like giant salt chunks on it. It was so fucking tasty. I'm a pervert for salted chocolate. I have no idea what flavor this is in the middle, but it's good. Thanks, Adrian. You know, I'm even having a normal coffee flavor today. It's so fucked up. I'm gonna eat this box. It's shaped like a casket. I could put something in here. I don't know what, but I could put something in here. See, it's like horse foley. Oh my god, here comes a horse. The skitty coffee will always be more memorable than normal coffee? Yeah, I guess. I do love a skitty coffee. Well, no, actually, I fucking hated it. I don't know why I said that. You know what's weird? Is this set that my pops got for my mom. It's very sweet of him. It has these peanut butter coffees. And the peanut tastes nasty, man. Like, peanut oil gets all over, like, the inside of my mouth, like, every surface of it. And it doesn't taste like peanut butter. It tastes like, you know, if you find a Reese's peanut butter cup, and you're like, fuck yes, Reese's peanut butter cup, holy shit, I can't believe I find this. And then you bite in, and you realize that the Reese's peanut butter cup is, like, a few years old, so it's all, like, powdery and dusty in your mouth. That's what that coffee tastes like. It doesn't taste like a good one. It tastes like one that's at least 5 years old. Hi, Frankie.
Every now and then I threaten Bugs with, like, I'm gonna get Bugs, like, a nice coffee bean subscription, like a monthly, like, coffee bean subscription or something. But I'm worried that, like, it's gonna spontaneously turn one of the bled. It's gonna be like, yeah, I got, like, the nice, like, fair trade, small business. This one is olives.
Buy me books instead. I fucking love book.
I can get you books. Do you want books for Christmas?
Book. I want a house with good bones for Christmas.
All right.
Yay!
Yeah, I can do
Yay!
that.
Thank you. Oh, bubbly trick or treat. Let's see, what do we got here?
Oh, we got Dusk Griffin too. We got 2 trick or treaters.
Okay, not this one. No, we already did yogurt dots. We already did Stallone pudding.
I really wasn't sure. Yeah, if we do Halloween 2 in December, I gotta make, like, a lot more images for people to run through. I thought there was things in here people weren't gonna get to see. This is great. We really gotta cycle through.
Oh, wow! Candy corn still on the cob!
Oh, candy corn on the cob, baby. That's fresh. That's like that's fresh cooked right off the farm.
Well, hi, Dusk Griffin. What do you get? Not that, we already seen that one.
Well, we got a wide range of reactions to that.
We already seen that one.
No one.
Wow, it's Dum Dums. Oh, a color party. How fun for you. Trick or treat, happy Halloween.
It's black and an orange, you know, for Halloween. It's a good. The Dum Dums are much like the flavored Tootsie Rolls. Are kind of like, you know, only some kids are like really excited about them, but they're standby. I liked a Dum Dum back in the day. A Dum Dum is a very small lollipop. That's called Dum Dums, and it's nice because it's like a hard candy with like a little handle on. But it's not a commitment. It's not the black flavor is not licorice. They don't make flavors like licorice for Dum Dums. It's almost certainly all just various fruit flavors still. So where were we? Oh. So we talked about Sam Vimes and Sybil's romance, which I They're like one of my favorite couples in all of
No, they're
fiction.
so
He
cute.
just they're so cute, and it's very cute because like before I re-listened to it recently, I've been listening to. I read a lot of books on audiobooks. That's something that works for me as a person. So if you're ever like, wow, I don't read enough, maybe you like audiobooks, you know. And the Penguin audiobooks are really, really good, which is nice because, as I've mentioned before Penguin started doing new audiobooks, they were all done by HarperCollins,
Mhm.
and they were fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adrian.
Except for the part where they edited some pronouns. Oh no! Oh, Adrian.
So wait,
Kids
is
are
it
great.
is it all Harper Collins versions of like Monsters Regimen that do that, or is it only the audiobook?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's just the audiobook, and I think like the printed version probably doesn't because I don't remember it having that change when I read it. But like I don't know, maybe whenever you get your copy you just see if there's like a non
Yeah.
HarperCollins just in case.
Yeah, I think
I
I'll
know
do
that's
that.
like down the line for you a while. Regrettably HarperCollins is mostly good, but they made like one pronoun change that sucks. And we don't know why they did that, and they just did it for the American copies. Weird. Anyways.
Weird. Oh, hey, a bird nest. What?
Oh, a bird nest!
With a clue
Nice.
scroll in it. Hang on.
What?
Yeah, hang on.
That bird laid a clue!
That bird laid a
Follow that clue!
We should, yeah. I kind of want to do a clue scroll on stream. That'd be
Skidoo,
fun.
we can too.
Let me
Yeah,
finish
why
crafting
not?
some
Get
short
that blues
bows.
clues. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Oh, so Sam and Vimes, it should be noted there's this really, really cute bit where, like, at the end of the book, after everything, she, like, invites him over, and she is dressed up. She's, like, in a ball gown,
Oh,
she's this beautiful
yeah.
wig on, it's this little, like, tete-a-tete, and she's very, he's saved her from a dragon, like, 3 times at this point in the book, by the way. It's a whole thing. It's a good book. Like, I
It's a
can't
good book.
recommend it enough for just, like, a good, fun adventure. But it's so cute because it just describes him, like, he sat down, and he ate, and he listened to her talk about how really the house was kind of big for her, and he had a fine cigar, and, he opened his gates and allowed himself to be invaded.
Ooh.
Like, just, it's very, very sweet. And again, it's nice reading about, like, I think when I first read this, it might have been, like, and admittedly, I'll pause here and say, there's a lot of books out there that cover, like, romance between middle-aged characters. But God help me, I was probably 18 when I first read this book. And a lot of the straight romances that I read were bad because I didn't know where to look. And I like the way Terry Pratchett handles these things, which is where I should veer off real quick, and we have to talk about Vetinari and his rats. What the fuck is wrong with Vetinari? I love him very much. So, during the course of this book, Vetinari, the ruling dictator patrician of the city, does get thrown into dungeons by the man who was working to overthrow him. Some things happen. Some things happen with the plot. It's very fun. But he gets thrown in the dungeon, and eventually Sam Vimes also gets thrown in the dungeon, which is where he finds out that rather than being tortured by, like, rats and scorpions that are being thrown in, Vetinari designed his dungeons explicitly to be a place that he wouldn't mind being thrown. And he put locks on the inside of the dungeon door
Yes.
that he has the keys to.
Really good.
It's very, very good. So, people can throw him in there, and there are locks on the outside, but they can't get him out. And we also find out he's like... Okay, so the rat population of Ankh-Morpork is really intelligent, let's be clear. There's a wizard school, and it's kind of infamous that animals that eat the trash from, like... And to be clear, when I say wizard school, pointing at everybody, academy, college. It's a joke about universities, god damn it. It's higher education.
Oh yeah,
Stop worrying
the
about
Unseen University.
The Unseen University. Animals that eat from the trash there become, like, a little too smart sometimes.
Yeah.
A little bit too smart
Yeah.
sometimes. And Veterinary's just, like, trained the rats down in the dungeon, and they're working for him, and they're getting him food and books, and he's like, it's a bit of a strange assortment of books because they can't read, but they do their best, and I enjoy the variety. And when Vimes gets thrown into the dungeon, Veterinari's like, Vimes, my good man, can I get you a beer? That's not me making a gay joke. He literally, is like, hey. Okay, he doesn't literally go, hey. Let me be clear. He has no point in his life. I do not think...
Swishes his little cape and goes, hey.
No, but he does try to get him a beer, which, somewhat thankfully for Vimes' dry streak, the rats accidentally get a bottle of brown sauce, which I do enjoy. And I'm just gonna point out that at the beginning of this book, like, Vimes and Vetinari, like, have an antagonistic in a not fun way, where he just kind of regards the Watch as, like, this dreg of a system that he's kind of tried to, like, destroy. Like, he's made sure the Night Watch and the Day Watch are very underfunded. They don't do much. They're just symbolic. He's kind of destroying them on purpose. There's no, like, chummy relationship. And then Vetinari watches Vimes try to scale the fucking walls of the dungeon with a pair of spoons in the mortar and actually make it up to the little window there, and just sits there watching him like, are you having fun? Do you want any help? No? Okay. And I'm just saying, it's at the end of this book that he, like, they kind of have a different relationship, and he's like, I think in later books there's like a running gag that people call him Vetinari's pet terrier, which I love because someone calls him that during a diplomatic meeting, and it's like a diplomat from another country, so you just have Vimes just kind of smile and go like, well, in the end we're all somebody's dogs, aren't we? And it's like, oh.
So I can't do this clue scroll
What?
right now, because I need ability to use fairy rings, comma, and I need to be able to defeat a level 109 wizard.
Oh, I assume if you tried that right now,
I would
you would
die.
be like a smear.
I would be a little paste on the ground unless I could safe spot it. I will come back for that hard one.
Don't call it pet play. This
Excuse
wasn't
me?
their idea.
Hello?
It's a nickname. It's something someone else says about them.
What's going on in there?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
Okay.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But oh, by the way, we should back up slightly here. I apologize. No, I don't apologize. You know what this conversation is going to sound like. I loop back, and we didn't talk about the librarian at any point.
Hang on.
Oh,
You
trick or
get-
treat.
No, it has been playing. Hang on. No, we've already done the pumpkin. We've already done Three Musketeers.
There's two different pumpkin candies. There's a flat one and there's an orb one.
Oh
so.
yeah, we've had both. You got the orbs actually.
Oh, those are delicious. Those are like the Winco, like
I love
crispy
those.
Rice crispy like orbs. Winco, I have such a
Nice.
fondness for Winco bulk candy.
We've already done Conversation Hurts was the first one we ever did. Bubblegum CD.
That was a
just
good first
loves
one to
that
get.
one.
I...
Oh, here we go. Chips Ahoy with Sour Patch Kids inside. Limited
Enjoy.
edition. Yummy. Happy Halloween.
Pull back the curtain a little bit, I actually tried to make sure there wasn't too many, like, limited edition weird modern foodstuffs, because a lot of those are there to, like, make social media say a lot of words, like, but just a couple, just as a little funny treat, as a little treat for Frankie, just a couple.
A little treat for Frankie.
Just a few.
Frankie's let out
Just a
little
mustard
tree.
skittle in there somewhere.
Yeah.
There's definitely a few in here that are only. Oh, there. Okay, we haven't hit that. We didn't get that. Haven't seen that one yet. Haven't seen that one yet. Haven't seen. Oh, there's 2 more Shrek things in here.
What a shame.
Anyway, 3, 4,
Hmm.
5.
Hmm.
Anyways, haven't seen that. Did see that. We did see the Peel Pops. Have seen that. Yeah. We did see the okays. Sorry, I'm doing inventory back. I don't think we saw that. Oh, we haven't triggered the other Gumby. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Haven't seen that. Okay. No, there's still some goods in here. Still haven't seen that. Yeah, some goods in here. There's still some stuff in here. I was just checking. Just checking.
Okay.
Anyhow, do you Fruit Loop cereal straws in there? No,
No.
there's none of those. Sorry. I do kind of want to try a mustard Skittles,
I
just
do
like to
too.
know what that's
Yeah.
like. I don't know. I could fuck with a mustard Skittle, I think. Where was I? Oh, whatever the hell's going on with Veterinary, but we need to back up. We didn't talk about the librarian. We gotta talk about
Oh,
the
yeah,
librarian.
the
If there
librarian.
are characters that are like, I think the librarian might be one of the most like enduring returns in so many books in so many different capacities characters. I think very early on you actually see what happens, which is the Wizard University's librarian during a magical incident gets turned into an orangutan, and he just never turns back ever. And he's like super chill. He's having a great time. This actually rules for him. He
Yeah.
is good. He is set. He is sticking with it. And I think like at some point Vimes literally asks him like, "Be honest, is it better being an orangutan?" Wook. I see. Like, it's very.
There's there's a moment in The Last Continent where the wizards, the librarian is sick, and the wizards figure if they can find out the librarian's real name from when he was a human, they can cure him. So they go to get Rincewind because Rincewind was his understudy and therefore would know his real name. And at the end of the adventure,
Right.
you know, the Rincewind is talking with the librarian, and he's like, you know, and just to think, if I just tell them your real name, then this will all be taken care of. And it describes like, and in a second, Rincewind was swept off his feet, and he was held firmly by an ape-like hand, holding him, dangling him off the side of the building. And he said, but of course, I can just forget all about that name business. And it's very trans somehow, you know?
It's got some kind of gender in there, because like we should be clear that like we're not saying like a talking orangutan.
No.
No. He says one word. It's ook.
Ook.
And what's really fun is like outside of that book, it's usually not even mentioned or even remembered by most people that he was once a human.
Yeah.
He's just the librarian. And if you live in the city, you know that's the librarian. Don't call him a monkey. And I really love it because I don't think I've ever seen like a lot like, you know, this is always written with the awareness of how strong an orangutan is.
Yes.
And
Oh
it'll
my
literally
God.
be like, people tend to be very polite, no, because an orangutan may look like a funny, stretched out creature, but it can tear you limb from limb.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
And he actually features surprisingly a lot in the Discworld Guards books, because in the first one, Guards, one of the things that happens with the conspiracy is a book gets stolen. And that's a dire fucking crime. So he kind of
Yes.
becomes like a deputy, and he seems to just really like the Watch, actually. He just kind of likes them. He's chilling. These are his homies.
It's
All of which I mentioned because... Oh, go ahead.
it's just really interesting that he shows up in just so many books. You never suspect
Yeah,
when he'll show up.
Yeah, like, I think him and Death are, like, maybe the most common
Yeah.
reoccurring characters in small roles. But unlike Death, there's never the librarian-centered book for pretty good reasons.
Yeah.
All things put together.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing as like a mascot character for Discworld, but I think if there was one, it might be the librarian, which I kind of love that for him. But all this to say, when Vimes is climbing up the walls to get out of the dungeon, the reason he actually gets out is because he gets to the top, the librarian is there waiting for him, and the librarian just grabs the bars of the window that Vimes got to and pulls them out like taffy.
Yes.
And then grabs Vimes and pulls him out. And I think that, as a combination of factors, does something to Vetinari's brain chemistry a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I don't know if I ship them. It's just something.
There's something there.
A whole sick fic book happens
Yes.
in like 2 books from now. It's
And you
a
realize
lot.
that Vetinari knows what's happening and he's just staying in bed like, well, Vimes will get it eventually. Like, girl, girl, hello! Hey, what's going on here?
I don't know. Which here's the funniest thing is that I say all this, and y'all remember me like talking so much about like Vimes and Sybil. It's only a minor point in the books that like Bugs has read so far. Which, by the way, so far, thank you for people not talking too much about spoilers. I am purposefully cutting myself off. Anything after the last continent, we'll probably return to these streams like as Bugs finishes more books. To be entirely honest. Which, you know, no pressure. You get through it as he gets through it. But it should be mentioned, Sybil and Vetinari get along great.
Oh, yeah.
Explicitly.
Yeah.
Yeah. She calls him by his first name, Haverlock. I'm just nodding quiet, like a little silence, like gentle, like the Kermit gif kind of nod at the audience here. Make of that what you will. They're just poor Vimes, by the way. His boss and his wife are friends.
It's great. Vimes has 2 hands, despite the
Help.
fact that he desperately wishes that he had one.
He's trying to cram one of his hands in his pockets,
Yeah.
and it's not working.
It's not working.
Like,
It's not working.
this is MLM WLW. I'm sorry, Sybil's straight. That's not what this is.
It could be. It could be. It could be. It
Look,
could
you
be.
could look. If someone wanted to figure out bigender Vimes, I'm extremely down with that. I mean, then again, she did go to an all-girls school. She did go to an all-girls
Vimes
school.
is
I'm
gonna
gonna
say
put a
something
question
about
mark on
like,
that
well,
one.
we all kind of wish we were a girl in a way, don't we? And Karen is going to go, I've never felt like that, sir. And he's going to go, what? And Gliz is going to go, I've never felt like that, sir. And Vimes goes, what?
Well, Cherry in the background, just like, oh dear, sir. Which I mentioned. Okay, where are we up to? I think we're not quite up to talking about Cherry. We could dart forward, but I'm autistic, and I do. The only reason. Okay, should we let? Okay, here's my question. Sorry, I'm like looking at my list. I have to talk so autistically about this. I can't talk about the trans dwarf yet. Like, she's so good, but she's like 2 books from now. All girls school, bisexual stress, my friend. What Adrian says, craziest moment of my life was when I found out not everyone wanted to be a boy sometimes. Yeah,
Is that true?
I was out there reading Ranma 1/2 as a teenager, like, wow, I really empathize with Ranma for some reason. It would suck to constantly have everyone think you're a girl despite you saying you're not a girl, but people treat you as a girl all the time. But sometimes you're like, fuck it, it's getting me a cheaper latte? Okay, sure, fuck it, okay, whatever. Anyways. Put a pin in Cherry, because I do want to double back a little bit, just because talking about characters as they get introduced, I feel like makes the most sense. We should talk a little bit about Sergeant Colin and Corporal Nobby Knobs. Speaking of characters with some kind of gender going on, and we're not sure what.
You're right. You're right.
Sergeant Colon, yeah. So Carrot I'll probably keep talking about because Carrot's character kind of develops over time in these books, and talking about him and Angua will make a lot of sense, but Corporal Colon and Knobs are there from the beginning. They are the other, like, last remainders of the Night Watch with Vimes. They've known him the longest of any characters in the series. They are, like, those two guys, Cops Edition, reduced to like boiled down to a syrup into a hard candy.
Yeah.
It's great. Like, Colon is the British middle class copper, parentheses, not a bastard, but like he's just a good. I think when he's described, he's like, he was built the exact kind of way where if he wasn't a watchman, he would just have to be a butcher. Like, everything about him would just put a cleaver in his hand. Yet, two blokes who do fuck all is actually a really good description of them. You're correct.
Yeah.
And they're great because Colin is just this, hello. And he just ambles about, and he's the kind of man who you just know sounds a bit like this. Like, that's how you always kind of read him. I really like the Penguin audiobooks voice read for him because he just sounds like the most normal chap on the planet. He's really fun too because it is canonical that he has a wife, but she works a day job and he works the night shift. So as near as anyone can tell, they only communicate by notes left for each other. But, like, there's always dinner in the oven when he comes home, and he makes breakfast when he goes to bed. But somehow they have multiple adult children.
Yeah.
No one's sure how.
It's a talent. It's a talent.
Troxanima, I'll get to that because I will admit here. So Colon's very fun because he's an everyman, and sometimes he kind of exists to, like, give that concept a drubbing. But I like the way he is because, like, he's still a person, and he often comes to his own when it comes to, like, taking care of Vines. And I kind of like that because, like, well, he's kind of a tit. He's racist a lot in a pleasant, everyday man kind of way that often gets, like, dealt with over time. But you can tell he's, like, that weird, reliable coworker in a weird way.
Yeah.
Nobby Knobs is human ? Nobby Knobs is a little question mark in a grubby set of armor. Nobby Knobs is an escaped Lupin III one-episode only bit villain.
Yeah, I would say so.
He's wonderful.
Yeah. I think that's a
Nobby
very
Knobs
fair way
is
to
literally
describe it.
like... Nobby is like the other element to Colon, where Colon's the everyman, and Nobby is like this little grubby man with permanently patinaed armor who, like, outright is implied to, like, shake hands with doorknobs to check if they're open. And he would never, like, steal anything big.
No.
But if there's, like, liquor laying around, he's gonna take a swig and he'll, like, open a few drawers. He's not moral, but he is the most common street level kind of guy possible. And I really love him because he's so, like, crooked minded, but in an affable way, that he kind of, like, warps back around to being smart in a really fun way. Like, in a later book that we've both been reading recently, Jingo, it's very clear that he's, like, winding Colin around a bit when Colin's being racist.
Yeah.
When he's like, they're not the right color! And he goes, oh, what is the right color? And he goes, well, white, obviously. Oh, so not brick red like you are? What color am I? And then it's like, on Nobby Knobs' body, it was a patchwork of every possible color and shade that could be found on the disc. And a few mostly found in metal patinas, which raises a few questions. But I kind of love that it's like he's so common that he's like pretty clearly mixed race, but he could also just be like that British.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just don't know.
It's implied in a later book that he may actually be a descent of one of the last great houses of, like, the city.
Yeah. Which is like.
And
really-
I'm actually on the side that go on.
There's some really great bits with like the people who are very, very rich having to deal with him. It's very funny.
Yes, it's deeply fun. So common he resembles a lichen. That's a good way to put it, yes.
Christ.
And I adore him.
Yeah.
He's just this cowardly little oik. He's great. Like, but like the thing is, he's still like, I don't know. He's kind of a good person still, like, despite it all. And there's no like reason, like you'll see book covers that like have what's supposed to be Nobby on him, but I just imagine like a scritchy beard shape under a battered helmet. Like I think you shouldn't be able to like visibly see what's going on with him in any illustration. He should be like in a Jigen shadow the whole time.
Yeah. To me, the book covers are very much like nah. Like they're very well painted, but I'm like nah.
They're nice.
Rincewind is not 90 years old. I disagree with you.
No. Oh, those covers. No, those are like infamously
Really?
inaccurate in some very hilarious directions. Yeah, no, if they're like super like well painted one where Rincewind looks like a wizard is though them's ain't canon at all. No.
Good night, Trucks. Sleep good.
Good night, Trucks. Go to bed. We'll be back here. We'll be on the VODs, and we're gonna do this again. It's 12:42, and I've gotten through to like barely the end of Guards. God help us. Senshi, but not like Dwarven. I know we're making a lot of comparisons, but I think Laios wouldn't know what he was looking at.
Yeah.
He would look at Nobby and be like, "What are you?
Orc?
I must paint you."
No, you're small.
Like-
What are you?
No, they're not a
Halfling?
kobold. Those are
No.
dogs. No. Yeah, I ain't an halfling. I'm a hole. It is actually mentioned several times, by the way, that he is like the same height as dwarves. He has in later books a certificate. I think literally in Men at Arms, signed by like a note from Vetinari that's like, I, Vetinari, have been convinced via the testimony of a midwife and those close to him that Corporal Nobbs is in fact a human. Which raises several questions, in my opinion. This is a good time.
This is. I'm thinking about that scene from, oh gosh. It must have been Masquerade with Granny Weatherwax and the baby and Death.
Oh, yeah! Oh, man.
Yeah. I know that has hardly anything to do
Yeah,
with
we haven't gotten that much.
but,
No, they just rule is the thing.
yeah, that's the thing. Just the writing, particularly with the witches, is so strong.
Yeah, after I'm like, what I might do is after I finish Jingo, I don't want to get ahead of where you are, so I might like go back with the witch books is what I'll do, and like have another run at those because there's audiobooks for those too.
Ooh.
So Penguin is like going chronologically, so I might dip back a bit and enjoy those as well. And I can stitch back together the chronology in my brain. I'm powerful. I'm brave.
You are. You're very brave. You're very strong.
I am. Oh, okay. Can I talk about dwarves and trolls for a little bit before we go break again?
Please.
Jesus, it's going
We've
fast.
got 15 more minutes. Go
so,
for it.
as mentioned, woo! Oh, have you two seen the animated Discworld special
I
stuff series?
haven't.
No, but I really want to. Whenever I see clips of it, it looks really fun.
Yeah. My mom keeps saying I need to watch them.
It seems like a... Yeah, I also want to watch... I've watched this before, but at some point me and Bugs, for the holidays, we want to watch the the live action adaptation of Hogfather, because I've seen that like
Yes.
once before, and I remember really liking it.
Hogfather
We
was
didn't
so
talk
good.
about it that much, but no, the Hogfather's really good because we mentioned earlier, like, okay, well, I'll talk about Trolls and Dwarves later. In the Death series in Soul Music, we meet his granddaughter Susan, and you kind of hit the end of that. And Bugs was telling me, like, if you're reading things in order, you kind of get to the end of that book, and Mort didn't come back after the end of his book. You kind of assume, like, okay, we met Susan, granddaughter of Death, and he's got this like human connection, and I didn't even get into talking about how that book kills me, because a lot of it turns out to be about, like, you are death, you will always be death, you are incapable of forgetting people,
Ugh.
you have wound up with humans who are close to you, and they have died, and you can never forget that they died. How do you. How?
Yeah.
How do you be? How do you be the person who cares about humans?
And
if this happens? How do you handle grief?
And it's interesting because, like, that speaks forward. Soul music kind of reaches back conversationally to, like, can you forget them?
Mhm.
If Death tried hard enough, could he forget?
Yeah. Would he still be deaf? In any, like, meaningful way? Or does he need to be the person who cares? Which, if you know me and you've, like, heard our various predilections, I have a really big soft spot for, like, non-human characters who have these, like, roles who wind up, like, very fond of humans and the weird gap that you deal with there. It's one of my favorite, like, concepts in fiction, and death is one of my favorite expressions of that. Especially because, like, he is Susan now. He has a granddaughter, and she keeps getting books.
Yeah.
After that,
Yeah.
she shows up again. Hogfather opens up and she's graduated from school and is working as a nanny, and it rules because she's like goth, no bullshit Mary Poppins. It
Yes.
rules. Which, to be fair, Mary Poppins is also no bullshit Mary Poppins. She is a hard ass. She's great.
Yeah. You know,
People misremember Mary Poppins just because Julie Andrews is pretty.
on the same note as Susan, I was very surprised to see Agnes Nitt in Carpe Jugulum, too.
Yeah, I forgot about that actually. She does like stick around, which is nice.
It's interesting to see, like, depictions of, you know, at the time it was still considered, like, split personality, but, like, you read it and you're like, oh, this is a system. This is, like,
yeah,
a
she's
good
very
depiction of
much a system, honestly, especially if that, like, yeah, especially because, like, she's in contact with herself, and you can very much see, like, that kind of running conversation of her as, like, a person, as people.
Yeah.
It's very nice, too, because it's not, like, pathologized in any, like, weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's a good, what was I going to say? Oh, Susan. She's, like, one of my favorite characters because it's just this thing where, like, her grandfather's death, and I forget, this might be in a book you haven't read yet, so forgive me, but there's a line at some point that's like, and on Death's desk was a mug that said, "World's best grandfather," that looked like it was used constantly, and that was a thought that had to cry itself to sleep at night.
Oh.
Right? Just like, oh, this little connection actually matters so fucking much to him. And I just dearly love that she's, like, kind of annoyed by having to deal with supernatural stuff, but she loves her grandpa, and it's even that thing of, like, well, it's family, and sometimes that means enough in a particular way.
Ugh.
It's so good. We should definitely watch the live-action Hogfather. I remember it being fun.
We should.
I think it's good. It has a good Albert. I remember that.
Oh, really?
Really enjoyed people going like, now that you say it, when I was describing his special gentleman friend.
I've been kind of picturing them sort of having a Nathan Lane, Robin Williams and the Birdcage-esque relationship, you know? And Albert is the Robin Williams.
I was gonna ask, but you know, you're right. You're kind of right. The diva. Let's see. What was I gonna Oh, Dwarfs and Trolls. Okay, so it's a fantasy novel setting, obviously. there's a great deal of things. There's witches. Witches, by the way, are just humans. It's just humans with like a particular kind of power. It's mentioned like very often that like Discworld witches don't do magic directly very often.
Mm-hmm.
They do something called headology, which is knowing how people think and working within that, which I really enjoy because oh, what's her name? The Magdred. Magdred? Is that her
Magrat.
name? The younger witch that they have at first. Magrat. Oh, poor Magrat. The younger witch, gets really fed up with them at a certain point about like not using magic, which I kind of enjoy because you can like very much feel that kind of impulse if you're
Mhm.
young.
Yeah. Yeah.
And wizards are also humans. Wizards do a bunch of studying and have big ol' there's an infamous song mentioned a few times in Ankh-Morpork, which is called "A Wizard's Staff Has a Knob at the End." Moving on. Similar, of course, to the song written and sung a great deal about the fact that, you know, the patrician doesn't have any big royal functions. So, of course, there's the song "The Patrician's Got No Balls."
And what's the one about the hedgehog?
The hedgehog won't be buggered at all.
Yeah.
I think that Terry Pratchett just has a certain horrible love of inventing the titles of songs. And if anyone in the audience is familiar with the Filk community, which is the fandom-based folk song community, you had better believe people have written some
Oh my
variations
God.
on
Yeah.
probably all of these songs. Because folk musicians, and I say this as someone literally raised around so many folk musicians, don't step to me on this, I have seen more Morris dancing than your average embarrassed England, like, dwelling person probably has. God help me. You can't encourage them. You can't encourage folk musicians. They'll just crawl out of the woodwork. Insinuations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you get the bagpipe player on fire again because the accordion player, anyways. These things happen. I don't know what it is with accordion players and bagpipers, man. It's like some kind of like inherent like fight they've got going on. Maybe it's just those two specifically, but it feels semi-universal. Anyways,
You know how it is.
you know how it is. But in the Discworld, you have all of these different types, and something that I love is that trolls and dwarfs as like non-human. This isn't like we mentioned Delicious in Dungeon. In Delicious in Dungeon we find out that like most of the different like what appear to be different species are all humans. They're just like different forks of humans. I think literally the only exceptions are orcs and kobolds because they have like a distinctly different number of bones, which I kind of enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good distinction. But in Discworld, dwarves and trolls are different. Dwarves are cartoon-ass, fantasy-ass dwarves. They mine, they sing songs about gold, they're short, they got axes. Trolls are a rock-based life form who have lichen on them and shut down in the heat. And in the second guard's book, they have their first troll and their first dwarf on the watch, and also Angua, who at first you assume is there because she's a woman.
Hi, Angua.
Friends, Discworld has a giant blonde-haired werewolf woman in it.
Hi. What's good, Angua? Hi.
Good for her.
Good for her. And she turns into like a
Angua
borzoi.
is
It's so
wonderful.
cool. Like a borzoi wolf.
Yes! Oh my god, I'm so glad you also picture a borzoi, because at some point they mentioned that she looks like a fine, like a wolf, but like mixed with like a fine hunting dog that's all elegance
Yeah.
and long snout, and I also immediately pictured a weird borzoi wolf.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You get it. You get it. You get it.
Angua is wonderful because the real reason she's on the watch is because she's undead representation.
Yeah.
Because Discworld also has vampires and werewolves and zombies, and all of those are classed under undead, which I enjoy because I think people who remove werewolves from being undead just because of, like, you know, people have the other explanations for werewolves they go to. We're a community. Are we all the same? No, but you have to stay banded together. You're
Mhm.
stronger united. Don't nitpick these things. It's not worth it. It's
In
not
fact,
worth it.
the first book that really
yes.
touches on this is Reaper Man.
Mhm. That's right.
Yeah.
Because you get like because death is out of commission, people aren't dying right. So you get like a character who's an extremely elderly wizard who was like all set to die, let's go, baby, and he just kinda didn't.
Yeah.
And he winds up meeting like the zombies of the city, which is very wonderful.
There's the zombies.
And she points out correctly.
Oh, isn't there like the boogeyman who can't hide in closets?
Yes.
So good.
Yeah, they're more like background details, but there's also like boogeymen are real. Something that I really love is like there's women who work as tooth fairies because the tooth fairy is actually a franchise. So like technically a totally normal human woman is just hired to be a tooth fairy
Oh my god.
on a specific route. It's really good.
They expand on that in a really cool way in Hogfather.
Yes, I really enjoy that. And yeah, Angua is from Uberwald, which is the discs. You might have noticed that the Discworld has a lot of like approximate locations. Uberwald is fantasy Transylvania, Germany. Don't worry about it. And Uberwald is literally like the Hammer horror part of the disc.
Yeah.
And Angua, werewolf, is from there. Worth noting also that dwarves and trolls are typically usually immigrants to the city as well, in a pretty literal way. And this is where we get introduced to detritus. Well, no, we get introduced to detritus a couple of books before this, actually. Moving Pictures, right? Is that where we first see detritus?
Yes.
As, like, detritus?
Him and Ruby. Oh, Ruby.
Yeah, detritus. Detritus is like the troll of all trolls. Trolls in Discworld all have names that refer to different types of rocks. Usually it'll be like specific minerals or like specific names. You get like feldspar, you get like quartz, you get these kinds of things. Detritus is just named detritus. Oh, we got a trick-or-treater! Hold on, we got one. We got a late night trick-or-treater. We can still get some candy left.
You get, oh my god. You get a whole box of Snickers.
Oh,
Happy
you got we found. Oh,
Halloween.
that's where the full-size Snickers were. All this time, I was like, we might as well get. It's so late. You might as well take them all.
Hello.
Okay, we got another one. There's still some candy in
get-
there.
No, you don't get that. You don't get that. We've seen that. Oh, you also get full-size Snickers. These are Snickers charged caffeine, taurine, B vitamin Snickers. Great.
They're energy Snickers. They're energy Snickers, and they're full size. Don't eat more than one of
Yummy.
them. Don't eat more than one of those.
Yummy.
I love this. Silly sticks in all caps. This is why you do late night rounds. It's true. That's when you get the like bag just dumped into your bucket. That's the good stuff, man. See the porch light go off after you leave. That we still got a few left in there if anyone's got any points left. But like I said, we got another one from Snap today. All right, let's see what we got. See what we got. Hi, it's having a nice night. It's fun to be young. It's fun to be young on Halloween.
Ugh, I wish I could still go around. Okay, let's see. No, you can't have that. We already gave that out.
I gotta get in on my niece and nephew going trick or treat before they grow out
Double
of it, man. I gotta do like one last run.
delights. Cheesecake flavored with
Oh?
strawberry topping. Yummy! Happy Halloween!
I would maybe check the expiration date.
Happy
You might want to check the expiration
Halloween!
date. It's good. It's good.
It's good.
I had to cut that one out of a print ad, by the way.
Ugh.
Oh, it's 12:59. We gotta take our last break of the night. What happened?
Fuck. What happened? Alright.
I don't know, but I think this is gonna be a returning format
I
for
think so too.
Frankie Net being rough times. I think that,
Yeah.
especially with like lower energy,
Yeah.
but I'm having a lovely time. I'm
Me
glad folks are.
too.
Sadly, the candy probably won't be back next time, but who knows?
But
Who
you're free to
knows?
still give us your money. Let's take a break.
You're free to still give us your money. Let's take a break. All right, we're gonna be 10, 5 minutes, whatever. Get up, have a stretch, have a food. I'm gonna eat a peanut butter sandwich. No, we're not done yet, Adrian. You earn your point. I gave you candy earlier. Go take a break. If you gotta go to bed, go to.
The hedgehog's right outside my window! SSSSS squad! Arrest SSSS Tim! Get your gears in gear, slowpoke! I'm getting! It's working! It's working! My sneaky scheme is working! It's only a matter of time before that hedgehog's mine! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today! What? It's my greatest gift idea! Get that damn hedgehog! Wait! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon! If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue baboon! Get ready, my secret project! I'm about to make history!
It might even work.
You bet your ass my gizmo works!
Maybe.
I push this button. I said I push this button. Damn it! This stupid button! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today! Huh? It's my greatest invention ever! Get that hedgehog! Do as I say! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon! If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue cartoon! It may take me years to catch that horrible hedgehog! If I wasn't so happy, I'd retire my plan today! There's only one cure for a Robotnik.
Yeah.
Obliterating that hedgehog. What was I saying anyway? Tails, shut up! That's better. As I was saying. Oh boy. I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew. If it's the last thing I do, it's only a matter of time before my hedgehog stew. Now nothing can stop me from conquering Mobius. And lots of other stuff too. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today.
What?
It's my greatest gift idea. Get that damn hedgehog! Wait! Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon.
Hello. If you're wondering what the OST is right now, it is PK Quack Out of the Dark. This is, I believe, Machinery. PK Quack Out of the Shadows. I knew. Oh, Adrian. What in the world is that? Really good emote, Adrian. Really good. Café con leche, Café con leche flavored coffee powder, which is coffee with milk, so that's a little... Huh. Well, anyway, it's good. You found it on the clip art website? Awesome. Very cool. Very good. Clip art websites are great, man. I mean, you know, fucking, you see from the birthday streams how much fun I have with those. Hi, Frankie! I am pivoting in RuneScape. I just remembered something I want to do.
Hey! What you doing?
I want to go up my fire making level, so I'm going to go chop maple trees and hop on a forestry server.
Ooh! Yeah! Hell yeah!
So I just have to walk to, yeah, I can just... you know what? Since I'm here, I'll just sail to Catherby. It's fine.
Yeah, why not?
Why not live a little?
Have
you
a little
know?
fun.
So something
Have
cool
a
about RuneScape
have
is
a little
that
sailing.
they have official servers that are
Uh-huh.
like, okay, you are dedicated to whatever task for this. The server has a bunch of people
Sure.
doing it, so you'll find like specific mini games will have a bunch of people. It's really cool.
Oh, that's a smart way to handle that. Yeah, instead of just like, well, you want to level up this, but it takes other people. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Whoa. Since I mentioned the Discworld animated special, says New, I put the covers of the DVDs in the mod channel.
Ooh.
The Soul Music cover is really interesting because it's printed on foil-covered paper, so Death is really shiny on that one.
Ooh,
Interesting.
that's cool. Thank you, New.
Shiny Death. I do always love how much for Death Terry Pratchett really leans into like a very fun goth sensibility.
Yeah, agreed.
Susan is also pretty rad for this because it's mentioned like, yeah, her hair just kind of grows in with white streaks even though she's still pretty young. It's just like that. She's just destined to be really fucking cool and goth is the thing, so...
You know how it is.
You know how it is. Male Wife is like feverishly making a Halloween costume, saving up points over there. It's... Can you beat the clock?
Can you
Can
beat
you
the
beat the
clock,
clock?
Adrian? Can you do it? Is it possible for our Adrian?
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe. Okay, we have 2 maple trees here, but maple is what I'm looking for. But what I'm particularly looking for is there is a lake that has about 3 maple trees. It's up here. Really good for cutting.
Oh?
Oh shit, my forestry bag. Well, thank God the bank's
What makes
right
them
here.
like good for cutting versus other ones?
It's easy to click from one to the other pretty quickly. And also it means that so forestry has some really interesting mechanics where the more people you have on a tree, the more logs you get, the more likely you are to get events. So it kind of makes you have to think about like,
Sure.
okay, so where would the most people be cutting logs in this area?
I see.
For whatever type of tree I'm after.
So you kind of want to like head to places.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so speaking of that, let me hop onto a forestry server. So we go to that, we go to World Switcher, and we look
Hey.
for forestry. 416, there's got
Yeah, for anyone unaware, I've never played old school RuneScape. I played Melvor Idol, which is an idle game that's like based off of RuneScape in a very real way. But that just means I have like some context for why sometimes learning to steal means standing there getting your ass kicked by a farmer sometimes.
Exactly, and it just means Frankie's childlike wonder
Mhm.
about like, oh my god, what do you
It's
mean that's
true.
supposed
I
to
never
be a
played this
rat?
back in the day. I never played this now. I do love this really specific era of polygons that look like little wax figures
Yeah.
that have been left in the sun like a little bit.
Well, it's interesting because so much of it is a holdover from when RuneScape was an in-browser game. So it's like models that started as scaled to you can run this in Internet Explorer.
Yeah, with like pretty early to
Here
bad
we
internet, which is
go.
exciting because even if like oh you getting on that? Oh baby, party! Woo!
Let's go.
In the mix, in the mingle. Everybody's just lost in that tree sauce.
Oh baby. Okay, please continue. Sorry.
Oh, I'm a little bit getting tired and the stream tired, so I'm not that focused either. I'm excitedly learning about RuneScape things, trust me. I'm also taking a second to clean my glasses, so
I need to get a better
I
axe.
know how that is.
Look at these people, they got the two-hand axe.
Ain't that always the way?
Ugh. Some of these
That's
people are
style,
purple.
that's
I don't
looks,
know why
you know
or
how it
they're
is.
purple. This one's no, that one's purple
Unclear.
too.
Huh. I don't know.
Makes you think.
Maybe you'll find out one day.
Maybe.
Makes you think.
I could probably just Google why people purple OSRS and find something too.
RuneScape, why purple?
Why purple?
Reddit, why RuneScape purple man?
Now you gotta go OSRS. Why RuneScape purple? Reddit.
Yeah, you're right. That's the better search. Sorry, we're officially at the time of stream where we're a little bit tired, so we're just gonna like spitball Google searches
Yeah.
for a few seconds. You understand? Cacophony of lumberly actions. Oh, I wish I could hear it.
It's
All I can hear
it's-
is flute salad because.
every time an axe hits a tree, you get a talk noise. Like, okay. Now look at how many people are here, and think about the fact that I'm standing on 15 other people, and think about what the audience is hearing. I had to turn down the sound effects to like near mute.
Kind of a woodpecker effect is what I'm imagining here a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
That makes sense to me. But Discworld. Okay, so trolls and dwarfs. One thing I'll mention is like I kind of gave dwarves like a rush summary, and I realize I'm gonna have a little bit more to say about trolls just from a biology perspective. So the cool thing about dwarves is that Pratchett really sat down and looked at like the generic concept of a dwarf and decided, okay, all of that is true in Discworld. All of that, like they mine, they keep away from humans a lot, and as far as anyone can tell, they're all male because they all wear beards and have armor. I'm gonna make all of that literally true, but then I'm gonna like actually think about what that means for them culturally. Like, they live their whole life underground, so they kind of reverse up and down in a lot of sayings. They focus a lot on mining, so they kind of have... One of my favorite really weird repeating bits is that at one point a dwarf gets asked, like, do dwarves really love gold? And he goes, nah, we just say that to get it into bed with us, which I love as just like... What? Pratchett! What do you mean? What does that mean? What are you saying, sir?
And you know what? Good for him.
And of course, there's a repeating bit that... Good for him. And trolls, on the other hand, are literally rock-based life form. They are silicon-based life form in this setting. And I kind of love them because he looks at the idea of, like, trolls are stupid and goes like, well, that shouldn't be literally true. But also, what if I took this character Detritus from Moving Pictures and, like, he is a troll that even other trolls think are stupid, think is stupid. What does that mean? What is he like? What is his life like? Like, how does he feel about these things? So in the second Guards book, Angua is a part of the Force, along with Detritus, who, as mentioned, is from Moving Pictures, the one where a parasitic concept of the idea of movies becomes extant on the disc and almost causes an apocalypse.
Hooray!
And also there's a talking dog. And
There's
his
a
name's
talking
Gaspode. We love
dog.
Gaspode.
We love Gaspode.
And Detritus is a stunt worker as like a troll actor for playing big scary troll who gets a
Oh,
big
shit.
crush on the troll equivalent of Marilyn Monroe, whose name is Ruby, which good for him.
Good for him.
Where are the frogs?
There's a random event where the frog princess needs your help.
Chaotic.
Yeah. Well, right now, speaking of, there's an event where all these, you see the people running back and forth. A bunch of pheasant nests spawn, and you need to grab their eggs before they respawn and hurt you, and then you give those to the freaky forester for bark. It's a little scary looking, isn't it?
I see. It's kind of a knocked over anthill kind of effect. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's. I see. They're scurrying around for eggs.
They are. You know how it is with eggs.
Adrian in chat says, "Put me back in my nest. Put me back in my nest."
No, fucking hate that, man. Tree egg. Talk to Forrester.
It's the I every time I hear it, I just wind up sitting here muttering to myself, "Put me back in my nest."
It's terrible,
Why is
man.
it said like that? Why is anything in those games like that? Why did they make a Shrek game that has so little? Anyways, we can't talk about Shrek. We're not talking about Shrek. Are there 5 more Shrek items in this candy bowl than I thought there were?
Yes.
Yes. And when we dump out the candy bowl with my whatever, I got like 50k points, so y'all will at least see 5 more. But it is possible you guys could miss out seeing the entirety of the Shrek treats. But when's the Shrek stream? Never.
Never.
We're not.
No.
No. There's literally other like non-Disney animated movies we would talk about first. You will hear me talk about Rockadoodle for like 2 hours first. It's not happening.
Christ.
The ground's been covered. I can't even talk about Garfield because Quentin Reviews got there ahead of me, for crying out loud. I do know a lot about Garfield, though. I know too much about Garfield.
You do know a lot about Garfield. I brought up Garfield castration anxiety because of a game theory book I was listening to a podcast about. Had that sense in it, and Frankie immediately rattled off, well, he is afraid of that, and you can, you know, and this, and this, he's afraid of being fixed, and like,
But
great.
I'm with you, buddy.
Oh, hey!
Hey, Octopi Raiders, what's good? We are playing, well, we're doing Trick or Treat, so we got a little Trick or Treat bucket here, and people can do either points redeem or $5 donations, and you get a Trick or Treat. But y'all are Raiders. Y'all can just pull up here for the sleepy last half an hour as we play old school RuneScape and mostly talk about Discworld, and only a little bit about Garfield. Only a little bit.
Hi,
Oh, we got a trick or treat. All right, we got someone at the door. We got a trick or treater. All right. Let's see. What's it?
Oh, you know what? Just let me see if we can't get one that we haven't had before. We've seen the Reese's
Yeah,
Cologne.
we got to rattle. We got to rattle through the
We've seen the
bottom. We've
Tootsie
seen that
Pops.
before.
Hershey's bar.
We've seen the Tootsie Pops.
Hey, what do you know? You got a
Hey,
normal one.
oh, that's not just any Hershey's bar.
Huh?
Bugs, no. That's a 5-pound Hershey's bar. That is a 5-pound Hershey's bar. That is
Jesus
God's own
Christ,
5 pounds of
man.
Hershey's bar.
All right. Starcat. Hi, trick or treat.
Good luck.
Starcat. Let's see what you get.
Hey! We're getting those last kids doing like the cleanup crew. I always like the stalwart end of the night trick-or-treaters. We got another, we're getting a whole little cluster here. We've seen the Go-Gurt. We've all seen the Shrek Go-Gurt. Don't worry about the Shrek
Heinz.
Go-Gurt.
Oh, we already seen this one. Hang on.
We've seen the Heinz. We've seen the Heinz. I was surprised by the Heinz. I forgot about the Heinz.
We've seen the Smarties.
We've seen the Smarties. We've seen the
the
Smarties.
face
Oh, we
paint
got
kit.
a lot of kids now suddenly. We got a lot of kids.
I know.
We've seen the face paint kit,
Oh, you
which
get
I had to Google for that
Starburst.
edition
That's
specifically.
Nice.
You get normal Starburst.
Alright, let's see.
Hey,
What is no
that's
one
a
here but
oh, that's a
critters get?
crunchy one. Let's find out. Did Nettle Devils get theirs?
Yeah, Nettle Devils got the, Oh wait, no.
Okay,
no,
okay,
they didn't.
just
No,
checking,
they didn't.
just
Hang
checking.
on. No, they didn't. You're
Yeah, I
right.
thought that.
Nettle
Yeah,
Devils,
it came
you
through at
get
about the same time. Nettle Devils
Rolo.
voiced. Oh, you get a Rolos.
How nice.
That's nice. Halloween Rolos.
Let's see.
I always liked Rolos when I was a kid.
I liked Rolos too.
Mhm.
Oh, it's Shrek
What else is in the bottom here?
Snickers
Mhm.
with green Shrek filling.
Yay! Yay! They're full size.
Ooh, so tasty. Happy Halloween to one and all.
Happy Halloween! Oh. You gotta have Snickers. I feel like Snickers is like important to Halloween
Yeah.
in some strange way.
No, agreed.
If you don't have the points donations, can you trick or treat and/or funny noises? You can donate $5, and that also gets you the noises, same as always. I got those over here. Don't worry. If you
We're
get
$3 away from the
we got them. We got them. We are $3 away from summoning the beast, aka Bugs honks a funny squeaky toy. So hey, as always, never donate unless you don't like. You need to have the money. You need to have like paid
Yeah.
for your Netflix, but also, you know how it is. The beast.
The beast.
You know the beast. Don't worry about it. Where was I? Oh right. So in the second guard's books of Discworld, strap in. That is just double check. Man, it's really interesting. By the way, whenever I look at like the list of like actual books and orders, you get guards, and then you get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books before the next like the next like guards books. It's really interesting that he like cooked on it and decided to come back. Male wife trick or treating.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, we gotta pick out a special one.
Alright, let's see.
I gotta dig deep.
Okay, not that one.
Every last point.
Not that one.
Who's the large
Not
man
that
in the RuneScape right now?
Oh, that's a random event.
No, we've seen the marshmallow.
We seem charged.
Okay. Oh, hey! Have we seen the pumpkin cakes?
We have. You get Arlequin Origin und
Okay,
Carnival de Guts
I want to
Assiduous.
see the beast.
Yay! Oh, do enjoy French candy.
Thank you.
Oh, we got a donation.
We did. Thank you to Stardust Wishes, who tipped $3 and says, "I want to see the beast." You know what? You get a funny.
Hooray!
You get a candy. Let's see what you get.
Yeah, it's the end of the night. We can pull out a quick candy real quick. Also, Octopi, if you want to read Discworld, we recommend either just starting
Good night,
from the
Adrian.
beginning
Let's hang out.
chronologically, because that way you get to know. See you later. Good night, Adrian. Go to sleep. Either start from the beginning, or pick a random book that
get
interests you.
Shrek
But starting from the beginning. is fine.
multi-grain cereal with
Yay!
marshmallows.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
Hooray! Thank you so much. I will now unleash the beast.
Thank you. Hooray! And I think I also have a slide whistle. No, that's 69 times.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, and because it's total, you actually do get a honk,
Ooh.
and one of these, and also one of these, real quick. And can we give him another squonk on that toy? One more good.
Oh, it sounds so sickly.
You all have 30 minutes. There's still enough time to dungeon man us. God help us.
Fucking
That's
hell.
not happening. Please, God. For those who are new to our streams, we do have a series of sound-based donation incentives, most of which are at lower levels, but for some ungodly reason, we never took down the $200 incentive to force us to listen to Dungeon Man music from Earthbound.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why that's still there.
It also
it's
forces you
just
to
not
listen
weird.
to it. You're locked in with us. It's cool.
It's kind of an area of effect donation. Can I get a quick honk on that, Bobo? Okay, but go to bed. Thank you. Just it's for Adrian. It's like it's making every noise at once.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad
So
little
good.
beast. I love it.
It is. It's so tragic. Oh, it's so good. The Beast is a squeaky toy that Bugs' cat has chewed on just a lot. Just
to the
it
point
hates.
where when I
like,
squeeze
Romeo
it, I feel a
hates it.
breeze from every hole chewed into its body.
One of these days, Romeo's gonna like tear its actual insides out. Good
He's
God.
torn those catnip bananas to pieces every single time. He has bitten my books while I'm reading them and has gone through several pages with his teeth.
He's so powerful.
He is very powerful.
He's his little powerful stapler beast
He is.
teeth.
He is. He's a little powerful stapler.
He is. We're all very proud of him. Hey, good night, Octopi. Happy Novemberween.
Good night, and thanks for hanging out. And thank you for the raid again. That was very kind of you.
Yeah. Go get some. Yeah, go get some. That enjoy that post-stream slow crumbling effect. One of my cats will beat up the other cat so you can have all of the catnip bananas. That makes sense to me. The cat violence happens on occasion when catnip is introduced. It be do. Mostly, for some reason, only the gray cats are really interested in catnip, and we usually just like spread it on the ground and then watch them roll around like little hogs. Yeah, Sheik, you're a play. What the heck?
Oh yeah.
Well, as long as you're having fun, you're an adult. The Sheik outranks me adult-wise, so I can't
That's
tell
true.
Sheik what to do.
That's true. That's true. Oh, I really like.
I'm officially at the time of night where I'm slightly absorbed by the sounds.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying just clicking shit in this game. Look at this. Look at this. This is count check.
It's good.
He
This
checks
is,
your
mhm.
account safety, and he'll appear to you randomly. And if you have two-factor enabled, he
Yeah.
gives you stuff. He goes, "Ah, very good. You have two-factor
That
enabled.
rules.
You can have some prizes."
That's the best way to handle that kind of
Yeah.
thing, I think.
It's
Just
good.
have a fucking man show up now and then.
I've come to check you, Waffle Boy. It says, really good.
You know what? Here's what I'm gonna say. I think, because it's late at night, I'm gonna leave off starting to talk too much more about Men at Arms, like from my, because I can talk the most about the guard books because those are the ones I've read the most. But at the end of the night, I'm just gonna grill Bugs about the early books that I haven't read for a bit. What would you say is like, out of those early like what's some of your favorites when you're like first started reading through? I want to hear.
I love Weird Sisters. I love Two Flower and Rincewind's dynamic in The Color of Magic and the Light Fantastic. I leveled up.
Yeah.
I can cut down Arctic Pine if I wanted to. No one could stop me.
Ooh,
Anyway.
fancy. No one could stop you legally.
Gosh, that's tricky. I did like Small Gods. Let me pull up a list to look at.
Yeah, I always like Small Gods. I think Small God. Want me to put the list like in collab chatter so you can glance at it?
Yeah, I would love that.
I got it right here. Hold on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. My wonderful friend, my beautiful friend.
Plus, I prepared notes.
Thank
It's good.
you.
I've already got one for whenever we get back to One Piece info dumps. It's already written. It's good. It's good.
Let's see. Guards, always good. I forgot
Yes.
so much of Sourcery. Witches Abroad was fucking great.
Sorcery.
Yeah, there was a lot of moving pictures that I liked. There were some stuff like the way that the theater itself was covered in barnacles and grime, and like the way it was described as like the floor was slick with algae.
Yeah.
That was cool. There was some really fun imagery in that one.
Yeah, I did say like Guards does feel like where a lot of like Ankh-Morpork comes into focus, and I really love that like moving pictures kind of gives you like Ankh-Morpork and how it responds to like these weird outer world, almost like out of genre kinds of things. And something that's really interesting is like you haven't quite gotten to this point yet, but there is going to be a point in Discworld where like new ideas creep in, and they're not like a one-time only, one book kind of like thing.
Oh
And I'm
yeah.
always interested, wondering like what kind of caused that shift over.
Yeah, every so often when I look at, there's like, oh, there's different guides for how you should read Discworld, and one of the paths I saw is like, oh, well, these are the Industrial Revolution books. And it's like, well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, that's a common kind of grouping, which is very it again. I I think that if someone asks you where to start, I'm saying this so gently. I have never in my life become less intimidated because someone hands me a train schedule of ways to read a book series.
Yeah,
I think it makes it seem more complicated than it is.
yeah.
I promise you can just ramble at random through these books and it's fine. That's what I did. That's what I did. That's what I did. Or you can read them chronologically. That's what Bugs did.
Yeah,
Which, in some ways, really like is a dual pair maneuver for us somehow.
I'm kind of a pervert for seeing how artists and creators develop their works. That's kind of why we ended up doing like the Love to Lick tree as we did.
Yeah.
Which we'll have to circle back around to Mario RPG because that is very foundational to Love to Lick and who they are.
No, I honestly think that might be like, never believe a streamer when we say, yeah, we're gonna play that. Say, just imagine Jerma saying,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna play that soon. Anytime we ever say that, we don't mean to be liars, but there's a lot of video games.
Yeah.
But it's dangerously close to being on the chopping block because neither of us have played that game, and it is such a big like origin point for like the Love to Lick
Oh,
Onion
yeah.
Games kind of like deal.
Well,
Like it's such a direct line.
so much of the visual style of particularly Moon RPG, particularly Tulip, comes from and this was pre-rendered video games background, I believe. Oh, there's a sapling here. I'm going to focus on what I'm saying instead of doing that. We're influenced by Donkey Kong's rendered backgrounds, and we're like shocked by it.
Yeah.
And they looked at that, and it was like, that background art was like, oh, I can combine photo bashing with this, and I can make these backgrounds, and I can make these, and
Yes.
so much of that became like, why Moon RPG looks like how it does, why Tulip looks like how it does,
Yes.
It's fascinating.
It's this very like dreamy effect, and it's weird to think about like when that was really a new concept and how much that freed up. So we want to hit that, but I definitely agree. Like, I also think like, especially now, I really enjoy like seeing, with my interest being what it is, I often first take a swing at something kind of at random. Like, I read this, and so I go, what else has this person done? But then it's fun to look at like, where did you start? Where are you going? And I think with Discworld, especially because like it is the series Discworld is only one continuing narrative, literally from the perspective of the disc. Literally from like these are all happening in the same world that are and like it's tangentially related. But I think it's really fun because you get to see so much of like a creator deciding what he wants to do with a world and what he wants to take seriously and what he doesn't want to take seriously. And sometimes the answer is he kind of takes everything seriously eventually.
Yeah. And it's kind of fun and kind of a relief to see a creator whose writing is so much on like, meandering, like, I can circle back around to that. I can explore that,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's nice.
And like, for me, I always really appreciate it because I remember like, oh right, the reason why I write a lot of like dialogue and back and forth and characters being in their own head is because that's what I like in Discworld. We got a trick-or-treater. Put the conversation on hold real quick. We got one more trick-or-treater.
Not that one.
No. Dig deep.
Not that one.
Mm,
No, not that one. Not that one. We already seen that one. What? Here we go, Gumby! Gumby, giant
Yay,
Gumby
the other
candy.
Gumby!
Oh, lucky you.
Gnaw off the head of Gumby in tribute. Please enjoy.
Mm.
There's no flavor mentioned on that Gumby, by the way.
And it's a
so...
giant gummy bear, so you know it tastes good and not like gasoline. You know it tastes good.
No, definitely doesn't. Just really enjoy a Titan Saturn eating his own son Gumby experience. Gumby flavor. That's right. That's
Gumby
right.
flavor.
There was also there was a matching when I searched for Gumby candy. Google did say, "Did you also want to see Gummy Pokey?" And that's not in there. But who's to say?
Who's to say?
Maybe come around December. Who's to say what'll be in the old pail?
Of course, because Gumby can't be in December. Oh my god. It's like swarms of ants.
Yeah, there's like some fascinating amount of like video game motion happening around these trees. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this. Forestry has added like
Should
so
be
much to
Gumby
this.
gum. There should be Gumby gum.
There should be Gumby gum.
It should just be like a strip of gum with Gumby printed on top of it. Like, come on.
Ugh.
Low effort. Side note, not to get back to Gumby, but there's only one good time when Gumby transforms, and it's when he plays a drumba. I mean, it's when he plays like a tuba. That's the only good time. It's the only good one. It brought me... I'm gonna put that in collab chatter, and we can just put that up sometime at the end. Because it's the only good Gumby doing weird transformation stuff moment. And you might think to yourself, surely there must be more than one. No. It's all bad otherwise.
That sounds about right for Gumby.
I'll just get that uploading. Gumby's mostly bad. I mean, I shouldn't say that. If we were talking post-stream about, like, if Gumby was just bad, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm not, like, time to check out every episode of Johnny Test, you know? I'm not out here, like, I gotta hold some random children's show up to, like, intense scrutiny. No, Gumby is weird because I think Gumby's art.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a good children's show.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it is both art and a bad children's show. And I think it's very possible to occupy that same space. Like that, what was it? That TV show that got canceled on its commercial break that was recently had an episode archived. Do you remember this?
No, I don't.
Oh. It was like the computer show, and the whole gimmick of it was, and it was like a 1950 show. Was that this is the first show made by computer. And it was like,
oh dear,
yeah,
that's,
it was like very artsy, and like on the credits they're like, that show will not air ever again on this network.
Which, you know, to be fair, I do think kids should, like, get artsy, weird experiences. I think it's good for a growing brain. The problem is like, look, people overuse the phrase Lynchian a lot. They really do. Like, a lot of things get called, like, oh, Lynchian, it's going up on the shelf next to, this is so brutalism, this is so concrete. But Gumby has an air of menace caused by a combination of weirdly aggressive slapstick with, like, no coherent point of reference for coherent, like, location or cause and effect. Like, where Gumby, the character, is not coherent from moment to moment in a way that makes sense. Like, sometimes he's just in the no background abyss, even though he was somewhere else for a while. Yeah, I think kids deserve weird media, but sometimes someone's experimental project gets lost on TV. There's that.
Yeah,
there's that too. Gumby, I think, is just... I don't think they'd really, like, gotten a handle on whimsy in the 50s. I think whimsy was, like, invented in, like...
Whimsy was, like, a 60s
maybe
invention.
1969?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Late 60s.
And even then,
70s.
it was still a little rough.
Yeah.
In the 50s, I think Mickey Mouse still smoked sometimes.
It's whimsical. It's whimsical.
Look, I love Felix the Cat, but I've seen a lot of original Felix the Cat cartoons, and they're also beautifully animated
Mhm.
and fun,
Mhm.
but also I've seen a lot of, like, okay, let's be fair. Felix the Cat and Betty the Boop weren't made for children. One of the first cartoons ever made with Coco the Clown and Bimbo, who were the characters that kind of preceded Betty Boop, did end with the end of the world and like a really long amount of end of the world. Animated loved smoking back then? Hold up. First of all, nah. Media that's weird is not made by being on drugs. Second of all, do you think animators get less high now?
They're talking about Mickey smoking.
Yes.
Smoking
Oh,
cigarettes.
sorry. Yeah, no, animators loved... the animators did love
Yeah.
animating people smoking. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
And
You're
also,
off
animators
the
at the
hook,
time
off the
loved
hook.
chain smoking.
They did also love chain smoking, which was the then equivalent to modern animators. Checks notes, still chain smoking. Help. Please support animators trying to unionize whenever they get the chance to. Or having union strikes.
Please.
It's rough out there. For just dollars a day, you too could sponsor an animator living off of menthol and or vape pens and just a lot of Monster Energy drink.
Oh, holy shit. What is this person wearing? It's flippers and a camel head. I've never seen either of those.
There's oh wow.
Yeah.
This is like the
going on
RuneScape
here.
version of being in Splatoon and seeing like someone doing something innovative
Oh
with
my
that like
God.
mascot head.
It's November 3rd. I need to see what the salmon run outfit is.
You know, after stream, we're so close to being done.
Yeah.
It'll be there. It'll be
Yeah,
there.
it'll be there.
Wait, I keep thinking like maybe Camelhead Man is an NPC, but no.
No. Camelhead's a player.
I see.
So, when you get this event with the sapling here, you'll see people are swarming to about 4 different locations. You have to go to each ingredient pile and
Damn.
figure out which of the this person says this ingredient sucks fat censored. Very good. You have to figure
Hooray!
out what combination of ingredients they like. And it's fun
The
to figure out.
sapling?
The sapling, yeah.
This is like a fascinating amount of like pathing.
It
like,
is. It is.
This is like watching an ant farm.
Yeah, I you know, it's fun kind of figuring out let's see. It's fun figuring it out, but also it's kind of fun standing back and watching everyone scramble too.
It is. It's got a hypnotic. I like Stardust was just saying RuneScape players could be doing anything. You're right.
It's true.
You're right.
It's true. You're right.
I feel like at any moment I could like look over and see the players like in little circling pairs, like just wheeling around, and you're like, oh well, like an event is happening right now. We have to all do a folk dance.
So,
What?
One time I was
Really?
wandering around and I wandered into a monastery and I found 2 people dressed up in ball gowns and in RuneScape, I'm sorry sir, I'm just going to demonstrate on you. You can follow a player and you will stand right behind them. If you follow someone who is following you, you both slowly wheel around like you're dancing.
Holy Christ.
This couple was silently dancing together in the monastery. No one around
Oh my
them,
God.
dressed in ball gown regalia, and I just stumbled on them slowly dancing and wheeling without saying anything. And it was scary, man. I had to leave immediately. I did not like that. I got out of there ASAP. It was worse than
I
the
think
kid
those
who
are
was
good
begging for shrimp
instincts.
spike, calling people mommy. Like, it was bad.
No, I think you were right, because I think like if you walk in on 2 people in full ball gown outfits, like slowly, so you are going to die.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
That's not survivable. That's bad. You walked in on some like fairy shit. You gotta go. You gotta leave.
Like it's romantic for sure, but I was like, I gotta get out of here. I can't be here. This is like someone's RuneScape wedding.
No, like the Phantom of the Opera is going to drop a piano on your head. You gotta go.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Just standing alone in like
Oh, by the way, in case anyone out there's, go on.
the back garden of a monastery that had like beautiful flowers and bushes and then like 4 cabbages growing.
You know, you gotta have your cabbages.
You
That's
gotta have your
important.
cabbages.
That's important. That's important.
You were saying?
In case anyone is wondering, by the way, I was just gonna mention how funny it is that Discworld has a Phantom of the Opera book.
Yes, it's so good too.
Yeah. No, it's Discworld is great because, you know, we describe like, oh, it's fantasy. We talk about like stuff set in Ankh-Morpork. We talk about the wizards, and I feel like that would set you up to assume like, yeah, all right, fantasy books. I knows what fantasy books are about. They're about adventuring and quaffing and. So they're remarkably little adventuring. The guards' books are mostly like crime books, but sometimes the crime is who's trying to start a war, which is really fun. But it's funnier than you'd think.
Oh, Jinko is so good.
I love Jingo. Like we'll talk about each of the books like in order next time we do this. But Jingo is fun because, you know, we mentioned earlier like there's some early books that have some race problems. You're gonna get to Jingo, which has a lot to do with the fictional country of Klatch, which is Middle Eastern in a vague way, and you're gonna think, uh-oh, and I'm gonna turn to you and go, it's not bad, it's fine. It's mostly him making fun of the English for being racist idiots. It's fine. Listen, you're gonna get worried. It's okay, I promise. It's fine. It's okay. It's actually pretty good on it. It's very thoughtful. It's actually very, like, taking a good hard look at it, and it's not gonna get grim or weird. But it's good.
It's good. It's good.
And it's fun because it's one of the first books where Lord Russ really starts getting like, Pratchett loves writing idiot upper class dudes.
He loves if Pratchett describes a man as looking like Jane's dad in Tarzan, you know he's evil. You know he's evil.
Yes. And in like a banal way
Yeah.
too, which I really enjoy. Like sometimes it's not even like, and they're the big bad and they get put to jail. It's just like, yeah, I think like something Vimes literally says is like, in a city where it's criminal to live in a housing flat, somehow it makes you a fine and upstanding figure in society to be the landlord of those flats. And another time, I think he even like repeats that a few times because there's a line that I always remember, which is like, you can own buildings where people live like roaches and roaches live like kings, but you're considered a pillar of the community. It's the scorn. Look, America's got it rough. Obviously, we maintain a like slight no bummers policy here, so we don't talk about like ongoing things. We're being held hostage by a government that's actively funding genocide. Not kidding. That's rough. I'm glad. I want to extend a sympathetic hand to anyone living in England where you actually have lords around.
Good fucking
Like,
God, man.
we also kind of have that. I can't imagine the insult it's gotta be to see those dipsticks. We have our own dipsticks. But something about the crests, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that makes it a little bit worse. I think it's all bad. I feel such kinship.
Yeah.
We're both trapped in our awful deals. And yours have special accents. Make them sound like that. They talk like that all the time. But I think Terry Pratchett definitely has his lashing out about that in his books a lot in a way that I really enjoy, which is doubly funny by the fact that, you know, Vimes, through the course of the books, becomes a knight because Vetinari decides to, like, reward him for, like, his deeds, and Vetinari thinks it's really funny to keep upgrading Vimes' status because it means Vimes annoys more rich people. Terry Pratchett got knighted.
Yeah.
When people refer to him as Sir Terry Pratchett, they're not kidding. He was knighted by the Queen for his contributions to English culture by writing books where he is vehemently anti-royalist. And here's the thing, if I was him, I would also accept that.
Yeah.
I would also be like, yeah, fuck it. All right.
Yeah.
But I really do think that speaks to something, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I'm excited though.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah?
particularly with how he has Vimes discuss being somewhat trapped by his Duke title, you know?
Yes. Yes, when that starts coming up, especially. He eventually gets made Duke. And it's really fun because even when like it just first starts, because like in Men in Arms, the next books will be like discussing more in depth next time. He is getting prepared to get married to the wealthiest woman in Ankh-Morpork and possibly even the surrounding locations. And she loves him, and he loves her, and as far as he knows, he's going to be retiring from the Watch when he gets married. And it's this very fun struggle of him, like, obviously dreading that, even though he's like, I should want this. Being on the Watch is bad. Being a watchman is, like, destroying me over time. It's a thankless work. I don't even like the public. I think everyone's a suspicious bastard. But I'm suddenly going into a life that involves plumes and hosiery, and I also hate that. And I think that book even ends with, like, him being told, like, that's when he gets made the commander of the Watch. And there's this very cute bit where he's like, no, you're doing this all wrong. We should have these men here, and we should open up this place. And he's got a map open. And there's this cute bit of Sybil, like, watching him work, and then smiling and being, like, so relieved as she goes to go, like, manage the dragon pens. Because, like, she fell in love with him like that.
Yeah.
She knows what she... That Sybil is at all times like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be working yourself to death, and she thinks the world of him, so she wants him to be, like, important, but she also fell in love with him as a watchman, and she wants him to be happy, and he's kind of happiest being hyper busy and doing all of this, which
she fell in love with his
I really
autism
enjoy a
blast,
lot.
you know?
Yeah! Exactly. Which, he's the more quieter, cynical breed, which you do get. You do kind of get. You do. That reminds me, I think, like, this is something that gets discussed, like, when people talk about this on Tumblr and everything, but something I really love is, like, when Vimes' alcoholism is talked about, it's literally presented as, like, the people around him, especially, like, Colon and Nobbs, decided at some point, like, Vimes is someone who is permanently too sober, and so part of why he drank was because that got him up to par.
Yeah.
And I always kind of like that as a discussion of, like, how you can wind up with a substance problem because you are coping.
Yeah.
And part of that being just, like, maybe you're kind of at a disadvantage ahead of time with, like, say, feeling things very strongly, or the way you see the world, or a certain amount of cynicism, or untreated PTSD, or... I don't know. I always kind of found it a very, like, kind without being cloying kind of, like,
Yeah.
handling.
Because...
And part of why, like, these books resonated is, like, being younger and seeing, like, oh, I understand these characters. I also get, like, really overwhelmed by things, or don't understand things, or don't understand why something just being the truth isn't enough for people, or all these little things.
Fuck? Oh, these are poachers.
I
You
see.
disarm their animal traps.
I see. So poachers just kind of teleport in as a little group of men.
How strange. Yeah, this add-on is very strange. Like, there's a lot of it that I like, but it's also like, what in the world is happening? Because, you know, the problem was with how, you know, woodcutting worked was you would just stand in one spot for hours. So now
Sure.
it's like, okay, here's things so you don't, like, go insane, you know?
No, I think that it's pumpkin full of meat, kind of, is what I'm getting the idea here.
Yeah, exactly.
I really do enjoy, though, how much it reveals, like, how many people are standing overlapped with each other doing something.
Yes.
Like, every time an event springs.
Yes.
It's just this sudden, like, flurry of act. Oh, there they go! Get him! Get him! Oh, it's so good to me. It is 1:59.
Jesus, you're kidding.
Yeah, it's 1:59. We have to actually close up soon.
That's fucked up. Alright, let me finish this
Well,
event and I'll get us all closed up.
Well, not yet. I did make a promise, and I do have a pretty good amount of points. So,
Oh, god damn it.
actually, it'd be really funny to spend them all as one big bugs info dump, but I'm not gonna do that. All right,
Thank you.
let's get going here.
You
Hold
know,
on.
the other thing, while I'm waiting for this event to finish, the interesting thing about Vime's alcoholism and the being too sober thing is that it's, again, Pratchett touching on one of his own things, one of his own concepts of people being too sober from a drink that, you know, sobers them, being canard, drunk backwards.
Oh yeah.
And so you're like, oh yeah, too sober, haha, like that. And he turns to you, goes, no, not in the funny way. Not a funny way.
Yes, no, it is expressly like, yeah, we kind of get to Vimes like at the beginning of his upward arc a little bit, but it's a fun take, I think, on like the like haggard, darkened, lone cop against the world, because we mostly see him when he's like getting better instead of just like, and he's bad forever, because that's what's cool. And I did redeem 5 trick-or-treats, so
You
we got to real
monster.
quick, before we close out. I did use up all of my points. I got 9k left.
You...
Oh, 9,069.
Damn you. Okay.
Candy.
Oh, why
candy,
Why are
candy,
you sending
my
me this
candy.
horrible Gumby? What is this?
Oh, that's Gumby playing the trombone. It's the only good Gumby.
Okay, thanks, brother. Oh, right, you're Candy. Let me put you on screen. Okay. What do we
Thank you.
get?
Yay!
Chicken Little fruit snack.
Yay!
That goes in.
Yay! This is like me pilfering the bowl at the end of the night.
All right, what else do we got in here? We got 5 to pull. Lay's smoked Gouda and chive. Yummy. Ooh, yummy.
I'll be honest, I actually do want to
I wanna
try.
eat
That
this.
sounds like
That
a
sounds
good
good.
time, to
That
be
sounds
honest.
good.
I would fuck with the chives and Gouda. That's a stinky chip. I'm into it. Pichu just keeps showing back up again. I should not have
Oliver
put Pichu Bros in there. That was like
Toblerone.
courting disaster. Oh, that's Oliver's Toblerone. So that is a 1 kilo. I think it's like a whole kilogram. Maybe not a kilogram. That's probably not the right term. It's a fuck ass big customizable Toblerone. So that's Toblerone. It's Oliver's.
Caramel apple Oreo. Yummy. Yum, yum, yum.
Man, no, that can just.
Yummy.
I'm gonna put that back in the
No,
cupboard.
No,
I don't.
no. You said you'd eat it. All right, last one. Let's see what you get.
All right, last draw, baby. Let's see what's in there. Let's see what's in there.
We've already seen that. We've already seen that. Oh boy. Oh, okay, it's those chocolate
no.
balls. I thought this was some kind of horrible jawbreaker.
Oh, no, yeah, that's just Winco generic chocolate.
Hey.
Yay! I'll take that. Yay!
Yay! Happy Halloween, Frankie.
Happy Halloween, Bugs, and a happy November 2nd to all who celebrate, or if you just keep this holiday in your heart. Truly, every day can be November the 2nd for us all.
It's November 3rd now.
Or something. It's November. But is it not November? But Bugs, didn't we save November the 2nd? Didn't we save November the 2nd?
That's right.
And to all a good night.
I think it's all about
It's
the
time to
spirit
look
of
at fan
November
art.
the 2nd.
I think think it is. I think at the end of the day, November 2nd can't be bought at a store.
Mm-hmm.
I think November 2nd is a little bit more. I'm getting wildly off track into a different holiday now. I can't do that.
We are going back to Sleepy Moth's Feast from the 29th because we have a lot to catch up on.
Woo! Yeah, thank you to everybody who just kept making us fan art while we were on
thank you.
kind of a
Jesus, thank
various
you.
conditions hiatus. It always does me a lot of cheering. So that's Sleepy Moth saying, now that I'm done rewatching Adventure Time, I've been going back and putting on some recent VODs for background noise. Look at our child!
Oh, hell
Look
yeah.
at our
No!
child!
My pronouns now.
My pronouns now!
Oh, I love the teeth. I love the eyes. The dewy, big, soft eyes.
Yes!
I love this bug.
Oh, I also love this drawing of yourself with like the true like listening in podcast form
Yes.
while making an egg sandwich at 12 a.m. The bugs are really good. Look at that little extra round bug.
Yes, extra round. I
And
love
the I'm in charge now. You don't listen to the teachers, you listen to me. I'm in my fancy writing outfit, and if you touch this fucking maniacal ass Pokemon child.
I love the swirling down angle on the beak. That's a really complicated angle to get. You did great, and I love the expression on
this
Frankie
is a
here.
Yes, I love this picture of my Pokemon Sona. It's so handsome and
Yeah.
got that good eye. And the fucking the road warm up my cold road. I forgot. We were talking for a while, but my finger wrote on the phone. These are so wonderful, and I love your use of like a very light like line weight. It's got that kind of like without like a lot of variance on it. You're still doing a lot of like shape work. You're doing a lot of gestural work. You got a lot of like that good like impression of an outline that we talk about a lot, where you kind, you know, the bird edge over here isn't a connected line, but we see where that should be, and it looks
Yeah.
really good.
No, this is just gorgeous. Thank you so much, Sleepy.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then from Cactus.
Oh, from
Nice.
Cactus. They give me brainworms. Let's go.
Yay!
Oh, you did
Yay!
well, Sanji.
Yay!
I love that. Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
Nice. Oh, the horns curl so
yeah, that's
nicely.
really nice. Really nice balance of like how much anthropomorphic stuff you're going. Where I'm always a big fan of like Sanji's hand, or sorry, not Sanji, Zoro's hand here like still looks like a little bit paw-like. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But it's not all the way to like a
tail.
paw hand. I think that's very charming.
What cute expressions, and I love how you have Zoro's fur sticking up like his hair does. That's so cute.
Yeah,
And the little
even at like the
scritching.
back of the neck there, that's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like that you have Sanji's like fur pattern kind of mimicking how he has like visible arm hair a lot of times. That's a nice
Yes,
touch.
That's really
And we also
cute.
have this Adventure Time style
Yes,
piece.
look at this. Oh, I love the skin
This is
colors going
great
on
style
here.
observation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, great movement in the limbs here. Great expression.
I
work.
really like how you paid attention to how, like, Adventure Time does have elbows and knees, but they tend to be very soft, and you've even got, like, this simplified hand shape that a lot of times they'll do in some shots of Adventure Time.
Yeah.
It's a very, like, Adventure Time is a lot, like, looser animation-wise when you actually stop to watch it than you can remember just from looking at stills. And you even got, like, they got, like, different head shapes still here. It looks really good.
I really like this
Binged
background
Adventure
too.
Time and fixate on the style. That makes sense.
I like this background. It reminds me of like Journey to Inner Space, you know, where it was back in the 60s when they would depict space as like ink and water. It really looks like that. I love this. This is dope.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
A nice attention paid to like how Adventure Time has hair on the silhouette of a
Yes.
character, because like, you know, a lot of the main like Finn and Jake don't worry about hair. Hair no, don't hood dog. But when characters do actually have like active hairstyles, they interrupt the head shape in a way that can be tricky to not make look like hair sitting on top of a character.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I know hair does, but you know what I mean. This looks lovely. You've done a really good style study of it, and honestly, getting really obsessed with a series and fixating on the style and learning how to do it is how you grow as an artist.
Yep.
Or getting really obsessed with a blurbo and drawing them 50,000 times, or both.
Yeah.
Okay, no es dos.
I also want to say, I really like you have a very light blue light you're using as a glow here, and that looks really nice. It's fun to experiment with light that's in different colors
Yeah.
like this, right?
Yeah, and a colored glow will
Really
often
nice
take
and
to a
subtle
piece
up here.
better and unify it better than just like a white light will, in my
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Cactus. Oh,
Beautiful work.
this piece
Thank
from
you so much.
Sinastrus I love. Child falls asleep at gas station.
Yes.
Ooh, look at my trainer! You broke my stupid sandals. You noticed, and the bag and the glasses. I love the Nurse Joy sitting on the counter. Oh look, Frankie, you're up there. Oh, and I'm up there.
Yeah.
What?
Oh
so
my gosh, you're right. That's
cute.
really cute. I hadn't noticed that before. Oh, it's even got our names and
Wow.
like the Pokemon font.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
You can tell from like the KIE and then like BUG.
That's so cute. What the hell?
Oh, that's a wonderful touch.
Whoa.
And look at this rendering job being done on the Pokemart, like Pokestops, like big roof on the
Oh,
edge there. The
glow
like
on
light
there.
blur,
So
the really
cool.
harsh neon. It looks really, really lovely. Like you got some great surface rendering going here, even with like down here in the grass, like the little individual like grass renderings of shapes.
Yes.
That's very well observed grass.
And this expression work on Ogerpon is so cute.
Yeah.
You even paid attention to the
baby.
split between her legs, where it's the split wood. That's so cool.
Yeah, that weird wood. Really good handling
look.
too of like, this is a big, solid, weird Pokemon body, so it doesn't like press down if she's laying on her back.
Look, there's even a Gimme Ghoul on the counter.
Ooh.
That's so cute.
Oh, and I love in the back you can see like the region Pokemon just kind of like hanging out,
hopping,
fluttering
going
around,
away.
and the silhouette
Yeah.
in the sky under the like beam of the light is a really nice touch.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
love
Newt says, I adore the pinecones in the trees hanging there threateningly. Yes.
the reflective
watching.
light on the metal is gorgeous. You should be so proud of this work. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because, like, I think keeping track of reflections that occur to the side of a bright light object is a weird thing to get a handle on. Because it's not quite how you think about a light source at first, but it's how they work.
Just
Hell and
gorgeous.
damnation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, beautiful piece. Thank you so much for sharing it
from
with us.
Steve-O
Oh,
Citrus lobster chips. Oh, you look so happy. You look so happy.
A lot of things to talk about here. I love that it's lobster,
I do too.
parentheses, chips.
I love that you drew the whole head with everything on the lobster too, with the claws and the legs and the expression. Just having it be the arms and the expression conveys so much.
Yes, having it just be... The expression in the void communicates such a depth of, like, emotion. And I love that you handled the rest of the candy bag by just putting a crop picture of candy in there. Like, this evokes emotions. This has, like, a narrative arc. This has, like, Ave Maria playing over it as the bag tips over into the candy bag. Thank you so much,
I will
Steve-O.
say, I picked out this bag and I sent it to Frankie. I have had this flavor and it fucks. You can taste the lobster juice. I don't know how to... It's good. It's
Listen, it's... They do things with food science, and I think the truest branch of, like, mad science is American snack scientists. Like,
Agreed.
I don't know what we're doing to these people, but they're proving some crimes against God. Thank you again,
Thank
Steve.
you.
Oh.
The indescribable experience of a perfectly normal Mars bar after watching everyone else encounter the horrors from Light Meow Teeth. Oh my god. You even tracked down. Wow.
Oh, this is so cute.
Look at this. You even found the right face painting
These are all the
thing.
exact...
What the
You
fuck?
did! These are all the exact right objects. These are really good.
That's amazing. It's so weird seeing them in high res.
This
And then the Mars
beautiful.
bars just drawn in. That's good.
Yeah.
I love the expression work. And look at the how
really-
the full chatlet sleeve with like the smile over here. So good.
And I really love the way you've articulated, like, the chatlet pile, because I do always feel like any chatlet pile should be able to, like, spring apart into separate chatlets.
Yes.
at any point. Oh, I stalked the Twitter you mentioned. Yes, you can
Good,
find a
good,
lot of
good.
these from discontinued food. That is where I got the glossy JPEGs and then destroyed them.
Yeah, I love
Just
this.
destroyed
This
them.
looks like that magnetic fuzz, you know? The way it leaves the
Yeah,
tongue.
that's
It's so cool.
in the fantasy dream where someday we have our millions. I would love to make like chatlets that are just like little like 1 inch across orbs that have little magnets in them, so you can just make a little pile of them,
That would
and
be
they're
so cute.
tremendously unsafe for children under a certain
Yeah,
age.
please rub it on your
But this is
computer's hard drive.
wonderful. Please, 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 please.
Don't do that.
I love the different colors used for the eyes here. They're all like a little bit desaturated, but they actually mimic like different chat colors. And I can even tell yours has your cat check. And I love something about the emotional expression
Yes,
of
the
your
blank
chat
eyes is
holding
so
the Mars
cute.
bars.
Look, the
It,
little
it
legs
describes like
kneel
something.
down.
Like,
Oh, so
yeah. Oh, I love that. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Put some chats.
From Unofficially Jammed,
Yeah,
hanging
and
out
then
with
from
my new
Unofficially
pal.
Jammed.
First time drawing my chat, so it was fun
The
exercise.
ghost.
Oh, that's right. Trying to fit Bunny and Chatlet
You got the
together. Oh, I love
ghost.
that. The bunny ears, the little bunny snap.
Oh.
I like how you did the eyes. That's so cute. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
not
think
burp.
that reads
I'm
very
sorry.
well, honestly.
This is so
It's end of
cute.
stream. We
This
we
is
make our noise
charming.
crimes. I love the way you drew this ghost. That's such a good
Yeah.
ghost shape.
I
Like the
love-
big, like wobbly outer border.
The stripe of chartreuse in here between the green, blue, and the blue is so good. It adds so much. How cute! I love the
Yeah,
shape
and I love
work.
the mouth.
Oh, hey, speaking of cute
Yeah,
ghosts,
yeah.
friend of chat, pseudonym Jones, Emma, did character design
Yes.
for fucking Small and Boo
Yeah.
animation. Holy shit, it was so cute, but fucking hell, I only say this because this is so fucking cute too. This is adorable, dude. Thank you.
Yeah. It reminded us of her work, and that's an extremely high compliment. We
Yes,
love Pursuit
yes.
around here. We all love Pursuit around here.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Unofficially Dead, and I'm glad you enjoy your new free friend.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so charmed by
It's your
that bunny
responsibility
chatlet.
now.
That's so cute. Friend. From Bo Red Rat,
Yeah.
I put on my silly
And
nose
then-
and hat and went outside only to realize I didn't have enough points. That's what VOD watching does to you. What? Hang on.
Oh no!
Hang on. You get a candy. Don't you worry. Let's see. What do you get?
Yeah, there's got to be something in there. There's got to be something in there. It's end of the night. I don't care if a kid's not wearing a
Not that one.
costume.
Yeah.
Uh-huh,
Not that
uh-huh.
one. We've seen that one.
All right, let's see. What do we got?
Not a ghost.
A little treat for Bored Rat. Not a ghost. Ghost's already been
L
freed.
Fudge Butterfinger Blasted. Horrible name. Enjoy.
Please enjoy your Butterfinger Blasted L Fudge. Enjoy. Cookies for you.
Lives in the middle of nowhere and too broke to buy a bus ticket and go trick or treating. I love the roach and buttons and worms falling out of your butt. The clown nose is cute. Oh, I
Yeah,
like the
that's
kind of
really
floating.
good.
That's cool. The arm being white inside the silhouette of your body is cool. I like the inside white. I love the expression work here.
Yeah, the expression work is really funny. I've never seen a chatlet with clown nose before, but I like that a
love
lot.
it.
And the colors here, super fun.
Oh, gorgeous.
I just fucking love like blasting this picture with some color overlay. That's great.
Yeah, I love
And then we
the
have
glow.
Christ.
Oh, yes.
A picture of a habit chatbot. Do you wanna become famous? Oh,
Really good.
Hey, Arcade. Happy November Secondween.
Happy November
re- thi-
2nd,
I-
Ween, one and all.
To everyone. I love that this habit has like a hat that's like a little bit off.
Yes.
It's like not even quite right for like Pabbit. I love this like color overlay on the ruff. This is a good
I
habit-shaped
love
beast.
the,
I like him a lot.
chromatic aberration you have going on with the collar here. This is so pretty. I mean, it gives the effect
Yeah,
here,
that
the
looks
like rim
wonderful.
light effect you have at the bottom of the chin, at the bottom of the hair,
Mhm, mhm.
against the edge of the sleeve here. This looks so nice. I love this. You
And I
really
love how
nailed
it's
the
just kind of
palette.
like a soft pyramid shape.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
you
agreed.
nailed the shape work here. You've nailed the palette. The expression is so charming. This is wonderful. You should be very proud of this.
This little strange man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bored
Bored
Rat.
Oh, from Newt. Oh. I wouldn't be me if I wouldn't toss a bunch of these.
I wouldn't be
into a
me.
Chatlet bowl. Is anyone else capsules buzzing? Kinder Uber.
I think that's fine. I think
Oh.
that's fine. I think it's fine if it's
Oh.
buzzing a little. Get yourself a Kinder Egg.
The Kinder eggs that we get, my abuela sends me from Mexico have the same crappy capsule with the same crappy toys in it too. I immediately recognized, like, oh man, and that's how you would click it together and you put the stickers on for the toy.
I have such like a visceral memory of getting like an actual Kinder's Egg as a kid, and it was like, make a soccer game, put together a little soccer net, and there's a little plastic man. That's it. Bye. It's like, I see. Children's toys. This is why I always love seeing your little chat, Sona, but there's something so
love
good
the
about the Kinder
tail.
Egg that's like as big as you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly, nailed the like creamy
Oh.
Kinder chocolate with the. Oh, I want to eat one so bad right now. Oh, Candy Bowl, you are.
you know what I
It's
could
over
fuck
for
up
you
is
when
I
the
actually
stream's
like
ready.
the America Safe Kinder. Listen, here's the thing. I actually could fuck up the America Safe Kinder Egg where it's like the two halves and one of them's
Yes, those
full
are
of
so
like
good.
weird
I love that
cream
shit.
with
I
like
love
little
that shit.
crispy chocolate balls in it. The toys are also bad, but whatever that weird goop is, it's a good time. Is the thing.
I always like.
Thank you all so much.
I always like the freckles
actually,
you
hold
do,
on.
Newt, and I love your expression work as always.
Yeah.
So cute. Using the glasses.
Yes,
frame is great.
chatlets are a fun, like... I always enjoy seeing the different ways people handle the challenge of, like, pushing expression on chatlet designs. Like, because, you know, you can add a mouth. I enjoy seeing that. You can add more. But I love that you push, like, you're already used to, like, pushing expressions with this, like, cartoony glasses kind of design. And it looks really good. And a small thing, but I like the way you handle the background by just having like one color of gray on top of another one, and I like that you came up with like an actually plausible Kinder Egg wasp.
Yes.
Like, oh man,
Yeah.
that nickel of plastic, baby.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of want one. That's the goods. That's the goods.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank you so much, and thank all of you so much. We've been like trying to plan on this while both of us were going through various maladies and exhaustion
yes.
levels, so
Yes.
getting to actually get back in the saddle is real. We just miss streaming when we're not streaming. Like we
Yeah,
always
that
know.
shit's fun.
Yeah, like we're always really well aware that like if we gotta take some time off, y'all won't mind. We're good at knowing that, but we miss streaming when we don't stream. Like I said, I think I repeated myself there. That's okay. It's 2:21 a.m. I'm allowed to ramble now.
You are.
But thank you guys so much for showing up. Thank you all for trick-or-treating. I will go through the candy bowl and eyeball if I can figure out which ones didn't get picked. And should they go into the bowl for next time, or should I post them in the Discord for people to see what didn't get got this time? What do
I
you
say
think?
save them for next time. I'm going to raid you guys to a Japanese streamer, so I'm going to very quickly type out a
Hooray!
message to them to warn them in our collab chatters. To give me 1 second.
Hooray! Hooray! Well, while Bugs is doing that, hey, thanks, Cactus DX, who says, this was my first time catching a stream, and it was really fun. Thank you for streaming. Hey, thank you for coming by. I always enjoy when people say, like, it's their first time catching a stream live, or their first time catching a stream in general. We have a kind of chaotic thing going on here, but I think it's fun. I'm always glad that we make a show people enjoy, and I'm very glad you all enjoyed my ridiculous trick-or-treating extravaganza. I will report while Bugs is typing out a sentence. I'm gonna take a look at the bowl and see. Okay, nah. Wow, you guys never got that. I think you guys saw that. You didn't see that.
No.
That. It looks like. I think there's only like under 10 candies left. So good job, guys. You cleaned us out, and we're left here to deal with a couple of Shrek bait. No, wait, hold on. Damn it. Okay, there's 2 Shrek things I'm gonna have to eat. I don't want it.
Oh, you poor
I guess
thing.
you gotta. I mean, be wasteful otherwise. But thank you all so much for coming. And while Bugs is pecking it, hearing about Gumby and Discworld was very fun. I'm so glad because I'm probably going to keep watching Gumby episodes, and I'm going to continue to have things to say about them. My poor parents have just been hearing like my Gumby updates every day. I think my mom appreciates it because they had to like live through this stuff being on television. Can you redeem one before the raid? What do you think, Bugs? One last candy redeem before the raid?
Yeah, give me 1 sec to finish typing this out. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we'll turn back up. What? Go ahead and redeem that, and we'll hit those before the raid. Just if one straggling comes through at 2:30. Who are we to say no? I remember the heyday. Oh, I remember the heydays.
でも、レが欲しい。Frankie, does this sound normal? こんばんはからカリフォルニア、カニの VTuber, because it's a crab VTuber, はとってもかっこいい。すみません、チャットは日本語を話せません。でも、レードが欲しい。When to raid you, yada yada yada. Does that sound good?
I think that sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think if it sounds awkward, it'll be in that like this is someone who doesn't speak a lot of Japanese. Wait, we got one last trick or treater.
Okay.
We got one last trick or treater.
Didn't we have one or two?
I think just one. Just one lone trick or treater.
Let's see. Not
See what
that.
we got. Let's see what we got left in here. Really enjoy how this format winds up being like
Two of
a
you.
tour. Oh, we get two. Synaptidays rush in the door. They saw our porch light come back on. Really enjoy
Three
how
of
this winds up
them.
being like a tour. Oh, everyone's rushing. Okay, upend the bowl.
4 of them?
Yeah,
Okay,
milk.
Hershey's
Oh, 4.
Kisses candy corn. Okay, enjoy.
Yay,
Let's see what's
that's one down.
next.
Buzzer beaters. Yeah, this is the
We already got Bug
the end.
Ball.
This is the like go home, kids. We've seen Bug Ball. We've had
got
Bug Ball.
Hogan
We've enjoyed
Energy.
Nestle Bug Ball. Oh, I wonder what's in my Wonder Ball.
Man, Wonder Balls were cool.
got an
Muppets
Orion
Animal
sticker.
Celebration Cake.
Yes,
Hey.
yes. I'm so happy. It's a whole ice cream cake. Enjoy. that was Synaptidays. Oh, this was a great idea.
Yeah. Candy
Just sending
corn
my friend a
again.
really bad slideshow.
Dum Dums again.
I'm gonna have it all right before bed. Have fun. Good luck.
Hi,
This
Drew.
randomizing system is hilarious. Could just switch it to alphabetical and go through for whatever's left.
Dum
No,
Dums
no.
original
We have to-
pops.
we have to
Okay,
see them all.
400 bag of Dum Dums. All right, the last one. The last one. The last
Yay!
one.
Enjoy Monstrous Immortal.
Not that. We already seen that.
Oh, this is incredible.
Not mustard Skittles.
Not the spaghetti bucket. No.
Not that. Seen that already. Not the Snickers. We already seen that one. Not the Three Musketeers.
Dare you enter my candy maze?
Not the Snickers again.
Maybe next time what I'll do is I'll title things in a way that like makes them not alphabetically reflect their names, so that it comes out as like shuffled, so that you can just go through them from start to finish without this. Maybe that's what we do next time.
I'm waiting for something new to come up. It's gonna happen.
Oh, this is incredible.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's
I
gonna
made my
fucking
friend
happen.
a gacha system for Halloween.
Keep getting these 1-star fucking pulls.
Oh, there's no mercy system.
There's no mercy system.
Oh, this is incredible. Thank you all, everyone who's still with us as we just go through the last of the candies.
Licorice pipes
41
again.
people. Thank you. Oh, the licorice pipes look really good against the black background. That's a lot.
The bucket again.
Oh, I'm so glad, Arsene. I'm so glad. Big bucket. Would you believe there wasn't any clear pictures of the Caesar's Pizza spaghetti bucket? That was like the best one. Waiting for Worf to slide by? Oh, I hope he does.
Waiting for a Wardo.
Ah, so good.
Okay, thank God. Enjoy.
Yay!
Whatever
It's
this
ogre.
is.
It's all ogre.
It's all
Promotional Shrek candy toy machines. You win. Thank you all so much for coming to our stream. Thank you so much for coming when we've been gone for quite a while. Thank you absolutely for being in chat, for lurking in chat whenever you came in. If you're new, if you came on the raid, we super appreciate it. Hope you'll stick around whenever you care to. Check us out on the VOD channel. If you're watching this on the VOD channel, wow, you stuck around this long.
What's wrong with you?
Congratulations. There's no candy for you, but
What's
we'll leave
wrong
out a
with you?
bucket in the street. Enjoy. Thank you so much to everybody who donated. We incredibly appreciate it. And anyone who subscribed or resubscribed, this is our main job, so we absolutely appreciate it. And thank you all who got a piece of candy for making me so happy as Bugs discovered what the fuck I put in that goddamn candy bowl. I'm a criminal.
You
Good
are.
night, everybody. It's time to get in the... You can all have one piece of your candy before you get in the
Get in the
jar.
jar.
One piece,
The jar.
okay?
The jar.
Then you gotta get in the jar. I don't want you all full of candy in your jar. You got a lot of candy to get through. You got your mustard Skittles. You got your beans. You got your cereal.
Get out.
Good night, everybody. Be good. Enjoy the other thing. Represent us well. See you. Bye. Good night. Happy Halloween. Happy November 2nd. Woo!